crazy. I gotta brag on myself, I amaze me. I know I'm got something that can phase me. I'm too dope like I'm back in the 80s. Okay, whoa. Got a lot of wins on my dinner plate. Ain't coming down, gotta levitate. I know my next win is the best one, so I tell them that I'm on to the on to the on to the next one. On to the next one. On to the next one.
After so many intense battles, we come down to the final D-Day or the final phase of the championship with a newer format and much more intense battle. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to IQOO Newer 10 presents Skyesports Championship 2025, powered by AMD, associate partner Gigabyte, and WD Black and energy drink partner Red Bull itself. Myself, Necros, alongside me, it's going to be Lucifer joining me live on the desk. But right now, we will be breaking down of what happened throughout the upper brackets and the LCQ playoffs. But because that storyline is something that we need to discuss.
Yeah, I think it's super intense of what we've seen, and for that we need a hell lot of energy coming out, and for that you need to get yourselves hands on the Red Bull to get your wings to be powered through for the day, because this is day one, and as we spoke about it, there are two different systems functioning, two different cogwheels to find one goal of a champion, and one is, we are starting today, the Sky Surge Day. It's very interesting to see this. Teams will get a head start, but not the points they earn on day one, Necros. This is a nice twist that players wouldn't have been ready for, but they're excited to play on.
Exactly. I mean, they will be surprised. So there were a lot of discussions among the players. Okay, this is a newer format. I was talking with a couple of players while I was before the grand final started. I wanted to know how are they expecting things to happen, and they were like, this is a newer format for us. This hasn't happened in any other tournament. So yes, we are excited and we will be looking forward to play a tad bit more aggressive to earn those entire points.
Yeah, I think teams, when they look forward to the overall leaderboard, I hope you guys had a look at the Sky Talks yesterday, where a complete debrief and somewhere down the line Q&A was also done to kind of see where you understand these two different systems functioning and how the teams would be named as champion here in the Championship 2025. And now that we have an idea about it, today's day is going to be crucial. It is also like a starter day, Necros. This is what I was discussing when I was back on the Hindi desk with Captain. Is when we see day 1 to day 2, right? Irrespective whether it's been upper bracket, whether it's been LCQs, I'm pretty sure it was in the lower bracket as well, that day 1 has not gone well for the teams who are right now sitting on the top. It has been from day 2 that teams have started functioning. And imagine this system where the Sky Champ rule gets activated when you reach 125 points, and that is from day 2 onwards on all the matches that you play and when you earn 125 points. So day 2, as we've been seeing, has always been working out really well for every team. I've not seen any team had a downfall from day 2. There's been a little lapse here and there, but with the grand finals and having the best 16 teams, is going to be interesting of how this fight is going to be.
Oh, bye. Exactly, and even for the teams, like, you know, we have seen the upper brackets, top 8 teams qualified from there, and there were a lot of big names who unexpectedly did not qualify. They were dropped down to the LCQ playoffs. They were forced to play another set of matches to qualify and make it to the grand finals. And oh my god, the LCQ playoffs, it was one heck of a show, because nobody expected that till almost 13 or 14 spot we will be witnessing teams reaching 100 points.
Yeah, I think when we kind of speak about the fights with teams, right, we did even see teams on a given day picking up 70 plus points, and then also on a very bad day them picking, as you said, somewhere under 20 points, and that kind of slided the qualification, whether it be in the upper bracket or the LCQ, to some other teams. I think it was more hurtful for the teams in the upper bracket, because we ended up seeing teams such as IQOOSOUL, we saw Team Venom being the most special teams who missed out by just like 3 to 4 points, compared to the LCQ, where the difference between the 9th position and the 8th position team was 11 points. There was a little bit of a big difference in LCQ at least, but then when we came into the LCQ with Hero Extreme Godlike looking a little better, I think towards the end of day 2, starting off a decent day 3 and almost looking great on day 4, did not make it through. That was a big upset for a lot of fans who've been witnessing and hoping to see Hero Extreme Godlike in the finals, and everybody expected as well for that to happen. But teams like 4 Miracle, teams like BLITZ, teams like RIVALRYXNR, who stood till the end of the test,
Hur
right?
night what
Even in the
chalna
last
lag.
game, made sure they survived, which worked out, and that is the reason they're into the grand finals. And this is the storyline that so far we've witnessed. But when we speak about consistent teams, there's one team which isn't picked a chicken dinner so far in the upper bracket. When we saw them, is ONEPLUS Cincinnati kids, but there was no team who could take them out of the top 8. That's how brilliantly they were playing, Necros.
Exactly, and the consistency is the key to success, and it has always been the case for the stages where you have to qualify in top 8 or top 6. But when it comes down to the grand finals, my friends, you need to be a little bit more aggressive. You need to go for those chicken dinners, because once again, being consistent can help you be in the top 8 or top 3, or maybe even top 2 as well, without a chicken dinner, maybe like that. But if you want to be champions, you have to get at least 1 or 2 chicken dinners and some consistent performance with large pointer games. So yep, it sums it up all. If you want to become champion, you have to play aggressive, and this new format, this entire rule changes the game, changes the play style.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting, but now let's take a look at our IQOO Neo 10, a device that's going to be launching very soon for all of you to grab and get your gaming on. It is the segment's fastest smartphone. You will also have the Snapdragon 8S Gen 4 processor and an esports level gaming with 144 FPS. More the frames, better gaming is all what we need, and along with that, a big battery to make sure that you don't have to be worried about your battery percentage when you're gaming. You will never be out of battery with 7000 mAh with also bypass charging. This is going to be launching on 26th May 2025, but you also have an advantage for the viewers. This is not just the spotlight for IQOO Neo 10, but for you guys, when you search IQOO Neo 10 on Google, you stand a chance to win 5 lakhs by spinning the wheel. So make sure you do check this out, because if you stand a chance, maybe you can grab not just a phone for you, but maybe your teammates as well, Necros, and maybe form a team with IQOO Neo 10 and then come into the tournament the next time, and if there's an open qualifiers. It's going to be interesting. I'm excited for that, Necros.
Exactly, and every time, I mean, IQOO bring up some beautiful devices, and every device has got such a gaming caliber, and I am really excited to see how this Neo 10 turns out to be. But again, coming back on the discussions of whatever happened in the previous stages, so whatever happened, you have to kind of forget it, reset your mind, come fresh in the grand finals. It's what we expect from all the 16 teams, right? So for the teams those who've played last lower bracket matches, they've also played the LCQ playoffs. They have been playing the games under pressure, because they didn't have those safety cushion to walk along with, because they knew if we don't be in the top 8, if we don't play good, our journey is gonna end before the grand finals itself. So they have fought hard, and we have seen some incredible talents emerging up. If you talk about BLITZ Esports, the way they have played, they have made their plays. You talk about ALIBABA Raiders, you talk about RIVALRYXNR, so many big names coming into the picture.
Yeah, I think when you speak about RIVALRYXNR, along with them also Rising Inferno Esports, that I would want to add. Now, this is a team who also we thought might have not made it through, and especially from the upper bracket. We spoke about the competition of how close in the upper bracket it was for the 9th team, for the 10th position team, to the 7th and the 8th position team. Anybody could have walked away into the top 8, and it was that last deciding game where every team decided to stay tall and took that advantage whenever they had. They played that zone, they made use of the circle wherever it was shifting. They were the first ones to take control of it. And I think Rising Inferno Esports, the major reason for them making their way into this grand finals is that one move in their Erangel matchup in upper brackets that we ended up witnessing. But ALIBABA Raiders, this caught me off surprise, Necros. Now, when we moved into the fights on day 1, yes, they were decent, they were getting points. I think 40 to 50 points is something that they were able to easily grab. But when we went into day 2, day 3, day 4 performances coming in from ALIBABA Raiders, they were bang on. They were the energy that we were seeing in the entire lobby. They were everywhere. We could see them picking finishes right, left and center in the finish rate at all times. Yes, they were for the last day. We did see them dwindle down, but this happened to even 4 Miracle. I was talking about that. 4 Miracle have been super consistent. They were in top for the first 2 days, and after that they barely picked points to 20 or 30 on a given day, and it has not pushed them out. They were still about to stay on the top 5. Same goes for ALIBABA Raiders. But one team that turned the tides I would want to speak about and get your opinion on as well is God's Reign. We saw their performance in upper bracket. It did not play out well. It looked like just individuals performing. There was no proper synergy. But when we moved into the LCQ, day 1, okay. But day 2, that's a different story of God's Reign that we ended up seeing from there on, Necros.
when I and Arka were on the desk, we have discussed it over and over that the players are evolving with every match that they are playing, right? And the synergy is getting built up, it's getting better with every match, every day. And as you mentioned, for God's Reign, it worked out like that. Upper brackets was a testing ground for the likes of Apple, who is a new addition to the lineup.
Yes.
He came into the picture, he tried to chime up with the lineup, build a good synergy, and right now I feel like he's fit for the role. He was there in the top 5 finishes as well, alongside Delta PG, and also one of the key factors, Justin, Delta PG, both of them, the two big turrets on which Destro have always relied on, has worked out seamlessly without a single question. And alongside that, when Apple is also stepping up as a fragger, as getting finishes for his team, earning the points, it feels like Destro is the commander, commanding 3 big tanks, and they're let loose out in the open to get the finishes. As it is kind of giving me a nostalgia of what the lineup of global esports was. Even Murphy had a department of 3 big turrets like Slug, Beast, as well as Ninja Boy. It is almost similar to that.
Yeah, unfortunately that we will not be seeing K9. They were in the lower brackets. They tried their way through. We did even have Revenant X Spark who tried to make their way in the LCQ. There was a fight. Even IQOO, Orangutan were there in the mix. Unfortunate. A lot of big teams and fan favorite ones did not make it through. And that's, I think, the competition level and also this overall BGMI roster shuffle that we end up seeing now and then. It's very interesting how this game kind of always keeps that excitement going on. Now with that, I want to bring in 2 different variations of Team Necros, and I want to get your opinion on that as well. Learn from Past and AUTOBOTZ. AUTOBOTZ, we ended up seeing MVP fraggers on their end, whereas on Learn from Past, I think a very composed gameplay to keep their points ongoing. Just like we spoke about the LCQ, they just kept getting points, and especially after day 2, they were on another spree of points where they were able to stay and put their position as a stronghold on the top 5.
Exactly. When you just talk about Learn from Past, once again, the major factor in their team particularly has to be Sahil being in the lineup here. They've got Arman as well in the mix. Arman has been one of the key players in every other lineup that he has been a part of. He's been the fragger. He's been in the fragger list alongside Sahil also popping off such well. And Learn from Past, the name that they have, they're literally playing on that, and they're earning the name for themselves, that they're learning from the mistakes that they have done in the past. They're evolving with every other match. And just look at it, LEFP, they just qualified directly from the upper brackets. They did not have to come down to the LCQ playoffs. They were not dropped down, the performance never dipped down, and it's a really good thing. But what matters the most is, with this new format, is LEFP ready to compete with the other set of 15 teams? While God's Reign, they had a seamless LCQ playoffs for their side. They scored over 200 points in the 24 matches that they played.
Now I am kind of thinking of how players are going to be taking this day 1, because day 1 points are not going to be added to your day 2, day 3, day 4 performances of the grand finals. Day 2 is going to be the Sky Champ that we are going to be seeing. From there on, that rule is going to be coming into play once any team hits 125 points. So today's points are going to be hit to 0, only the Sky Surge points, and that's the reason today is the Sky Surge day. Now a quick chance that I got to speak to the IGL from Versatile Somraj. I was just kind of getting his 2 thoughts on what he was thinking about the Sky Surge and then the Sky Champ that he would have to play from day 2. He's like, 10 points is good for the team who ends up on the overall leaderboard on top at the end of day 1, but it is not a big bump. Any team who gets an instant chicken dinner right from this day 2's first game should be a team who should be able to cope up to the difference of 10 points that there was already bought from Sky Surge. So it's just going to be a little bump, but not a big one for teams to be worried about, and I'm pretty sure Somraj is looking forward to getting this on for him and his team to get the championship under their name. Because imagine that Somraj's team, from their performance in LCQ, never, not even once, Necros, were moved from the top 8 to the bottom 8. He just kept getting points. He was switching in positions up and down, but he was never out of the top 8 in the LCQ.
But the question is, they had a roster shuffle. There is a player change. And will that player change affect the entire game of VXT? We have seen it earlier, and we do see it till date, that every time a player leaves or a new player joins in, synergy always I've always faced some hiccups. So now it's time that if VXT can cope up with this, as Power not being a part of the lineup will be causing a bit more damage to the side of the assaulting department.
It's interesting right now in
सब
terms
लोग
of seeing
like
I would say verticality of where they stand as of now. Again, as we were speaking about upper bracket and LCQ, right? It was a learning curve for teams to understand not just their own players but also the opponents and how they've shifted in their new lineup and how they've kind of got comfortable, and if there is an opportunity of understanding their play style and breaking them down. But now with a player in between, where we did see Power playing with this lineup of versatile, now that he's not there, they still have their playing for. That's not a problem for them. They have their lineup ready. Somraj is going to be there, Equinox, Troy, as well as Raiden is the 4 players that we are going to be seeing. We did see them in action as well, but hey, I still like this lineup of how it looks. Now I jump into the other side of it. True Rippers, Jelly wanted him having a really good powerful lineup. He got that lineup through, tried his best, and finally now that they feel one together, right, is looking really good for Jelly, Keolamav, Ninze and Sam. And I'm looking forward to what this lineup can bring through, because we've been talking that this is a team which is very consistent, and especially their Erangels are super good. Now that we're going to be starting off with Erangel as our match 1 of this day 1 of Sky Search. This should be an exciting thing for the team True Rippers and Jelly. Let's see if they're able to pull that off or not. And on that contrary, it is Moneymakers also on the other end. How do you feel about that?
Oh yeah, even Moneymakers, they have some roster shuffles as well, and I feel like Spray God, he's not going to be a part of the playing 4, but we'll have to wait and we'll have to see which 4 players will be there for Moneymakers. And if I am not wrong, there's going to be some interesting changes coming in. So Moneymakers, they have been solely dependent on those aggressive stance. They've always been a team to go for the finishes, which is good. There's no doubt about it. But they have somehow missed up on a lot more position points when their matches were there in the playoffs, in the upper brackets, in the upper bracket matches. But right now, again, you have to focus on to a bigger picture. You've got a lot more teams, those who are gelled up, warmed up, completely set up with their synergy. You talk about them, Moneymakers on one end. You talk about True Rippers. I would even love to mention that on one end, Moneymakers have been one of the most aggressive teams, but True Rippers, they have been really strategical. They have taken every decision very, very steadily and deciding, and they've been very slow with their approaches. So I feel like True Rippers, if they want to win this tournament, not to finish in podium or not to finish in the top 5, if they want to win it, they have to play a little bit more aggressive and kind of concentrate their gameplay rather a little bit more on finishes.
Yeah, 100%. I think from day 2 onwards, this is not about who stays on top of the overall leaderboard. It's about who activates the Sky Champ rule first and instantly gets a chicken dinner. So this game could even end at match 12. It could even end at match 15. It could even end at match 17. It all depends on the teams of how they'll be managing to play from day 2 onwards. Now we know the first 6 games, no teams can hit that 100 mark or even 125 mark. It's a very tough run for teams to do that, because so far, comparing both LCQ and upper brackets, the maximum number of points that we've seen is 73, if I'm not wrong, on a given day, on a great day for the teams. But it's not a consistent thing that we could always see. But yes, after our 8 matches, maybe by the 9th game, teams could most probably activate the Sky Champ rule. But this is all a discussion for day 2. Now it is day 1. We were talking about this, of how these teams are going to make use of this day, and especially 2 teams who managed to claw their way back in the last few games that they played in the LCQ. These 2 teams are going to be IQOOSOUL as well as IQOO 8-bit. IQOO 8-bit made their performance known on day 3's end. They did even manage to make their way into the top 8, but they were instantly pushed out. And from there on, it looked like OAS was going to be having a very tough run, because their counterparts of team IQOOSOUL, right, they got a back-to-back strong, powerful chicken dinners, and from there they sealed their walk into the top 8. Now this difference of both these teams making their way in at the end second, and especially IQOO 8-bit with Mr. Pineapple surviving till the end and making that work for the team to grab those last few position points, sealed IQOO 8-bit's chances. But here, Necros, it's no more about just getting those points to qualify. It's about the championship.
Exactly, and when teams like IQOOSOUL, they are in form, when teams like IQOO 8-bit, they are playing in this manner, it is going to be tough for a lot of teams. For even when you talk about the teams like Rising Inferno Esports, they have qualified. They were enjoying when in the last match of upper brackets. Yes, we have got this. They finished in the 2nd position. They did not get a chicken dinner, but they got ample amount of finishes, and they knew they qualified. There's no way anybody could stop them. But from there on, now the perspective completely changes. You've got IQOOSOUL in form. That time IQOOSOUL were not playing this good. Even the synergy with Goblin as well as Legit was not fixing right. So right now, all the 4 players are set. The synergy is built up and they are functioning as a well-oiled machine throughout every matches that they are playing. Yes, somehow the other way they are being trapped out by third parties or some rotational clashes and all those stuffs, but it's part and parcel of the game, right? But you look onto the bigger picture, they have been playing consistently in the last couple of days in the LCQ playoffs, and that is what matters the most. On the other side, when we have talked about all these teams, I want to bring up the topic of VASISTA Esports. This lineup, led by Hector, seems really promising and one of the prime contenders to be the champion of this tournament.
Yeah, I think that's always been Hector's playstyle, right? Even with his previous roster, they were known as the most aggressive in the Indian circuit. They were always outgunning their opponents. They were finding those finishes. And Hector, I think, stands true to his words of them wanting to be the best. And yes, one thing that we are waiting for Hector to see is going to be grabbing the trophy itself. Now, this is one of the best opportunities, especially with leading guns of youngsters, right? Who are ready to do anything that he says and of how the team is going to be performing and try to get themselves the chicken dinner as well as the champ rule activated and the championship trophy in their hands. Could be an opportunity, because so far compared to any other team, they've been the only team who have managed to get those 73 points I was talking about, the highest. Every other team, yes, there's been another team which has picked up 71 points. I'll let you know in some time. There's been teams who've been around 60. VASISTA themselves have done that 60, 50 as well. But then when you go down to 40 and 30, it is generally an average points that we expect from teams to get for themselves on day 1, day 2, day 3, so that they can get closer to that 125. But as I was saying, right now I think the average of 30-40 will not make the cut, Necros, because if you want to be toe to toe to the competition that is going to be coming in from day 2, you cannot expect a 30 gamer 30 pointer or 40 pointer per day, which will still keep you away from the competition. But now talking about the competition and the trophy itself, here's an interesting storyline that I've seen. Now as we jump right into the game, this storyline might change. It is a love story of IQOOSOUL and their hashtag twos in every Skyesports tournament that we've seen so far. Is it going to change today with the first game?
A lot of questions in our mind, and every other fan, they are witnessing it live, that what's going to happen in the very first match and what will be the verdict, as you mentioned, for their fan favorite team of IQOOSOUL. But there are other 15 more teams also are contending for that one championship spot. As we kickstart with this very first game, a lot of eyes will be in the areas of Yasnaya Poliana, because there has been so many clashes. Venom Gaming going towards that direction, followed by Alibaba Raiders, and so many other clashes in the LCQ playoffs we have witnessed, due to which IQOO Revenant, X-Park, teams like Venom Gaming, they could not qualify. This has been a scenario for such a long time, but right now, will there be new clashes? Because I do see RIVALRYXNR, they're taking the top in the areas of Yasnaya. Alongside, there has to be Alibaba Raiders in the mix, which can be problematic for both these teams as well.
See, this is the first game. It's going to be interesting. I want to see where and how far these teams are going to go. Maybe a start of a fight. IQOOSOUL, Gokul, his reveal's been done. Legit, you see him. Now with this lineup, their hashtag twos that we've been talking about. It's not just been one tournament, it's not been 2 Necros, it's not 3. It's been a total of 6 tournaments. All the way from 2020 to 2024. IQOOSOUL have seen only hashtag twos. But with the first circle, we can see it's a northern circle that we end up seeing, and most of the teams, irrespective that there's a cluster towards Yasnaya, that's about getting vehicles and making a run for it. But maybe there could be a clash between Rivalry as well as AUTOBOTZ. Now AUTOBOTZ, a team which showed us so much prowess, and especially with Lobster playing like an MVP contender, it is going to be all eyes on him on the start of this day.
Oh, this clash has to be something really important, but overall, just imagine all the teams already rotating such in a quicker manner. Learn from past, they're aware that the Sevani area will be completely vacant because there is no Hero Extreme Godlike out there. They haven't qualified, and this is the benefits of Grand Finals. You don't have any other teams to contest, and you know which drop locations will be completely vacant because those teams aren't present. But right now, Reeb has got a big job to do. He's got 110 in the mix, but this bomb shotgun, it has made wonders before, but he needs to do it once again. Thompson coming into the mains, but also those shotgun making those shots. But Arib is just too good in getting Morty knocked and confirmed while the backup arrives as quickly. Arib decides to fall back. This is a really good start for the side of AUTOBOTZ, but they have to make sure that they don't lose on any players. AUTOBOTZ Arib is way too far from his teammates, so it's not possible for even his teammates to provide any kind of backup if the problem arises at his doorsteps.
Opening's been gotten, and there's another opening one. VASISTA Esports, Versatile. They found Zen. That's a super early frag to be finding an early finish. A little bit of a hiccup for VASISTA Esports to start things off. They would have loved to have the playing 4 and then figure out a path forward. Rather, now they have to work as a 3-man squad towards the end of the game. Shouldn't be much of a trouble still. We know the power is still going to be there on their end. Making noise. Equinox, Troy, Somraj, Raiden. This is a team who are dank as their IGL. Now they will be looking forward to maybe making a mark, picking up a trophy, which they've recently done, Necros. That's something to look forward to.
In the mix, AUTOBOTZ, even they had a really good start, confirming one finish. And also, if you talk about Arib, he has made a fallback for his side, and he wants to just be in a safer position, which is really important. But you talk about there's still 2 players. AUTOBOTZ, they need to be really cautious. They have an idea that yes, only one finish has been registered. The other players will be nearby, so we have to take every step very cautiously, not to make any mistake and not to lose on any players. AUTOBOTZ, they have been really consistent in the terms of performances. Lobster, Reap, Toxic, Ralphie, every individual has stepped up in their performance, and that is why we are seeing this team performing in the grand finals. And the main part is they qualified from the upper brackets directly. They did not have to go down to the LCQ playoffs and then make a run for the grand finals. So we can get an idea that this team is really confident and the synergy is quite set. But how the first match turns out to be for them will set the course of their momentum throughout the day.
I think day 1 was not a problem for AUTOBOTZ, and I think they should be comfortable here as well as we start the grand finals off. But we spoke about this fight, RIVALRYXNR versus AUTOBOTZ. There's been one finish that they found. ONEPLUS Cincinnati kids. They hear a little bit of a sound from another opponent team close by at Ferry Pier. That's none other than IQOO 8-bit. Mighty playing on the rooftop, playing to see if he finds even the slightest glimpse of one of the players. In similar situation for IQOO 8-bit, they also know there's another team in a close by compound. If they make a little bit of a mistake or they make a little bit of a mistake, it could be chaotic for either one of these 2 squads. And I think finally a decision's been called. They'll be jumping in on the hovercrafts and making a move out of Ferry Pier, I guess.
The best part about this vehicle is you don't get shots, you don't get damage on yourself, so it's really safer to travel. That bit slow, but that works. IQOO 8-bit, they know they have a long journey to take, and if the circle is going up north, IQOO 8-bit, they need to find a comfortable spot for themselves, because whenever we have seen circles on the north happening, it has always been challenging for the teams down south. But the one team who have kind of escaped this matrix has always been God's Reign. We've seen how much domination that they can pull off, but it seems like RIVALRYXNR, the domination that they are pulling off is causing a lot more trouble for the likes of AUTOBOTZ, and even Toxic is dropped down to a very low HP. Ralphie has been knocked out. He needs a quick revival, but RIVALRYXNR, if this is a moment, this is the green signal for them to push in. Well, the entire pressure lies on this one last player.
Ooh. Chandan. Server on the other end is knocked. And it's down to Chandan. He has to try and do something. Soham is a little further away. Super low. And there is the knock. This is RIVALRYXNR turning the tides against the side of AUTOBOTZ. And it seems to be working. A smoke to be dropped to get Sauer back on feet. And on the other end, Arib, the man who found the opening for AUTOBOTZ, is now trying to figure out how did he use all his members within 5 to 10 seconds. This is not something that AUTOBOTZ would have wanted in the start, and REV is
एक,
also
दो,
down. That's
तीन,
another
चार,
team.
पाँच,
There's
पाँच
already a third party in the mix. And out in the open, there's nowhere for REV to hide. He was the second person in the team who is still surviving. There's only one person. BLITZ, in the meantime, have also lost Dazzler. It is a three-man who find one finish as of now. They're still not managing to or thinking of entering the compounds of Yasnaya. They did hear a little more ruckus. They are thinking that the squad of RIVALRYXNR should be better right as now because they did just convert one in their favor.
Total of 2 finishes in the name of RIVALRYXNR. Not an ideal start, at least, because they've lost Morty. The rivals were there, but look at this. Even Alibaba Raiders, they have arrived. They have arrived in the Yasnaya compounds. Lobster, he's hiding in a shack. Not able to figure out what to do next. He's confined between two teams. RIVALRYXNR on the other end, it's Alibaba Raiders. The shots will be fired. BLITZ, even they are chiming in. Yasnaya, once again, this urban area is becoming a big battleground for a lot more teams.
WYLD FANGS, this is going to be a crucial tournament for them. This is to prove themselves. They've already lost Saif. The first zone's closing in. And Rising Inferno Esports, they're trying to find a lot more finishes against the likes of WYLD FANGS. TraceGod trying to act and find a casualty if he can. He spotted one. Goten as well. Exchange of bullets. Big damage on TraceGod, forcing him back on that ridge. Jatin is also now angled up, ready. Spot Sensei. Anuj 2 OP as well. Day 1 for WYLD FANGS in the upper brackets was phenomenal, but after that they also started slipping. Now here on the Sky Surge day, WYLD FANGS have already had a casualty. Rising Inferno Esports, they know they have a lot to prove, Necros. They are the undergods, they are the underdogs that not everybody's expecting much from them. But if they're able to do this against big names, they are going to be the next upcoming best teams of India. Sensei, good hit coming in from IGL. Dropping him down to 20. There's already a number disadvantage. Anuj is also looking low. And now they have to pick up TraceGod and make their way across. On the other end, BLITZ, they make their move, which we were talking about in the compounds, and they start putting down the players of RIVALRYXNR. This is a fight at all the way back in Yasnaya.
And you can already see all the teams playing aggressive. They want those finishes, they want those points.
Oxa
They want to
damages.
improve their gun game.
Damage recall सगला कमी
You
के.
can't just walk away from fights. If you walk away from one fight, another will find you. And that's a really big alarming thing for all the teams in the lobby. While WYLD FANGS, yes, they might have lost one of their players, but right now they need to figure out what to do next, because even for, as you mentioned, Rising Inferno Esports, they have had a really good year. Previously, 2024 was a great one for themselves, but right now, 2025, this is one of the biggest events that they are playing, that too in the grand finals. So they will be looking forward to finish it on a good note, maybe become champions. And the same intention is there from the side of IQOO 8-bit as well. They've grinded hard with this team. They have faced the ups and downs. And right now in the grand finals, it's time to only find the ups for themselves. Because now they need points. They need to be on the top. And for that, they need to play a tad bit more aggressive. The same gameplay or the same play style as of what we witnessed in the LCQ playoffs final day.
Early game, MAKERZ have picked up a point. Rising Inferno Esports have a point. Versatile as well, along with BLITZ with the casualty, along with even RIVALRYXNR. Unfortunate for RIVALRYXNR that they did manage to put down AUTOBOTZ. One of the players managed to survive, but still then BLITZ with the numbers made a jump. I don't know if that's going to be a problem, but the last man, we expect a lot from an MVP candidate who's still hiding in a barn. Sorry, a wooden compound. I don't know how he's going to make this make do, but Lobster, this is not going to be the MVP game to start things off in his name. VXT on their end, they could have it, but we did see the shift of the circle. It still is making a northern movement. We will see how this works out, but Rivalry, it seems like they've not stopped after Sarwar is back. It is working out. They did lose out on Soham, but it's still Server and Chandan. They've been brilliant so far in their performances. Now Alibaba Raiders, along with Blitz in the nearby compounds as well, is going to be interesting to watch. Alibaba Raiders, is it a fight that will actually conclude in favor of Rivalry?
Sarwar has a chance to confirm one finish, but as soon as he crosses the broken wall, he will be taken down. Look at the crossfire setup. Look at the nades being tossed up in that right spot. Sarwar deals splash damage.
Hello.
The teammates are trying to buy some breathing space for him. The Pro OP is in covers. That's a big question. If Sarwar spots him, he's going to be a dead man. But eventually, this one good nade should give some tad bit more damage on the side of Sarwar, but he survives.
Discord वर का बघतो तू लाईव्ह चालू कर Discord वर बोल राजा
by Chandan from a different
असं
angle.
कर
अरे पण 15 सेकंडचा डिले आहे
Putting a lot more
अरे
pressure
असू
on
दे ना
Alibaba
डिले
Raiders.
राजा
Alibaba Raiders, they had a
15
really great
सेकंड नंतर
run
रे देऊ काय
in the lower
अरे मग
LCQ
ते
playoffs.
डिलेचं नाही करू
But
शकत
right
मी
now,
काय
once again, this early fight
डिलेचं मला माहिती नाही
is still a little bit more dicey.
Discord वर
But if they take a lot more time, you can see Blitz also coming nearby. So that's going to be an alarming situation for Rivalry Esports as well as for Alibaba
इथे पण
Raiders.
दिसेल मग मला
I think a big problem here is going to be for Rivalry. They are getting sandwiched slow, and if they don't keep an eye out for this, it could be a problem. It seems like JD spotted Blitz, where Rambo through the mix of it puts JD down. But still, because of the distance, I think this should not be a problem. JD will be back up on his feet, ready for the fight. Murnock's trying to find the opening on Chandan, who is spotted at the window. Blitz on the other end, after hearing this, they're trying to make their move into the compound, clear off Rivalry's players. They did get one finish of them. That was Soham. On the other end, Lobster is still in this Yasnaya compound, and he is not given a little peek or a cue or even a missed firing bullet. He's trying to survive as much as he can, but the zone, less than 10 seconds.
अबे मी आला पण कसा क्लिक झाला मी आला हाय टाकला
We
बोलला
might end up forcing these players out of the circle. And yes, it is. As you can see, they've moved at the edges of the circle. Until now, the compounds of Yasnaya were safe
Yasnala
from
fight
the zone,
जास्त घेतात
if
ते
not
लोकं.
now from stage 3 onwards.
आणि event
They
पण
have to be quick on their feet, and you can already see Alibaba Raiders making a move when they start getting in their vehicles,
ते
as
पण
they
बघूया
understand if
आपण.
this fight
आता
continues,
सध्या आपल्याला
this zone is going to give them a
normal हे
problem,
करायचं.
and the teams especially in front of them will deny them from entering the circle itself, because none of
जॉनथन
them
पण
are in the
होता ना
compound
ना
of that
जॉनथन ही
circle's
पहिला
edge.
डे आहे डे 1 आहे आज
डे 1 आहे यो
Day one आहे,
याच्यामध्ये
day one
नसणार
आहे.
ही लोक
याच्यात नसणार आहे
Coming
ते अजून
Yes,
असं-
Naya
स्काउटची
and Alibaba
अजून
Raiders
डोक्या
can
बाहेर आहे
be
बे
one of those teams, but it seems like we should be walking past really
Big
well. But
defense,
Dronza,
five
he goes
mark.
all up close and personal. That's going to be the
पहिला
end of
असा प्लेअर आपले कधी
RIVALRYXNR.
येणार
Blitz Esports, they've got 4
Oh,
finishes
bye.
in the name. Dazzler has been lost, but that doesn't matter as such. They will be moving for the bigger picture. But look at the all those commotion happening in the dead center of the circle. Alibaba Raiders, VXT, Likita Esports, IQOOSOUL, so many teams
IQOOSOULने
in
टाकलं
that mix.
फुल टाकलं
IQ सोलने टाकले टीम
Really trying to get in the center
Yeah,
of it,
yeah,
but
yeah.
it's a fight. And hell all
Yes,
out. It is IQOOSOUL winning it.
बोला ना
ए
IQOOSOUL
भाई
टाकलं
बग्गीची स्किन
Unfortunate,
नवीन
all
वाली आहे
of
ना
those teams in the mix of it. Alibaba Raiders
Nah,
also
you
trying to
junior
make it
है.
work, but
Ah,
versatile.
ah.
They were the ones
Versatile.
stuck in the grinder, and all of them wiped
अरे,
out. That's a
त्याच्यामध्ये पण
full-on
effect
team
पण आहे.
wipe, and
हे बघ
early
दुकाटी
elimination
भेंडी
with just a single finish.
बग्गीची
Versatile will
skin
not
असते
be
ना
happy
भाई.
at all. This is not something that they would have wanted,
बस
but they have
अबे.
to be okay with it.
IQOOSOUL
That's a
legit
forced
यो
hand
नवीन आहे
situation.
वाटतं
आई
legit.
where
IQचा
a
नवीन
fight
फोन आला राजा हे
away
बघ.
from Versatile were just about to stabilize themselves, and in this mix as well.
IQ
Maybe Alibaba Raiders had a little bit
Neo
of a
10.
tough tussle. Eggy and Murnox have made it safe. They've smoked all across.
भाई तो
But the last
BMW
person
एडिशनल आहे ना
standing
Alibaba.
तोच
still on
बापा
AUTOBOTZ is
Alibaba
finding
की team
players
मारते
from
हैं.
Blitz. Has dropped
हाँ
two.
अलीबाबाची
That's
Autobots
टीम
Dronza
Alibaba.
down. Can he find the elimination
अपार्टमेंटला
as well?
बोलतो
Can he get that
यास्त्राच्या
finish
अपार्टमेंटला
point?
त्याने
We
मस्त
spoke about the MVP game coming in from his end, and it looks like he's not given up.
boy.
He's like, I'm a solo fragger, and I will still find finishes for my team.
त्याची टीम आहे ना
अरे
ही?
जो
He's a
जॉनी
survivor
सूट
as
आलाय
well.
तर
He's
सगळे
been
जॉनी
one
सूटच
pillar who
घालतात
has
ते
helped
अबो
AUTOBOTZ
हा
अबे लेग
where
में
they
घालता
are
है
right now.
यो जेली है
Main question that arrives.
Dodalचा jelly है.
Lobster is definitely going to get
Dodal
some more
मधला.
couple of knocks, but finally East to wipe. Will be
हाँ,
putting an
याची
end to
team
his
आहे,
run. That's
जेलीची
going to be the
team
end
आहे
of
ही.
AUTOBOTZ
भाई
in the
जेलीची
map of
टीमने
Erangel.
जेलीचा
And
टीआर नाव
literally
ठेवलंय
fought like a real soldier.
हा
But will he
जस्ट रो आहे
get
ना त्याची टीमचं नाव
past the
पहिला
finishing
होता
line?
जस्ट जेली
It would be a tough journey for Alibaba,
TR
for
Gold
AUTOBOTZ
मारते.
in the
TR चा
next
full
couple of
form
matches.
काय
Only
मग?
1 point is what they concede
जस्ट रो
in
आहे
this match, while they've given
माहित
some
नाही असं काय
big heart
ठेवलंय
attacks to the
TR चा
side of
पण
Blitz.
अरे TR आहे ना
Because
आता जस्ट
before that, they have lost Dazzler right now. They
काय
even lost one
ऐकली?
of their players.
नाही
Two of the
जेव
players remaining for the side of Blitz as they
जेव्हा
have to kind of hover around and at least find some sweet spot inside the circle. And this is going to be
नाही
a long journey for them throughout this map of Erangel.
म्या
When you
कुठे
just
आहे
talk
म्या
about so many
म्याला
big
का
names
अजून
have been
बक्षो देईल
decimated out of this
मला
lobby. Alibaba Raiders, they have 3
म्या
finishes.
म्या
We've
झोपला
seen what
काय
happened
म्या
with
मला सांगत
VXT.
होता आज हे करून
We
त्याच
were
काय
discussing just before the match started that Espoir not being in the lineup will definitely affect their gun game, and
बेस्ट
it
काय
feels like
भाई
it is already
डुकाटीची
doing so.
स्किन काय आली आणि
For
काय
me, what
चमकवतायत
felt
लोक
a little different, but before we go there,
हे बघ
VASISTA esports on ONEPLUS
आलीच आहे
Cincinnati kids, a late entrant into
Well,
the circle
Lamborghini.
itself. They were playing at the
Lambar-
adversary
Lambar-
zone,
Lambar.
taking their own
Lambar-
time, and now
Lamborghini.
they've made their entrance. VASISTA esports, they say hello to them. And it is Hector
OnePlus
and
CS,
Zen who are out, but Fury
OnePlus
and
चा
Scary
थोडी आहे.
Jod. This is a
IQOOचा आहे
duo
ना
we've been seeing doing well.
अरे
Can they
इथे वो
perform in
Cincinnati
this
Kids.
first opening game? They've already found one on the sides of
OnePlus ठेवलं
ONEPLUS Cincinnati
Cincinnati
kids.
Kidney
That I'm
OnePlus
trying to figure out if there's a team that I can spot who's close by, who picked a finish on us. But the zone's closed in.
बरं आहे,
There's
यांचं
another
थोबाड
shift that
नाही.
comes in,
आता
and this goes
44
right
remaining
between the
आहे
bridge
भाई.
where True Rippers were holding. Alibaba Raiders, when they crossed that, True Rippers did not cause them a trouble, but
Alibaba
it was that
Raid में-
clash with the team Versatile, IQOOSOUL also being in the
Alibaba
mix.
Alibaba
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 मचावतायत
Raiders
भाई
somehow
मचावतायत
managed to kind
Yeah.
of survive, but still ended up losing the players. They're still at the edge of the circle,
अजून झोन नाही
along
पकडलाय
with
तो.
even money makers, but
आणि
at the
आता
dead
bridge
center
वर आहे,
of it, at the
यासनाच्या.
bridge, is True Rippers, and right now making a move is Rising Inferno
Petrol pump
Esports.
hold केला
Clashing
तर
that
बादशाह काम होईल.
angle
Medal
is
ने
also going
petrol
to be
pump
learned
पकडला.
from pass. This could be
petrol
a
pump
tussle
पकडला तर
which
बादशाह
True
काम
Rippers might take an advantage on, and there it is, the
आरामात.
opening on Go 10.
This has to be the golden
मागचा
opportunity.
पेट्रोल
True
पंप
Rippers,
पण आहे यासना ब्रिज
if
क्रॉस केल्यानंतर
it isn't right now, I don't know where it's going to
इथे पण
start
आहे ना
out
जागा?
because they need to find those
पण आहे.
finishes. They have a
हा.
big third
दोन
party
जागा आहे.
opportunity while you
बाकी
do see
सगळा
Gordon
झोन
picked
ओपन
off
आहे
and confirmed it's going to be
सगळा
Popo
झोन
coming up
ओपन
from
आहे भाई.
afar for Miracle
हे
Esports. They're
वाईल्ड
also coming
फँग
up from
घेते
the
स्पाइट
northeastern
घेते
side.
बाहेर
Alongside there will be Wild Fangs to deal with. We're talking about these situations.
आया,
Alibaba
आया,
Raiders,
आया.
they had one plus
ए,
Cincinnati
ही
kids
shotgun
as
घेतली मी
uninvited
राजा आज
guests, and they
सकाळी.
have welcomed them in a
ए,
really
नेट
proper fashion. Eventually, one plus
वाचला.
Cincinnati
त्या
kids
गाड्या
will be
बघ
हा,
आजच्या
जो-
गावात
0 points for
गाड्या बघ.
themselves. Alibaba Raiders is
Smoke.
surviving on one last player.
आपल्या
आता हे
तिथं-
पूर्ण सर्वायवल केलेलं
for his
पूर्ण
team, and
सर्वायवल
right now he
केलेलं
needs to give a
आमो.
quick revival on Murnox.
एक
ते
नॉक आहे
निघाले
ना
सात.
Ready as you do
आज-
see IQOOSOUL
आज
chiming in and
निघाल-
trying to figure out where
आला.
are the
नाही नाही नाही
नकुल
ए,
नकुल नकुल
अरे त्याला माहिती पण नाही
Nakul
पडला
always
अरे
there
त्याच्या
to
समोर
close it
बंदा होता
and get his team on
अरे
top. 3
smoke मध्ये
finishes,
मारला.
but he is in a little bit of a
Smoke
tussle.
मध्ये
Another
मारला.
team trying to make their move is True
हा,
Rippers
तो
and
smoke
kill
मध्ये
him
आला
out.
तरी
He
बघितला
did
पण
get
नाही.
closer,
अरे हो
take a
आणि
shot of
फुट
couples, and
पण
then
नाही
just
आला
back out.
त्याला.
On the other end, learn from pass. They're putting down the players
आता
from
माहित
God's
काय
Reign, along with the
Revive
last
देतो तर
player
मग शांत
Eggy
बसला
also
असेल.
making his way out. And
ते
as we
गाड्या
spoke
आणि
about it,
रिवाय
Alibaba
मी काय
Raiders, that
बोलतो
was the
रिवाय
last.
देतो
Learn from pass. Now
रिवायचा मुवमेंट येतो ना ब्रो
completely putting the players down from
त्याला
GD.
गाड्या
नाही.
बघ
That
आपण
is
तर
a
आपले
big,
लायकी नाही
big
अशा गाड्या
opening for
बघायची
them. Learn from past as well as
आपल्याला
Rising
चोरून
Inferno.
न्यायला
We
लागेल.
spoke
जण
about it.
बसतात.
It could
आपण
be
या अशा गाड्या
a
चोरून
fight
ठेवू
that they
तिकडनं.
would
हे थांब
maybe
बाई,
pick an
घेऊन जाऊ दे.
advantage on,
बघ
but
बेडी
it was not a fight between them and Rising Inferno
हे
Esports. It
काय
was
करतोय
learn from
Fred
past
Ward?
as well
आजची
as
व्हायची
God's
idea
Reign,
लागेल
and God's Reign did not make
Yeah.
even a single move of an advantage. While FANGS
काय
on the other
करतोय
end, we
आता?
spoke about them
काय?
having a fight with 4 Miracle, and it seems
याशी का
like somehow
करतोय
they
Wild
turned
Fang?
that tides in
फाईट सोड ते मगाशी
their
काय
favor,
माहिती
and
काय
they are with 4
अरे.
एकदमच्या
finishes.
बाहेर एकदम
सोड झाला
Interesting to see how teams are adapting, rotating quickly. They're constantly on a move. But Wild Fangs, the entry for them,
एवढी
it's going to be
फाटले
really
झोनच्या
problematic.
आतमध्ये जायला
ए भाई
So many teams that
Ah.
they need to breach through in order to enter towards their designated spot. But IQOOSOUL, they've been
Soul ने
really,
आज
really cheeky in terms of
full
finding
परत
finishes. But
join
right
केला
now
ना?
they have VASISTA Esports around the corner.
Ah,
Not sure
ah,
that they're going to let
Boogie.
them go away like that. The shot's being fired. Fury has dropped down to a very low HP.
भाई आता
Knuckle,
तगडी स्कॉट झाली
He's been popping off really
Ugly.
well.
मी
late.
बोललो
He has
सगळीच
Goblins.
जण
Goblins.
Trying to
प्रॅक्टिस
give a
पण
second
करतायत
chance.
कोण
Fury has been
कधी
knocked
वरती
down.
येणार
Goblins on a
सांगता
very low
येणार
HP, but
नाही
there will be scary shots to come into the
आईच्या
picture.
गावात
मारला.
याने तर
He ends
जोरच
the run.
घातले
That's gonna be the end
आणि
of
इथं गाड्या बघ
VASISTA
किती आहेत
esports as
जमा.
well. 6 finishes in
ए
the name
हा
of
वरचा
IQOOSOUL
घर
as they
आहे
have
पेट्रोल
another
पंपच्या.
problem to deal with
पहिला
in
गाड्या
the
बघ.
name of Moneymakers.
पेट्रोल पंपच्या वरचा
From
घर
the
आहे.
very start, True Rippers,
Petrol
another
खाली.
circle shift, and they're the
हा,
ones who are on the
left,
edge of the
right ला, left ला,
circle.
left ला.
IQOOSOUL, they've been clearing
Left ला,
this
right ला,
western
right
edge
ला.
at all times. And it is still working out in their favor. A nice nade.
ही गाडी
पाहिला.
कधी
Shot
आली
is
रे?
coming
पाहिला.
in here from
Goblin
Moneymakers,
ला पाहिला.
but it seems like
अरे
IQOOSOUL,
भागतात आहे.
they've used up a lot of their resources.
अरे,
They don't want to give away another fight. They're
coverच
moving
नाही
towards the
bro,
southern edge of
एकच
the
cover
circle.
आहे
On
तो
the other hand,
घरांचा.
IQOO 8-bit, they're putting an end to the run
पल्ला,
of
पल्ला,
Blitz.
पल्ला.
6 finishes is all
Legend
Blitz
कोण आहे
got,
मला
but they
समजत
did
नाही.
make it to the top 8, so they have one single placement position point that they will be able to get something to be okay with.
ए
Very
remaining
difficult.
remaining बघ किती आहे
It is
23.
Moneymakers now. Big nades.
लिखित आहे
Trying to
sports.
fight with learn from
सात
past. This
team
is
आहेत,
still
सात.
going on outside the circle at
Team
the
सात
edge of
बाकी
it.
आहेत.
Trace God, one of the last men
ए,
surviving.
मारूंगा,
He is
मारूंगा,
taking up a
मारूंगा.
fight with IQOO
IQOO
8-bit, and it seems like he's converted on
8-bit
OS.
TR
And they did try to put a
MMI.
stop to it, and Pineapple successful in it.
आईला एवढ्या टीम बाकी आहेत.
Long journey
Really?
with Wild Fangs. They will end up with 4
Wild
finishes.
Fangs
At least
really.
they finished
Help
in
me.
this top 7 spot. But Psylope, look at him. He's way too cheeky. He's been
सात
very
team बाकी
close.
आहेत, सात
Pukar's
team
got a
बाकी
big
आहेत.
responsibility on his
Petrol
shoulder. He
pump
needs
ची
to get
fight
this
भाई,
1v1
petrol
sorted
pump
out. But Clutch God, he will be there in the mix. He can be there.
Good way
One
to win.
big surprise for the likes of Psylope to come into the picture. The shots will be
Oh, भाई.
fired. Switches to the FPP mode.
ओ भाई
Surviving,
साहब,
he connects the shot.
खतरनाक
One
शॉट दिला त्याला.
shot and the player is down alongside Clutch God.
Direct
Multi
knock.
Holding
change
on to
दिले.
the horns and locking the horns against the
अरे
Money
यांचे
Makers.
चारही remaining आहे,
He will
एकच
be
खाल्लाय.
decimated
आईच्या
in a blink
गावात.
of an eye as Moneymakers. The aggression is still on point and the positioning is just too good.
ए,
With all
पेटी
coming
बघ,
into the mix,
बग्गी
they have got
मध्ये
6
पेटी.
finishes in their name, but right now IQOOSOUL
लिखित आहे
will be
sports
looking forward to
यांनी
find
पण
some finishes
केलेली
in
आहे.
this situation as well.
पाच
It is going to be a
Mola.
problem right now. A quick
Fast
move
team
has to
राहिलेत.
be done from Moneymakers because True Rippers, they heard
Zone
this
बघ,
chaos. Along
petrol
with them, it's
pump
been
चा
also
हे झाला.
IQOOSOUL. We spoke about IQOO 8-bit, 3 finishes in total, 2
वरचा
on
petrol pump ला
Pineapple.
zone लागला.
Mafia did knock a player on Rising Inferno Esports, and Thunder is making a move to see if he
सेवरने
finds
वाला
a little
रनिंग
more.
वाला पेट्रोल
Mafia
पंप ला
trying to
zone
quickly
लागलाय.
cross the bridge, trying to make at the edge of the circle.
Amani
Should be
गाडी
good,
को कुठे
but a
टाकली?
counter nade, big damage, splash of it. Jatin cooking another one. 2 of the players are
गेला.
lined up. This could be a
ओय
knock.
भाई.
Again,
लागलाय,
lots
damage
of
लागलाय
fast
पण
damage,
नेटचा.
but with this, the zone is now going to cause a lot of trouble. We
हिला
spoke
काय
about
zone
Moneymakers
लागलाय
and
बघ.
IQOOSOUL, and it seems like an exchange and a clash, but eventually
Don't
it is going to
believe
be a
him.
put down and a shutdown, and
Gelipad,
again, it is
Gelipad.
thanks to Knuckle who saves the team.
A team playing without an IGL. Mania is not
Akka-
in the
akka
playing
game
for and
Nakulwar
without
আছে.
an IGL. 8
अच्छा.
finishes already acquired. IQOOSOUL, they want to go all ham in, but look at
IQOO
this.
leader.
He's
IQOOSOUL
being
पूर्ण
chased
team
down
आहे
by
bro.
these 3
तीन
big
team राहिल्यात.
bullies of True Rippers. Ninze, Kyulama
ती बघ,
in a
अख्खी
mix
team
while
पाठी पडली आहे
Legend
त्याच्यात
is in a
आपल्या.
good position. He will be looking forward to end of the circle.
किती kill
True
झालेले?
Rippers,
7 kill
this
झालेत
should
ना
be
त्याचे?
their game. There should not be any mistakes.
पाडला,
While Knuckle
पाडला,
Oh, भाई,
goes
भाई, भाई,
completely as jelly. He finds him down. That's
Turn
going to be a
tackle.
big opening.
आईला,
Gets
आई बग्गी
IQOOSOul
वाले.
and he has a big
बग्गी वाले
kill
आले
for
आणि
Legend.
मारला.
What a beautiful spray connects
बग्गी
it on
वाल्याने
Jelly.
running मध्ये
That's
मारला.
a
ते बघ.
breather for himself.
तो
While
बघ.
Miramar comes up from
ओ
behind.
भाई,
He
भाई.
second one. Legend, you are just a
ओ
beautiful
भाई,
player out there. Jelly
आईच्या
is
गावात
on one as
दोन्ही
well.
पण knock.
IQOOSOUL fighting against the odds, and
आईची
this one
कटकट.
player
काय
is
knock
just
केलेत भाई
turning
दोन्ही
the
पण.
tides.
बग्गी
It
और
is almost to
सिक्स
be a
Bhai,
1v4
tumhara
last
wait
man
kar.
standing from True Rippers
भाई,
is
काय
Ninze.
control
He
होता
can't
भाई.
believe the
Kill
sights that's been set from Legend.
Kill
On
छोड़
the
दिया
other hand,
भाई,
Thunder
काय
is wondering
मारला
what
है.
just happened here. There were 4 players chasing
खतरनाक
2
मारला.
players
भाई,
from another
one-
different team.
one
And it
with
is Legend standing.
3
Ninze
आहे आणि
trying to
2
cut
team
some time right now. And IQOO
हा,
8-bit,
तीन
they
team आहे.
know
तीन
they
team
have the
मध्ये तो
numbers.
एकटा आणि
Mafia
एकट्याने
and
मगाशी 2
Pineapple
मारले.
helping out Thunder
भाई,
in this
not
mix.
bad,
And
bro.
they have the circle. Unfortunate
दिसला
for
त्यांना.
Ninze and True Rippers and Jelly himself. And now with the
Net वर
position being
टाकलेले लोकं,
compromised
net
because of
वर.
the smokes,
नाही, नाही,
nades being
net वाचला.
dropped close by encounters, it could be problem for Ninze.
नाही,
They
आता-
could
आता
be
फसला,
able to
आता
spot
फसला,
that player
आता
out.
फसला.
Thunder
आता फसला.
might just be able to spot him, and he successfully does. Big damage on Ninze, and that
Damage
shows the
तर
close.
दिला
That's
आहे.
enough to give the
दोन
information.
खाणार आहे.
Thunder
last
has to
zone.
get back into the circle. But while all of this is happening,
काय रे,
Legend,
वरचा
he's
मेला?
composing himself
नाही,
like
वरचा
Rose.
कुठे बाकी आहे ना?
He is
बाकी
looking
आहे
for a
दोन
big
वरचा.
play,
तो
but the
आपला हा
1v3
होता ना,
that he pulled
IQOO
off
Soul
against True
कुठला आहे,
Rippers was
कुठला आहे?
literally
IQOO.
phenomenal. But can he do it again?
हे बघ ना मिक्स
Things
खेळतात
like
आहे.
this
अरे,
doesn't
mix
happen
आहे.
all the
एक
time, but
IQ चा आहे,
eventually
medal
Legend
चा आहे.
is built different. This man
बघ,
has got a big story to tell. And IQOO 8-bit Is it gonna be
Good on
another
Jala,
round?
Thopla.
Bhai
On his
sahab.
switches, the
Oh, bhai
CDK gets a
sahab.
hefty amount of
Vasla,
damage on
Vasla.
Thunder as well. Pineapple is
no.
surviving.
Khatarnak.
Comes some of the finishes, but it's gonna be a tough job, but Thunder gets
one
taken
with
down.
1v3,
Legend!
1v3.
Against the odds, he's gonna 1v1 to cover up. He needs to heal himself up.
1v3 झाला.
He's cooking it up. He
Molly.
wants it to make a good connection. The Molotov being
Oh,
tossed up,
bhai.
but Pineapple gets
Oh,
empty. What a
bhai
time
sahab.
was right on the
Molly
point.
लागली भाई.
Molotov was just too
Oh,
early to
bhai,
end
bhai,
the
bhai,
run
bhai,
of
bhai.
Legends as IQOO 8-bit. They will be walking
मॉली
away
लागली
with
रे
this
त्याला.
ticket, but
मॉली नसती
Legend,
लागली तर
he
त्याचाच किल
almost
होता.
had
बरोबर
the
नेड
game.
होता.
बाप
He
Molly
missed
lagi.
out on a lot of finishes,
Utare
Necros,
saab.
but the
Bhai
way he
saab,
pulled
क्या
off
खेळलाय
all
तो.
those 1v3s,
नुसता बगीची सीट.
Legit नाही.
I don't know what to say. This
खेळलाय
is
तो.
not just his
अरे,
announcement. This was his
फक्त ते Molly
entry.
नसती लागला ना.
This is a BGM
Band
that
होता
needs to be
है.
played when anybody is speaking about
त्यांनी
IQOOSOUL's
स्विच काय केला
legend.
माहितीये का? खालती
3
स्विच केला.
times on
खालती
one
switch
team.
केला. वर
If he
switch
had an
असताना
opportunity, if Ninja
तो
did not
timing
run
घेतला
away,
ना,
it would have been
खालतून
a
वरती
full
केल्यावर
team wipe
timing
that he would
परत
have
change
managed.
होतो.
He is on
Some
another
teamचे नाव
level.
आहेत
He
आता.
is
Team Venom,
unchained now.
Team
I feel like
IQOOSOUL,
while his name
God's
was
Brain,
under
BLITZ
a spell where nobody had
IQOO,
revealed it, just as
Orangutan,
Goku, he
Liquid
आता
was
मी
IQOO,
not
काय
showing his
बोलतो,
full
आता
Forever
इरेंगल
potential.
झाला ना,
But as
next
soon as
match-
their announcement was made, and now he plays this first game.
Next map वेगळा आहे.
Hey,
अरे
who
पण काय
is this
मारला
guy?
भाई,
IQOOSOUL
बग्गीवाल्याला
have
भाई,
gotten
मारला भाई.
there.
काय मारला भाई.
Big
पहिलाच
assaulted for
disqualify झाली वाटतं.
themselves.
हा
He
पण
could
अरे
have
फर्स्ट
been
डे
a
आहे ना,
chicken dinner
यायचं
at
नाही.
the right start. One person,
हा, आहे, ते
one
काय?
player
ते
who
नाव
could have
लिहिलंय
pulled
का?
it all off. But again, kudos to
लिहिलंय
the
ना.
पहिल्या
team
ह्याच्यात
of IQOO 8-bit. They
कसं काय?
composed themselves. Otherwise, this could have been a chicken
ओ
dinner. that
भाई
they
पहिलाच
would
पण
have
लिहिलं
lost.
काय
वाटतं.
मारला भाई.
The one-
पप्पत बग्गीने त्याने
what I feel
त्याचे
like
किती
Legend,
किल
he
झालेले.
was,
काय
a
मारला भाई
little
बग्गीने.
hesitant in terms of like he did not have a
Next
lot
अख्खा
of
game
level.
तोच खेळत
fight
होता असं
against
वाटतं.
Pineapple.
हा,
Just
एकटाच,
imagine
one
that
side,
Legend
one
had
side game.
HP. He wouldn't even have waited to cook
वन
a
साइड
nade.
गेमर भाई,
And
वन
a
साइड
good
गेमर.
decision by Pineapple as well. It was a really good
आता एक match,
instant
दुसरी match
decision
चालवायला
coming in his
अर्धा
mind
तास
that yes, I
लागेल.
need to put one Molotov. He has got just one small rock cover to play along with.
बाप रे
Doesn't have
बाप.
like
काय
anything
खेळला
else
भाई,
left.
मानला त्याला.
But with this Red
तो
Bull
मॉली
replay,
नसती ना
we
त्याची
can
भाई
live
आणि
अरे ती
जेने पहिला
मॉली
फुटला
लागली
असताना
म्हणून तो
easy.
लागला. हे
not
बघ
something
भेंडी हे
that we
बघ
can tie
एक.
this. He's got one.
दोन
he gets the
मारलेले
second,
याच्यामध्ये त्याने
even
रनने.
again. He comes up, he finds the third one, but the main fact is
हा
one of his
बघ.
finish got
आणि मर्तीचा
got stolen
kill
away
पण
by
चोरी झाला.
Pineapple. That's why Legend only has two finishes
आईच्या
in his
गावात
game. And
काय
after that,
खतरनाक मारला
this
भाई.
बघ.
play, the way he was switching the seats and giving
हा बघ,
damage and
हा
Legend.
पण भारी मारलेला आहे. बघ हे बघ हे
Oh,
बघ.
man.
आईला काय
Exceptional.
मारलेला त्यांनी.
Mr.
पाडला
Pineapple
direct.
shine
Dippu
again,
Madhvi,
saving
hi,
this for the
Tejas
team.
Dada,
It was so close. Nice Molly being dropped. Look at that nade. It did
बोलता
find
हो.
its
Yes,
connection.
bro,
If that
Dip.
Molly was not put in place, I think it could have been an opportunity for
ये
Legend to
Discord
turn
वर,
things around. As
Instagram
we
वर
speculated,
हायकर
we spoke about
Discord
it.
ची link
This was
देता.
such a close game. I did not expect this to happen. Brilliantly played
आईची
from IQOO
कटकट.
8-bit.
ये
They were
Discord
controlling
वर.
the edges. They held off on the
याची
side
link
rising
पाठवतो
Inferno
Insta
esports, who tried
हायकर.
to make it across
Insta
the
ला
bridge,
WhatsApp ला
put them
हायकर.
all down, then they tried to make their way into the circle. They spotted a couple of players
Dippu
from
भाई,
True
ये.
Rippers. But I think a move from
गावा
True
येशील
Rippers, who
आमचं.
had the circle from the very get-go,
गावाचं ना
right?
मग.
They thought we have few finishes. We should try to make a jump for
दरवाजा
those
काला
finishes
चालू
when there's a
केलाय.
third-party opportunity. And they did try for it, right? As soon as IQOOSOUL were about to
चालू
sandwich the
जातो भाई.
sides of moneymakers, even True Rippers
चालू
made
आहे
a
तेव्हा
move over
message
there.
कर, दुसरी match चालू आहे तेव्हा
Got
message कर.
exchanged, but once they made that move, right, they
अबे
themselves
अर्धा
were
तास
out of the
जातो.
circle and they couldn't
नाही रे.
get their
मगाशी
mark
फक्त
done.
20
They
10
still
मिनिटं
had
झाली,
their
10
four
मिनिटं
players
लगेच
who they could have used and made
पहिली
काय
match
मारला
होती
भाई.
जेवणची.
for themselves.
मारला
But I
बेटा.
think Legit was
आणला
the
भाई.
wrench in their works. He changed that game within the blink of an eye, and I'm pretty sure the players
भाई, end
and
moment
Jelly
ला भाई,
himself
त्यांनी काय घेतलंय
wondering
cover.
what just happened over there.
अख्खा game
First he
पलटला
changed the
यार.
seat. I was like, okay, nice knock on
हे
Jelly.
तुम्हाला
to
message
keep
टाक
going.
झाल्यावर.
But after
हा,
that,
हा.
he kept doing, and
WhatsApp ला
players
Insta
from
ला.
True Rippers kept
कुठे पण टाक
falling
रे
for that.
बंजल.
They
चालेल.
just started one after another. That's the highlight. Irrespective that IQOO 8-bit have the chicken dinner here, the limelight, the spotlight, all of that has been stolen from Legit himself. We were speaking about Knuckle, the savior, the Batman for IQOOSOUL. There's another one in this
Oh,
mix.
yeah.
This
Insta ला
man
आता
could be the
WhatsApp ला
Superman.
ऐकर.
This is the two
Discord ची
big
link
gems
देता हूँ.
of the superhero
Time
universe
pass करेन,
who might
यानच
have stepped into
बडबडाचा.
IQOOSOUL.
So the major factor is
भाई,
that Goblin
पहिली
has got
match
four
काय
finishes, Knuckle has
खेळलाय
got
भाई.
four finishes, but Legend has two.
जराकसाठी
In spite of,
वाचला
like,
भाई.
It could have been like a 6
मारला
to
असता
7 finishes
तेजस.
all for himself, while 7 finishes has
त्याने
been conceded.
मौले
been
मुले
taken
हा अरे
by
यार मौले
Mr.
लागले
Pineapple.
त्याला.
All credits to his side, but you know what? We will be
मौली
breaking
पण
down
कशी
this
लागली
match
माहितीये
more
का
with all the
त्यांनी
stats and
बरोबर
all
नेट
the
पिन
data
केलेला
right to the
फक्त
shot.
नेट त्यांनी लो मध्ये होता तर तो लो वरून अप केला ना तेव्हा टायमिंग घेतला त्यांनी. लो वरून अप केल्यावर 3 सेकंद अजून वाढतात, परत 10 पासून चालू होतात. 10 बोलते 5 पासून, 5 का 7 आहे ते. खालून वरती पिन केला ना मग लेट झाला अजून. भारी केलेला त्यांनी भाई. त्याचे एकट्याचेच असतील 7-10 किल असतील. खतरनाक मारला पण त्यांनी, ऐकला ना त्यांनी. दंग दडंग दंग. दीपू ये डिस्कॉर्ड बिस्कॉर्ड ऐका ना तू. डिस्कॉर्ड डाउनलोड कर. तन दडन दन तन ताड तन दडन दन दडन दन. आता ऍड लागली तोपर्यंत किटकिट, ऍडची किटकिट एवढंच. हे बघ डिस्कॉर्ड, नाही डिस्कॉर्ड टाईप, इन्स्टा टाईप केला तरी तुला इन्स्टाची लिंक येईल बघ. त्याच्याशी तुझ्याकडे आयडी नसेल तर ये. माझ्याकडे वाटतं तुला आयडी हासल, तुझ्याकडे आयडी नसतं असं होणार नाही. रा 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 रा. टक 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 टक. ही ऍड बघायला मला आता कट्टाला कवर राहील माहितीये का, जाऊन होईल माझा ऍड. एकदा मॅच रनिंग झाली ना मग बघायला मजा येईल. ऑल एवेंजर्स वेलकम टू द स्ट्रीम ब्रो. थोड़ी देर रुको, एडवर्टाइजमेंट खत्म हो जाएगा ब्रो. तक 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 तक. भाई आप रहना चाहिए था ऑल एवेंजर्स भाई. यार क्या मैच हुआ था, एंड में किल क्या लिया भाई ने. तंगड़ा दुखने लगा तंगड़ा. हॅलो 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 दीपू ये डिस्कॉर्ड वर पाठवली मग लिंक.
It's been a phenomenal big game that we just witnessed, and we are still unable to believe what we
केला
just saw.
केला
This
यांनी
is the
नाश्ता केला
IQOO
वाटतं.
10th
नाश्ता केला करून
Skyesports
राहिले.
Championship
आवाज
2025
बदलला
presented by
व्हायचा.
AMD associate partners WD Black and Gigabyte energy drink partner Red Bull
हॉट
Partner with
पुसलं
me
हॉट
is
पुसलं.
Arka. And Arka, I want you to make 2 cents of what you just saw.
I would say that Legend did the unbeatable, the unthinkable, because it's not easy for you to take down 3 players sitting behind a vehicle, and every single time there's a momentum. Now, the best part is when you have a shotgun in your hand, you can't trace it out. Like a shotgun is a close range one, so if you're in a mid range, you can't fire it before the player to connect the shot when he's moving. So that becomes a problem. Now, Legend has cracked this code. So what did he do? He started changing the seat because more than the legs in the vehicle, you're moving a bit faster, but you can pull your crosshairs faster, and that's what he did. He landed those shots perfectly and made sure that he makes a statement over here. The meta can still be changed, even though the shotgun meta is going on.
But what you guys could change is get your energy through to put up a performance like what Legend did. And for that, you need your Red Bull. So quickly go grab a Red Bull for yourself. I've been, after witnessing that fight, now I'm like, I think it's going to be tough with just a single can if Legend keeps doing that all in the next 5 games. But hey, yes, I think the finishes that did get missed out, and also I think you have to give credits where it's due to IQOO 8-bit with Mr. Pineapple holding his ground, right? If he made a mistake over there, that could have been a chicken dinner slip just like this. True Rippers had their opportunity, and where do you think True Rippers made that slip up, Arka?
Now, I feel the split did backfire to them. You know, even though there was a split, there was no crossfire. One player is trying to take down
दीपू
the rest of the
बघतास
team.
का
There's
चॅट
no
वर हाय कर
crossfire
बघू.
coming whatsoever. So such things were taking place. But before that, we'll be looking at the star of the match. Going all out is going to be Cheyenne, the new youngster who got my eyes on him. And he also got the final elimination as well. He's got 7 finishes. He's replicated this.
या
not
बरं
once,
या
not
लोकच
twice, but
बोलत
this is the
बसतात.
third
आपल्याला
time
बघता
I'm
काय
seeing Cheyenne
बकचोदी
doing so.
करायची.
And let me remind you one more thing, Sam. Cheyenne has got in 24 games, what he's got around 40 finishes or 45 finishes, which is phenomenal for a youngster like him.
Yeah, I think always, like we were speaking about Hector and the lineup that he has right now, it's similar to what Oasis is right now cooking up. This brew of Mr. Pineapple, Mafia being there is very interesting. Cheyenne is that now savior that we just blow that he had to deliver to Legit, and with that 7 finishes he has, and right at the start he is, because of the highest number of finishes, #1 in the MVP overall, but we will see if that is going to stand towards the end of time. But now with the map 1 standings, it is IQOO 8-bit with 19 total finishes, but IQOOSOUL were not far behind. If they did get a chicken dinner over there, they could have been 20 or plus with getting the finishes on IQOO 8-bit, maybe even the players of True Rippers. I think Moneymakers tried their best to turn things around, Arka, because after fighting off with Learn From Past, it was a sandwich situation. They tried to make the best out of it, but True Rippers and IQOOSOUL fighting and firing on both the angles, they maybe were able to find 1 or 2, but after that it was a wipe on them. True Rippers could have been a better show. Blitz, I think, easy to wipe. A couple of savior nades coming in from his end, but an early unfortunate elimination. Even after LEFP were able to find a couple of finishes on a team, as you can see, 4 got wiped out on their push with Moneymakers.
Now we have to think about the disappointments. We have to speak about the disappointments. I know that these are the teams who tend to go for a slow start. That's got to be GDR, CK, we have got VASISTA, we have got 4Miracle, we have got VXT, all big names falling out at the end of the table. But nothing given away for the teams in between. They did try to do their best, but the team trying to go in for more finish points is still being rewarded in this tournament.
गावाला घेऊ बरोबर.
Now, I think start that ONEPLUS, God's Reign and ONEPLUS Cincinnati kids were not ready for. We spoke about at least Cincinnati kids, right? From their upper bracket performance, they've been very consistent. Now, to start things off,
सगळे
on
fight
nothing is a
यासनाच्या
surprise, yes, but we know they have that opportunity to do better in the upcoming game. Now, this is going to be Miramar. we spoke about this, right? Yes, top 8 teams we saw from
जॉईन
upper
कसं
bracket,
करायचं
top
काय
8
येतं
from the
ऑप्शन काय
LCQ.
येतं तुला
It's the
जॉईन
mix of the
करायचे
best 16
डायरेक्ट
teams that
लिंक
we
वर
saw
क्लिक
here
कर
in the
ना
championship in
आता
the entire run.
लिंक वर
But
क्लिक
it's the
केलं
first
तुला
time that they're
जॉईनिंगचं
playing here
डिस्कॉर्ड
under
जॉईन
a
करून
new
पहिला तू
format
लॉग इन
of
कर
the
तुझा
grand
डिस्कॉर्ड
finals. So it's like them trying to mix and match and
डिस्कॉर्ड
understand the
पहिला
opponents, but
जॉईन
on top of
कर
it also trying to
लॉग इन
secure
कर तुझे
Sky Search points if
मेल आयडी
possible.
शी
Now
मग
this
माझ्या
is
लिंक
all
वर
about
क्लिक कर
clutch
डायरेक्ट
point, and that's
जॉईनिंगचं
the
ऑप्शन
best
येईल
part.
मग जॉईनिंग हो ना
It's not
त्याच्यात
like
मी
you're
लॉबिन
not
चाव
going to walk away empty-handed. You're just going to walk
Ah,
away with
आला
a
आला
little
वाटतं
bit of a disadvantage getting into the grand finals. But there's a big number for you to catch up. It's not a small number. 125 points
Yes,
and plus
bro.
is what you would want for
येतोय आवाज
yourself to
येतोय
activate,
हेडफोन
the
बिडफोन घाल
championship
आता
mode. But
बाई.
still,
जाम
for
आवाज
now,
आहे.
I would like to keep things simple because those teams who have not done great in the map of Erangel, they'll be looking out for redemption. And that's going to be happening in the map of Miramar.
Now with Miramar upcoming, it is also going to be IQOO Neo 10
Miramar
that you
लागणार
can
आता.
check out to perform as better as what Legend just did now, because it is the segment's fastest smartphone that you'll be seeing with Snapdragon 8S Gen 4 processor and the esports level gaming with 144 FPS. And I spoke about it. You do not have to be worried about battery at all, because that's a whooping 7000 mAh battery, which is going to be launching on 26th May 2025. But for now, as you wait for the launch, you can see if you have an opportunity to
YouTube वर
grab
चालू ठेव
and win 5
आणि
lakhs all by
डिस्कॉर्ड
just searching on
युट्यूबचा
Google
माईक
at
म्यूट
IQOO
कर आणि
Neo 10,
डिस्कॉर्ड वर
and you
चालू
should be
ठेव
spinning the wheel.
गेल
You
बघ
might
तुला
stand a
क्लिअर
chance
आता
and
तुला
get
जाम
yourself
इको होईल
the
वाकडे
segment's fastest smartphone, or at least win up to 5 lakhs. So do check it out, because I'm pretty sure once this is out, everybody is going to be trying to get your hands on. And I did have an opportunity yesterday when the Sky Talks were going on, Arka. Grab that device. It is fluid. It is something that I'm pretty sure our viewers and the upcoming players we speak about, our underdogs, undergods, they would want to get their hands on to put their best foot forward. Now, best foot forward, when we speak about this, I think even
बकचोदी
AUTOBOTZ,
करताना यार.
you have to
Opel
give
मला
credits to them,
याच्यावर.
irrespective that Arib started off. Even Lobster ended up finding 2 finishes before
Yeah.
he went down to easy to wipe on Blitz. So I think undergods are doing just to start things off here on grand finals.
Absolutely. Now I'm waiting to see. There are a few rosters who are playing the Sky Championship as their last tournament which they're playing for as well. So before we speak more, before we tell to see an angle of what the rumors have to tell us, we'll right now jump back to what's happening in the map of Erangel. You did speak about AUTOBOTZ, you did speak about 4 Miracles, but somewhere I feel when we speak about these teams, we also have to keep in mind that they have the most success rate in the map of Miramar. So they might be
Yes.
concentrating on trying to achieve more points over there rather than trying to think of the failures which they faced in the map of Erangel. But speaking about Erangel, 8-bit's position, 8-bit's domination so far shows that OAS and Ash have come down to business.
Yeah, I think this was necessary. We were talking about this. Oasis has always been looking to be at his best form. Now,
Yeah.
we know he's been one of the finest that we could have expected in this circuit. And yes, he did see a little bit of an off time, but now that he's back, found Mafia and Cheyenne, it's working out really good. Ash always with him. This is the lineup that they would have wanted. Now, how it converts, how it fares down the line in our 18 matches which start from day 2, or is it going to be fewer than that they activate the champ rule? But I think main right is now for IQOO 8-bit is making sure that they do not undergo what happened on the LCQ, right? They had a good start around day 3, and once we expected, okay, this is going to work out really well for them,
चालू आहे
they
ना?
instantly have a fall on day 4, especially when they shouldn't have. And it got a little bit dicey if not for their savior again, Cheyenne, coming towards the end and securing position points for them.
I mean, Cheyenne, a new youngster, and I'm for sure that as soon as Sky Championship done or the upcoming 2-3 tournaments is done, he's going to be a man in demand. Everybody would want to have him on their team, but this is not the first time I'm seeing somebody like OAS or Ash bring in new talents. They search for them. They look out amongst the rubbles to get the best of the diamonds, bring them out here in the battlefield, make sure that they shine. It's not like they do not allow them to shine. They will allow them to shine. And once they understand this player is ready, they give them that space, and after which they come in to show their true colors. So hopefully we'll be able to see 8-bit replicate the same. A bit of a disappointment for the team of True Rippers, as you correctly pointed out at the beginning of the conversation, where 4 players for such a long time, Jelly, after cracking the code of how to hold the center of the circle, did fail to somehow set up a crossfire. I do believe they were a little bit defensive. Probably if they're going a little aggro, taken advantage of those fights which were taking place on the other side of the map, probably they would have had better control of the center of the circle and they could have executed some really good finishes.
Now, on the contrary, a team who wanted the center of the circle, there were two names, Versatile as well as Alibaba Raiders.
Yeah.
Both of them tried to step in. Versatile being the first, there was smackdown,
Well
put
played,
down,
Udo.
and one after another. Players
Oi,
who
light
even
band
tried
kala
to
keli?
counter the fights, retaliate the bullets that were coming through was
Pivli
not
light
enough.
la.
They got stuck in the compound. Same happened for Alibaba Raiders, but they did survive, pick a couple for their name before going down, and that was Knuckle to seal that deal and close that off in terms of the compound. So these two teams, yes, with us expecting a lot on Versatile's end with firepower, and on the other end even Alibaba Raiders with firepower, of how they executed in LCQ, that was phenomenal. They held the top spot, but to start things off, I think a lot of disappointments have happened, whether it be teams with fan favorites, with teams with big names, with big players, and even in terms of the end fights, even if they made it till there, the execution level somewhere missed out in getting a really good chicken dinner. I would say the same thing for IQOO 8-bit. Now, this fight with IQOO 8-bit and IQOOSOUL has been happening in LCQ quite often. We've been seeing this is happening here as well in the grand finals as we start, and it comes down to that fight itself to decide the chicken dinner. And I think so far of how the stats between the verses, if we check, right, Arka, between IQOOSOUL and IQOO 8-bit, it is 8-bit who have had better victories compared to Soul. So let's see if this changes. At least in the start of the grand finals, it hasn't.
I mean, I think we're speaking way too early. Because let's break the ice, man. Legend is turning out to be a legend altogether. The way they showcase that talent. Now we all know that, you know, IQOOSOUL would want this player to survive until the very end, so that he can do the same kind of, you know, ruckus which he created in the lobby. Nevertheless, the map of Miramar is what is going to be coming up next. Before we head in over there, Sam, I've always put my co-casters in a very peculiar situation, and you are also going to be rewarded with the same. Which team do you think is going to be there in the top 3? I wouldn't put you down into the top 2, but yeah, the question is there, which team do you feel is in the top 3?
I think for Miracle, as you rightly pointed out, it is their playing ground. It should be them being in the top 4. Here, a little mess up happened, and therefore they couldn't control the fight, and they did go down. For Miracle is going to be one of the picks that I would want. Maybe even Cincinnati kids, and I would put VASISTA Esports in the mix. Just because of that early casualty that they had, they did not have enough numbers towards the end, and eventually they got swept out. But I think in Miramar, that's not going to be the case. Hector would like to play aggressive right from the get-go.
Now let's see whether that's going to be the case, because somewhere to differ from your ideas, I would say that 8-bit would want to replicate what they've done so far. Because after the third circle, when teams tend to go hold the center of the circle, 8-bit have always been clever to linger around the circle, make sure that they find a spot from where they can come and punish, do third parties, pick up frags, because he's got really good firepower. Mr. Pineapple, you know, we have broken the ice. It's going to be a youngster altogether. But let's not forget that Thunder, he himself is a very strong player. But with this, ladies and gentlemen, we'll be stepping into the golden sands of Miramar, and this is going to be a fight to the finish, because there are several teams who do want to put points on the table, with the flight path starting all the way from Porthona, ending towards the Torre Hamara region. Sam, I think the drop clashes is somewhere far from visibility.
This is again a safe flight path when we generally see, and
that was
as you rightfully said, maybe not inclining towards drop clashes. But hey, I think after us seeing the first circle of how things went towards the northern lands of Erangel, it could change things here as well, which will force the fights to happen. One thing that we did miss out on Erangel, I would say, is quite frequent visits from different teams in rotation and clashes, whereas I think it was a lot more of an execution where they teams tried to move towards compounds and get themselves a stronghold. There is where they got smacked down, put down, and they couldn't do much from there on. But I think here, it could be different. We even spoke about that being just the first game jitters, irrespective that an experienced player or a new player joining in, or it's a new lineup as a whole itself trying to find synergy against different teams. It was just the first map. Now here is where they have an opportunity to go all out and show what the true potential strikes here in the Skyesports Championship 2025, and see if they are going to be getting Sky Search points and using it from day 2.
For now, it's good for us to say that Picardo is not going to have some uninvited guests, because every single time Vasista is looking forward to dominate on the Picardo side. Previously, we got Venom Gaming. This is one of those teams who are
आता ही टीम कशी
really,
काय
really
बदलली
good
वेनम गेम
in doing third parties, in going in for those head-on battles, the drop clashes, but the circle on the other side, it has a different story to say. Look at that. No, it's gone completely to the northern eastern side of the map. I do understand 50% of the teams do have a footing inside the circle, but the aggressors are all on the outside of
समजलं
this map.
नसल ना डायरेक्ट यालाच रे लाईव्हलाच
Yeah,
रे
I think
लाईव्हलाच
as we spoke about it, right? The
स्कॉटचा ग्लिच
fights in compounds from the very start of it, it might have toned down, but with a circle like this going all the way north, teams will be forced to go to lands where generally teams don't explore, or even if they go, they just loot and then make their way back towards the sides of Graveyard, towards Los Leones, El Pozo, Montenuevo, all these positions. But for now, hey, things can change. I think ONEPLUS, Cincinnati Kids and Wild Fangs, one team that I think we did want to see a lot more. Wild Fangs Stray Squad did find a couple here and there. I think decent points acquired in map 1, but I'm pretty sure they wanted a lot more. Unfortunate, very early elimination of Safe. We did see a brilliant upper bracket 8 finishes on an individual map coming in from Safe when Stray Squad was taken down. So opportunities to step up big is something that I'm looking forward to from even Wild Fangs. But IQOO 8-bit, this is a team that I think all of us are going to be in awe once they start fragging in all departments. Just keep getting chicken dinners. They did do that on day 3, and the way they managed to qualify at the last game of day 4 as well, Arka.
Absolutely. Now, for some reason, these energy drinks are looking so different to me, man.
Absolutely.
They're no more in the can form. I see a small bottles placed here and there. I hope that I'm not having illusions as I watch this game get more intense.
या स्क्वॉड मध्ये तर सगळी
Whereas on the other
वेगवेगळीच
side,
खेळतात
we've got the side of money makers, and they're looking phenomenal if you ask me. Because once Pukar stepped into this team, taking that spot of IGL, Clutch God, he can spread his wing now. He knows that he's been that assaulter to watch out for, and there's a lot of spacing now. He steps back from being an IGL to a filter, giving a little more prowess to Pukar, a good support as well.
काय डुकटी वाटते
Let me remind you, Aditya and Joker are no less of an assaulter themselves. So both of them sticking together and moving around, it seems like a bunch of ghosts are lingering around. Right now, these ghosts are present at the power
जोकर
grid
आहे
region.
मला वाटलं जॉनथन आहे भाई
But for
Joker
now, what
भाई,
you guys can do is quickly search IQOO 10
Joker
on
भाई
Google
होता.
and try to win up to 5 lakhs by spinning the wheel. Do not miss out on the opportunity. The phone is also going to be launching on May 26th, 2025. This is your opportunity. So is an opportunity for money makers. I want to see if they make cha-ching out of this Miramar. I think with Pukar in this fray, we were talking about it. Spray Goat.
There is.
He is going to be missing this grand finals.
ammo कमी
There's
उचलताना
no more
काही
in the
लोक
roster. With Pukar joining them is going to be even interesting, as we were initially speaking about the
भाई
star-studded
DBS
rosters,
कशी
right?
वेळ
This is that roster that Clutch Squad would have wanted. Is that going to
Connect
work out?
now,
Because
please.
this is the grand finals. There's a lot at stakes. Thankfully, Arka, it's still day 1. And as we were talking about it, day 1 is not going to give you a big bump. It is that 10 points followed by 7, 6, 4, 3, 2, 1 till the 12th position team. That is a minute, I would say, edge over the other teams who don't have an early start. Could give an advantage, but Wild Fangs, I don't think it would affect them in big
Bhai,
time,
gaming-
because Wild Fangs are a team, if they are at full synergy, and especially with Anuj to OP
नवीन
as well,
सेटअप आला
finding
काय
frags,
गेमिंग
it's going to be tough to deny them even on a single map.
Wild Fangs, if the rumor serves right, Sam, it's believed that Wild Fangs, this playing 4, could be playing their last tournament together.
Yeah.
And keeping
Big
in
stakes for them.
consideration that this might turn out to be true, they will have to end this on a good note. They would look forward to get a really, really good ending. Probably a
Bagaच
champion
पेक्षा
trophy
यांच्या गाड्या
could have
कमी
been
चमकतात.
the best
Double?
ending for this team.
त्याचे बियाचे
Yeah, and I think
Bagaci
Sensei,
कशा गाड्यांची
he has been longing for the trophy, right? The last championship 5.0 he played, we even spoke about this. He almost was at the brink of being the champion. such a brilliant fight being put up on that time where Sensei played under the banner of Revenant with Apollo, and it was that duo who almost got themselves maybe even a winner chicken dinner and the champions title. Blind did pull it off from under them, and I know from there on Sensei has always
Miramar
been trying to get on that big stage, trying to get that
AR,
trophy. As you
4M,
rightfully said, this is
MPZ
like all stakes on them. They win big time. They could be going on a happy note,
Player
but
खतरनाक
things could
बदलले पण.
change and it could be a
त्याच्यातले
little
player
bad
बदलले
as well.
भाई,
But on the
मगाशी
other end, bad was the first game
player
for
होता ना
rivalry
IQ
XNRI.
का, मला तो
They
बघायचा.
did start, put down a couple of players
IQOOSOUL,
of
IQ
Autobots,
8-bit
but
है
after
ना?
that,
हाय हाय.
squad of BLITZ pushed
Zero
tactical
kill वर आहे.
पण आहे.
अरे
and just
मिरामार
eliminated
म्हणजे
the players
वेडी.
of rivalry. They tried to
केवढा
hold them off
मोठा
as
map
much as
आहे, कधी
possible. A
व्हायचा?
smart move was done from Lobster over there, who decided to
One
move
cutout
out.
मोठा
Same
दिसत
was
होता.
done from Alibaba Raiders, but
कटआउट नाही.
Alibaba
एक
Raiders
पण
also
स्कॉरची
suffered
फाईट
a
नाही झाली. मला
different
वाटतंय
casualty when they
आता
made their
हाय
way to the
रिच
circle.
पकडायला चालू
चालू आहे
करते.
ना, चालू आहे ना रायव्हलरी मध्ये.
ONEPLUS GDR. It's good to see
नाही मला वाटतं आता
sponsorship right behind this
रिच
champion
पकडायला
lineup.
चालू करते.
Yes,
आयला
Delta.
कसला दिसतोय बरं
Let's
रिच.
not forget Delta and
OnePlus
Justin are
ला.
now coming back to form with Apple
OnePlus
trying
चा
to be the
मागाचा रिच
perfect
बघायला
fit for
पाहिजे
this
तर.
puzzle.
आता दिस.
It seems like GDR are going to be the next favorites to get this
हा
championship
येला
title.
हा ये पहिला कर लो.
Because from the last chance qualifiers, this
Yeah,
team
yeah,
is in a
come on.
different form altogether.
हा हा ये पहिला कर लो.
Let it be Destro, trying to
पहिला तर
engage
बाद
into
में
fights
पे
with his
game-
teammates. And slowly and steadily, all the IGLs, including Destro,
मिरामार
is
मध्ये गाड्या
starting to pick up on
चमकवणारे
their
कोण नाही
firepower.
दिसत आहेत.
We have seen Manya,
हा ना,
and who can forget that mid-air shot coming in the
मला
map of
गाडी नाही भेटत
Erangel.
ना तसे वाले.
तशा
Same goes
गाड्या
for the
नाही
side of
भेटत
Destro.
ना जे
When given a
चमकवायचे
chance,
असतात.
he's taking those risks so that he can have his best playing three
अबे
in the
एमओ
final
बिमो
circles,
काहीच
which is
नव्हतं
going
तर.
to
आणि
matter the
मिरामार
most.
मध्ये तर भेल्डी
in
स्प्रे
attaining that
साठी
chicken
पहिला
dinner.
एमओ लागतात.
Another big IGL when we speak about
करतात फक्त
Yes,
VHT
Sauraj.
बॉय.
he is a man of few
Big
words,
VHT पण
VXC.
लागली.
but they mean a
Toy
lot
लिहिलंय,
every
boy
time.
नाही
And
लिहिलंय.
with a big title under his belt now, it's a team
ए
that
भाई गोल्डन
people will be
गोल्डन
looking
हाऊस.
up to see if they can get
आठवतंय
another
का इथं?
title
आठवतंय
in
का?
their name,
गोल्डन कार.
गोल्डन गाडी.
just like you
Golden
could
car,
put your hands
golden
on the Red
car.
Bull to get yourselves the
काय
wins whenever
उतरायची
you play
public.
BGMI. And all the
हाय
energy
हाय
that you
हाय
need to
गाडी
convert,
दिसली गाडी
and
दिसली.
that is
हे बघ.
something that even Alibaba Raiders need to
गोल्डन
resonate with.
कार.
They need the energy to brush off what happened on
Oh.
Erangel
आतमध्ये
and make
केलेली
a
एक
move on
गाडी
Miramar.
दिसली आता.
And this is also
पण या गाड्या
a
काय
decent
अच्छा
match
या
I've
गाड्या
seen
मला
in
वाटतं
terms of
रिचवर
Alibaba
चढत
Raiders, and I
असतील.
think they pick off a
Ah,
lot
रिचवर
of
या
points
गाड्या
from the
चढत
start,
असतील.
which gives them an advantage
Grip
on
असेल या
Miramar
गाड्यांना.
compared to the other maps. A quick shift of the
भाई
circle
या
we
याच्यात
see, it's
बग्गी
still the
घेऊन
northern one,
फिरणं
following
म्हणजे
the
भाई
similar trend
easy
of
and
what we
what
saw
भाई.
so far on Erangel Arka.
त्यामुळे
I
या
think
मॅप मध्ये ना
still a
बग्गी
little
बेस्ट
more
आहे.
time,
सगळ्यात
but a
भारी.
big advantage here for
मध्ये
IQOOSOUL. They're at
बग्गीचे
the
rare आहे.
center of it. They went early
हा इथे
towards
बग्गी
Torrehamura,
रिअर
and from
असते
there
पण
they've
ही
been
बघ ही
looting
गाडी
and
पण
they have
चढते
stood
राजा.
that ground.
ही
So
गाडी
every other
नव्हती
team
पहिला ना.
making their move towards the circle.
ट्रॅक्टर
होती,
होता ना
पहिला
याच्यासारखा.
It's an all-out
हो
look out
हो
for
भाई
now
हो भाई.
IQOOSOUL to get information
Oh,
of where the
Benny.
teams
भाई.
are going to direct
गाडी
themselves
चमकवते
in this
हो भाई.
circle.
पकड पकडला.
The most
आयला
important
ए
part is
घेतला घेतला डुकाटी.
IQOOSOUL
अरे
right
ही
now.
क्यूबीयू
This is
कधी
the very
जिंदगीत
possession in
चालले
which
का?
they did give away a lot of finishes to the
कधी
opponents.
कोणाला नीट
And
चालते का?
I feel a deja vu
आता तो
moment.
शिव्या घालत
I do
असेल भाई.
believe that
आय
one
क्यूबीयू
of the
भेटले.
players
त्याच्यापेक्षा
of
स्कारेल
IQOOSOUL
चालवायला
did
पाहिजे
survive
होती
until the final
राजांनी.
moments. I might be wrong, but yes,
स्कारेल
those are all
पडलेले
in the past.
त्याने
सारा कार्ड भेटले.
Speaking about the present IQOOSOUL,
IQ
they predicted the circle and they
भाई
feel
यो
that the
मम्मी
final
सूट
circle
पाहिजे
might
होता
end up
भाई.
towards this vicinity,
पाय
and that's
भैया.
why they want to put up
यो आणि येलो
proper
सूट पाहिजे
barricade. They want to
असते.
put up
आणि
a
तो एक
proper
व्हाईट अँड
defense.
ब्लू आहे ना.
before
White and
somebody
blue.
comes in with a surgical
Pasha
strike.
bhai.
Now let's not forget that the northern side of the map from Torrehamura and La Cobreria, these are
मिरामार
the
लय
regions
मोठा आहे रे.
any
लूट
team would
म्हणजे
want to
लूट
enter
म्हणजे
the
लुटायला
circle.
पण जाम भारी जागा
The
आहे.
reason,
पण
yes, there's a
फक्त
lot of
हे
hard
main
compounds.
आहे
There's
त्याच्यात.
been ridges where you can take your cover from. La
Proper
Cobreria
पाहिजे.
has got a big mountain from where you can have a complete
Other
visual
reputations
of
may
where
need
the
the
teams
Ali-
have aligned themselves.
पकडला.
So a lot
Yes.
is at stake when you're coming in from the northern side of the map. Speaking about stakes, we also have to speak about True Rippers. As Jelly,
यार
another IGL
Rippers.
I look up
अरे
to a lot.
मगाशी जी एक स्क्वॉड
All
होती बघ
thanks for him.
त्याच्यात
you
सगळे मिक्स
know,
होते.
trying to bring in
चौघ
some
जण.
really good youngsters
आवाज
into
तुला
every
काय
single
बोलतोय?
tournament, molding them. And
ते
it's good
एक
for us
दिवसा
to
केलं
say
होतं,
that
एक
Jelly
दिवसा
has a
केलं.
major role to
आपल्याला
play
लागल्या
for what
गोळ्या
Godlike
सगळ्या.
has got in their roster right now.
I want to see how well they fare here in the grand finals. True Rippers. I was a little shocked on day one of the upper brackets, but after how they were able to pull themselves off.
अरे मिरामार म्हणजे भेंडी फाईट साठी थांबा.
This is Jelly's
आणि
line.
जेव्हा
This
फाईट
is
होते
True
ना भाई
Rippers that we
बघा
know
डोळे
of.
उघडे काय
But I
फाईट
think right now there's a
पण
similar
याच्यात
cards if
लॉंग
you turn
फाईट
the
मध्ये
tide for
M4
VASISTA
आणि
esports.
6 बघायला
They've
मजाच
also
मजा.
been a team that I expected to
First
have
वाले
a
आले ना याच्यात,
fantastic
हे
start,
top ला.
but I think that
ए भाई
early
शॉटगन
casualty
घेतली
kind
बाबा
of did
सकाळी.
not give them that duo sense
हा
where they
ये
could fight out.
हे बघ घेतला
Oh,
घेतला
look at this
पूर्ण घेतला.
rivalry, NRI.
मुश्किल आहे भाई.
Again,
न
capitalizing on the
वाचणार
opportunity
नाही.
being given to them.
फुल ओपन ना भाई.
That's been the best part for them throughout the tournament so far. You know, every single time they see a player, they do not hesitate on capitalizing on it. Let it be mid-range, let it be close range, and that's one of the
ही
reasons
आताची
why
बघी आहे.
we see them in the
ते
top
आले.
8 from the first game itself. Rivalry NRI not
आलंच
shying
यायला.
away from taking the damage of the blue a little before heading it inside the
फाईट
circle.
नसता आलाच असेल.
A good composition of Chandan, Sarwar, and Morty.
Eh,
We've been
now
seeing that
बघ काय.
Chandan and Sarwar have been, you know, pulling the
Wow.
cards,
Eh,
have been
बघ,
picking
बघी
up
rare
fights here
भेटते
and
आणि
there.
बघी
They've
पण
been
फोडतात.
successful
ती team
at
काय
successful
करणार?
with it as well.
हा, त्यांना बघितर
But
किती भेटले.
whereas on the other side, this is
बाप्पा.
what I was speaking about. Godlike, every single time I've seen them in this
One area.
vicinity, they always end up getting a lot of knocks. And probably this time around, they might be losing through to 3 players even before stage 3 occurs.
This is not the IQOOSOUL we kind of saw in comparison with Erangel.
नाही, नको
It's
ना.
only legit, the last one surviving BLITZ. They've
Hello.
gotten a grapple
Hey,
on
bhai.
the players of
Khatarnak.
IQOOSOUL, and you can see Dazzler taking his time. He's still worried that the last player could cause some trouble,
Chalu
but the
zali,
last
chalu
player has
zali.
been spotted from another team.
31
Versatile.
remaining है bro.
Legit is
Polar
making
team.
a run as far and further away from
ऐसा कैसे
anybody's
रे?
scope and
Oh, no.
lenses,
अच्छा.
but it's not working
ये
out.
होता है तो,
Money
गाड़ी वाला,
makers, he's
बग्गी
so
वाला.
close to them.
काय नाव
I don't know how
Ah,
Legit is maneuvering
yeah,
around this. Now
but-
back again towards Versatile, and down with
त्याच्या
this
हातात
as well is
बग्गी द्या रे
ONEPLUS
कोणी.
Godsrain, who are now caught with the sights of
त्या गाड्या
wildfires. And
शोभून
it
नाही
seems like
दिसत
it could be
बाईला.
a wipe, as yes, all the players one after another have been caught and
नाही
completely
रे
wiped.
HP
Oh,
बो
this could be legit falling into the jaws of death.
HP बो
He's
HP
broken
बो
on the other
भाईची.
side with perfect information
Ah,
coming in
Canada.
of where
Knock.
the opponents is. Needs to be
Asla.
careful. But legit,
HP बो त्यांना
he's been the
पोझिशन
man
पण
with
नाही
magic
माहिती
so
का
far.
मी कुठे
He
तो
knows to
कुठे
play his cards right.
नेट बघितला त्यांचा कुठे ते बघ कुठे
And
चाललंय
the
नेट
Pucar being an IG,
Ala.
knows
Arre.
exactly what to do with his teammates.
Nice,
Joker
nice.
in the front line, doing the perfect toss of grenades, making sure he puts the final nail in the coffin.
हे काय
A
पिलर रे
team which was very close to attaining the chicken dinner in the map of
Eh?
Erangel
काय
is
होतं
the
हे
first
काय
team to
पिलर
walk out
नवीनच
in the
होतं
map
काहीतरी
of Miramar.
मिरामार
पिला, अजून
Soul.
काही.
Unfortunate, legit.
हे
Compared
नव्हतं
to the other
booster
games, he was
नव्हता
not prepared for this, Arka.
Yeah.
It was not the
रेड बुल
best
नव्हता
start
दुसरं
for
काहीतरी
IQOOSOUL.
अय्ला.
But
एवढं
hey,
पार्किंग
moneymakers,
करता करता आपला दिवस
they
जायचा
played smart here.
खतरनाक
They were
खतरनाक
not in the
खतरनाक
mix
भाई
of a clash with other
खतरनाक
teams, and they will make an easy finish out of it. And also,
ते बघ, ते बघ.
no need
आता
to
बघा
engage
आता बघ
right on
माझ्या
with
बघ.
rifles when you have throwables. The second circle now taking a
भागम
shift to the
भाग आता,
third
भागम
as
भाग
the play zone is
मध्ये.
completely
भागम
closed,
भाग
and it is
बघ.
still going further north, Arka. This has even pushed out the teams who tried to take the center. BLITZ, they snatched IQOOSOUL's center position, and now
आयला map बघ
Versatile,
कसा आहे.
they see an entrance,
भाई
as you did
एकाला पण
mention, from the
झोनला नाही
sides of La
घेतला
Cobreria.
सगळे-
That's where
आणि
they're
त्या
entering
ब्लू
from,
वाल्या
and they're
टीमने
going
बघ
even further
ब्लू
up
वाली टीम
north
कुठे
towards the
आहे?
center
ब्लास्ट
at
नाही
Torre
टीआर
Hamuda.
कुठे आहे?
And on the other end, we spoke about God's
Sir,
Rain
yes,
and
boy.
Wild Fangs, and you can
अरे
see 4
भाई,
finishes
ती
in the
team
name
बघ,
of Wild
reach
Fangs
पकडून
as
बसले
they've
भाई.
completely wiped, and an early
आता घंटा कोणाला
unfortunate
येऊन देत.
dismissal of even ONEPLUS
Freedom
God's
is
Rain
it.
here in Miramar.
चे आली.
4
As I
नंबर
said, Wild
पकडते बघ
Fangs,
ग्रीन
they have
कलरची
got nothing to
टीम
lose. They
पकडायला
have a
चालले
point to
वरती
prove, and let's see how much more that's going to push them in getting closer to
खरंच,
the championship.
champion लोकं.
But as of now,
एकदा रीच भेटला का संपला भाई
see Jatin standing as the
कोणाच्या
last man
याला
for the
नाही
side of
आपल्याला
RIE.
नाही
Where LEFP
रीचच मेन आहे
have no
याच्यामध्ये
interest in scouting out and making sure
आता
they
ही
pick
वाली
up
गाडी
another
देणार
flag
आहे कुठली?
because they do
Mustang
understand
येणार
after
दुसऱ्या
this they
दिवशी.
need to
No
prioritize
Mustang.
the circle. As Jatin
WF
just a
आहे
bear watcher, RIE,
MM एक
one of
आहे
the other teams who have been, you know,
Wild Fangs,
Forum चे
South
zero kill आहेत bro.
you've seen
MM चा एक
IGL
आहे.
himself being, you know, a frontline assaulters. when
घेतला
time-
घेतला
time was
घेतला
given,
घेतला
Chandan on the
घेतला
other
काय
side,
वाचलाय
his
काय
shots have
वाचलाय
been taken.
ओ भाई
Chandan
काय
somehow
वाचलाय
survives the sliver of HP as Jatin is going to
बग्गी
continue
फुटली तर
peppering
गेला.
him down. this persistent might
ओ भाई
you know,
काय
start to
वाचला
pay up
भाई
for him.
काय त्या
But Jatin,
बग्गेने वाचवला त्याला
he
ड्रिप
needs to be careful. He needs to get into hard covers and then try to
Chandan
continue his assault, or
bhai.
rather fall back, because once NRI realizes that there's a solo man over here, they're gonna rush
ते
in
त्या
and make
लॅम्बो
sure
घेऊन
that
त्याला
they
उचलायला
decimate
आला
him.
मला वाटतं.
And he's the last ray of hope. Let's
गेला.
remember that.
गायब पण केला
They
त्याला
were the
बघ.
ones to start things
या
off and Rising
गाड्यांचा
Inferno
फायदा
esports.
हेच आहे पेंडी तुम्ही
He tried to
पण
change his
spray
position
मारला ना
quickly,
तर
but
spray मध्ये
so did
connect
the
नाही
players
होत
of
लवकर.
RIVALRYXNR.
Damn
I did
lower.
not give them the opportunity.
Yeah.
And now Rising Inferno
fight.
esports in trouble, but same goes for
Oh,
Learn
घेतला.
from past. VASISTA esports
घेतला.
in so up close, but Honey played it out smart.
काय रे?
He gets one finish under his
HPO.
name. He's waiting where the other players are going to be heading in
काय
from. He
नव्हती
spots
करायला
scary
पाहिजे.
John.
काय नाही
Hector is
करायला
close
पाहिजे.
by.
रे, कर.
He does the deed, and he's now trying to help his teammate back up. Fury is also being knocked down. This is looking problematic. They even confirmed the finish. Honey is going big in the start, and again early casualties here for the
मला
squad of
वाटतं
VASISTA
उडवतो का
esports.
काय?
Maybe they make a
Ha.
quick getaway of this, and yes,
पळाला
picked up, but
पळाला
Scary again spots the players. Learn from past themselves,
Aila.
making a run for it. Wants to charge on Honey because they only spot
Head
one
pick,
player.
head होऊन जायचे
Honey
ते.
dropped to a low health, but has not been knocked, and there is the surprise
Yala.
of Yash.
Backup
And
ala.
now VASISTA esports is
दोघांकडून
surrounded in
घेरला
all
रे,
directions
भी.
from Learn from past.
दोघांकडून
A
घेरला.
no-go situation.
Absolutely. Now
बग्गीवाल्याला
a barrage of
मारण्याच्या
grenades is
याच्यामध्ये
gonna
तर
be
दोघांकडून-
following up. A perfect execution coming in from the side of LEF.
हे बघ, या गाड्यांचा फायदा बघ, cover बघ किती भारी. दिसणार पण नाही बाजूला बंद झोपलाय का नाही.
Will can't do much with Honey. Head up, coming head up. He's going to be
Hala.
putting the final nail in the coffin. VASISTA esports. is
बग्गीवाल्याला
starting to
मारायला
crumble with
निघले,
the floor of
बग्गीवाल्याची
pressure.
fielding
And
आली
this
बघ
has been
direct.
the case of Hector. It might sound a little blunt, my friend, but in the grand finals,
Eh?
when they have got nothing to lose,
यार
Hector
भाई
tends
चार
to do
फोडतो.
a bit of a mistake, due to which the undergods are also feeling the
भाई
pressure
ही
as
गाडी
well.
बघ किती चालली त्या गाडीला
While
पण
this was
हाय
going on,
वाटतं.
there was a fight with Versatile, Alibaba Raiders,
गाडी
and
उडली
OnePlus
नाही पाहिजे
Cincinnati
फक्त
kids.
बस
As you can
उडते
see,
आणि पलटी
it's still
बिलटी नाही
continuing
आली.
as Versatile are picking up
लागले.
finishes. But True Rippers, they have managed to squeeze right when Learn from Past were composing from the fight.
Driving
And Honey has
skill
been
तर
brought down. He had
बापरे बाप.
3 finishes in his name,
आपले
and he's
धाड
already
धूड
out.
धाड धूड
Flop,
पलटी
the
आलटी
confirmation
पलटी
that Versatile found. Other players, Juicy, Mighty, and Zeref, they've gotten to safer spots.
That's
But
not
now
good.
with Learn from
त्यांचे
Past
पोझिशन
being
म्हणजे
split in
कसं आहे माहिती का
different
बंदे
directions by
दिसले का
different teams,
थांबवायचे
it is
थांबवायचे
also Rising Inferno esports. Jatin, the last man, he
जागा
trying
तर
to
बघ
get
किती पकडली
some
यांनी.
finishes in his name, and yes, there it is. A
त्यांनी जागा बघ एक
confirmation on
झाड
Arman, not just by
पकडलाय
knock and the
घंटा
finish as
कळून
well. OnePlus Cincinnati kid Juicy seems like
आपला
he's
भेंडी
stuck out
झाड
in the open.
पकडला असं तर ही
Learn
फांदी
from past
पकडल
after
झाड गुच्छामध्ये
closing
उभं
out on a
असेल
team. Now it
त्या
seems like it's
गुच्छामध्ये.
down to Yash.
कव्हर कव्हर आहे भाई
Help
कव्हर
them to convert the fight against VASISTA. It's such an interesting standoff right now as the
Forenza
zone is
cover आहे
closing.
तो,
A minute
Forenza.
and 40 seconds. And we will see how things are going to change for these individual players, especially from Learn from Past and Rising Inferno esports.
Bandage
After
बघ
Learn from
किती
Past
घेतलं
having 6 total finishes.
मिरामार मध्ये
out there.
बँडेज जाम लागत असत
An interesting
आपल्या
state of
इरंगल
affair,
मध्ये
if you
तर
ask
ठीक
me,
आहे की आपण
coming in
बंद्या
from the side
मारून
of RIEX. You know, there are several teams who did not
अरे
dare
पण
to go
आता
in
तो
for that bit
झोनच
of a
नाही
heat
ना
battle
झोन
before
एवढा
making it into
डिफिकल्ट
the
दिलाय
circle.
ना अण्णा
It seems like Jatin is going to think otherwise.
त्याने रीच पकडलाय तो
And
बादशाह
if everything fits right for this player,
हो ना.
I do believe that we might find him in the top
रीचचा
5
बेनिफिट जाम आहे मिरामारचा
Whereas on
बाकी
the other side,
कसलाच
we're able to see
बेनिफिट नाही
that
घर
Deep
बीर काहीच
It's
नाही
come way too close to comfort. I guess
Yeah,
the side of
unless I
AR,
need-
but
Arre,
JD Gaming, since he
knock.
doesn't
Oh,
miss
bhai.
much, given an opportunity, it's
Are you
starting to
HP?
show his
HP
true
बघ त्याची
powers.
दोन्हीकडून
As
स्प्रे
JD
आला
Gaming,
त्याला मध्ये
very low
बसलाय
on
मध्ये
HP, will not
बसलाय
have to only
मध्ये
heal
बसलाय
himself,
दोन्ही
but
स्कॉटच्या
also will have to find
Get
another
out.
angle to take down
दोन्ही
Pineapple.
स्कॉटच्या मध्ये ओय भाई 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 बुक मध्ये दिसणार नाही
Really, this is an opportunity with Mafia down, pushing on Cheyenne.
खालून
They
पण
already
पुश
had
केलाय
sold down. They were also the top team in the
भाई
previous
त्यांनी
game.
डीबीएस बघ
Two
केवढा
of them
लांबून
pushing
मारली
against
आपली
Pineapple.
डीबीएस पण
This is
नसती
going to be a
लागली
tough one to blow back on. He tries his best. Look at JD, how much he
त्यांनी
survived.
डीबीएस
Wow.
बघितली
But with
कुठल्या
that
लांबून
last
मारली
blow, that was the
अबे, HP बघ,
finalization
AR भाई.
of IQOO 8-bit being eliminated here at
दोनदा
the 12th
10 वर
spot
आलाय.
ओय
on Miramar.
हा दोनदा आला युवराज
Absolutely phenomenal gameplay coming in from the side of JD. His flicks were perfect. His reflexes looked strong. But as of now, BLITZ, another team we were speaking about. Now, this is one of those teams who completely rely on the firepower of Easy to wipe as well as that of his teammate. But
हे
before
बघ
we
हाय
speak
रीचचा
further,
एकदम
yeah, it's
खतरनाक
Dazzler.
बेनिफिट आहे मागून कोण आला समजलं नाही तेव्हा
It
झाला.
seems like
Unfortunate.
Dazzler-
This is problem, Arka.
seriously.
TR, a full team wipe.
Oh my goodness, I did not see that coming, my friend. With that TR, no, they still have one
Coming,
more
my
player
friend.
to work things out with. And he's been hiding behind a small, you know, a shack, or probably I would say a small dunes right behind the drop, and that's why he was not visible for
त्यांच्यासोबत
us.
पक्षोदी करायला लागलो
But
ना मग मी येडा होईल.
OnePlus, Cincinnati kids. Now this is one of
बघ
those
ना
teams
काय चाललंय
who
दोघांचं.
need to play safe.
त्यांचं चालून दे,
जातं,
त्यांचं
विकत
काय
जातं.
चाललंय
Bad
त्यांना
start.
माहिती, त्यांना होऊ
It's
दे
good
काय
for us to
करायचं.
say a bad start, keeping in mind and considering the kind of performance they've led so far. Now given an opportunity, can they strike, as Alibaba Raiders are in deep troubles, as Juicy trying to pick up a frag
अलीबाबा
or two
वाले
is going to be
निस्ते
failing,
धुतात भाई,
and getting
निस्ते
closer
धुतात.
is going to be Alibaba Raiders, who do not shy away from re-strategizing, changing this position coming out from the
अलीबाबा वाले
blue.
निस्ते
Cincinnati
धुतात भाई.
kids will now have to prioritize the circle.
And it's gone away from them. Big shift towards the eastern end. And OnePlus Cincinnati kids
अडकलाय.
have to figure
भाई
out what's the best
झोन
move.
ब
So
झोन.
it is going to be even Alibaba Raiders and Rivalry. But there's a fight that breaks out. Rivalry as well as OnePlus Cincinnati kids spot each other. And now that's Alibaba Raiders
BGMI.
making a move after hearing
FANGS
this
was
clash.
clamoring.
Even Versatile trying to keep the western end clear, as they did spot,
भाई
I
या
think, learn
बघीचा
from
जाम
past
फायदा झाला
Yash,
पण
the last man
आपल्या
standing. We spoke about 4 Miracle. This is a map that they love to play on, but Poco is down, and then his finish has been confirmed right at the center. This fight breaking out with Wild FANGS. AR making a jump. They've already found an
Share,
opening on
share.
Morty, but they did not
Share.
spot Soham close by, and Eggy has been dropped. Murnock's been dropped. It's a counter frag on
अरे
server,
यार याची
but
व्हिडिओ
there's
बघायला
two more
पाहिजे
players
होती
still
काय.
standing. This is an opportunity for rival
Share,
to
share.
turn things around. But JD, does he make a
कार
move?
मधून
Is
गेला
this
भाई,
an
500
opportunity
वर.
that he turns this game
खतरनाक
around in
होता,
his team's
खतरनाक.
favor? A nice molly. That should be a confirmation on
तिघं
server.
गेली.
Server still trying to
पहिला
survive,
वाचला.
but doesn't. That's a finish for JD Gaming.
JD on the other side will also have to be careful
HP
because
by
he's got
HP
his
by
candle
HP.
burning on both the sides, and
Nine,
he's going to come
nine,
out in the
nine,
open.
nine.
Shots are going to be landing between his
अरे
skulls,
अरे
and
अरे
with that,
अरे
ladies and
गेम
gentlemen,
लॅग होतोय काय त्याचा.
AUTOBOTZ, after showing, AR, that's going to be a team which showed us so much of brilliant gameplay with 5 finishes,
तर
will be
भलताच
walking
काहीतरी
away
scene चाललंय.
way too early from this lobby.
While FANGS get kept for Miracle. For Miracle, unfortunate. They thought they were getting into the circle,
bye,
and now
bye,
they're
bye,
getting out.
हा,
दोन्ही स्कॉटच्या
Wiped
मध्ये
out, and
फसले.
so is the case with OnePlus
Ah,
Cincinnati
yeah.
Kid with Juice's
पूर्णच खाल्ला
confirmation,
रे.
Mighty and RivalryXNR after withholding the forces of
आज खाल्ला.
Alibaba Raiders. But even in this mix, getting sandwiched of this three-way tangle, Versatile, For Miracle and Wild FANGS.
आईला याला
This
पण
is
खाल्ला
inside
पूर्ण.
the circle. While all of this is happening, True Ripper's last player
हा
that we
नेट
spoke about,
करतोय
Sam,
तर एक्झॅक्ट लोकेशन
he's
वर
keeping as silent as possible, but play zone, this is where
अरे
teams have
भाई
to pay
sound
attention to
येते
that.
नाही, एवढा
Rivalry
perfect
XNRI,
नाही
they were
त्यांच्या
भाई
fighting
एवढा
from
लांब
सोबत
थोडी
inside
आहे.
साऊंड येणार
circle. They were in
Are-
the play zone, and one of their players, Morty, was just
Compound
revived,
hai,
goes down to
and
the
to
play zone, and the other
आतमध्ये
players
आहे,
instantly
जरा.
get in the vehicle, make a quick course
सोमराज
back
ला
towards
कुठे
the
बसला?
circle, but the northern edge of the circle
क्या
is clustered.
काय?
That is a
टेम्पो चालवायचा
difficult
विचार.
entry if
बघ,
they want to get in.
टेम्पो आहे, करा आणि
Look at how close
कंपाऊंड
these
आहे
teams
राजा.
are.
लांब साऊंड.
AUTOBOTZ and For Miracle. We were speaking about these
फायर
two
पण नाही
teams.
देत आहे ना तो.
You know, they're going to be the strongest
पण
contenders in the
नाही,
map of
उमेली पण नाही
Miramar, and
करणार
it
ते.
seems like both of them do present
Ay, ay,
themselves
ay,
at the
ay,
top
ay,
four.
ay,
But
ay.
on the other
Don't
side,
knock.
Somrad's
Don't
play
knock.
was phenomenal. His persistency
Finish.
has paid off
All
as
done.
RivalryXNR.
All done, Kelly.
They get eliminated with just one burst coming in from the side of Somraj. Picking up 3 frags,
Somraj, the
this
camper.
IGL now says that I might not need an S power in my team
Okay.
to show that we are capable of taking down teams.
आला.
Look at the opening,
Bravo.
and now all the other comrades moving in so
Gambar,
close to
gambar
Blitz.
gini.
And now Dronzer and Dazzler, they quickly say, no, we're not going to be in this fight. We're going to make a quick run for it. Easy 2 wipes finish will be confirmed. But in the meantime, it seems like Dazzler quickly repositions, gets a
Great
spot where
toy.
he could little touch upon Aquinox, and he's will toy. Trying to do the damage, but in the mix, there was Sam. I'm not too sure if Sam was spotted from True Rippers, but in the meantime, still on that barrage of blows. 4 Miracles, Dragon now being confirmed. This is not a great sight with 4 Miracle down to the last player standing. VXT in the meantime find the last player on LAFP.
Look at how Dazzler is playing this. He understands that they've got decent amount of finish points, and now they'll have to concentrate on the bigger picture of trying to make it into the final
हिंदीमध्ये बघ
circle.
ना, तू इंग्लिश मध्ये बघतोय तर कसं बोलू?
Somraj on the other
Yeah,
side,
yeah.
waiting for each and every opportunity put in front of him, realizes now is the time for him to move away. Trust me, Sam, I was
No, no,
about
no,
to say a
ekach hai,
statement
ekach
that VXT might look a little bit weaker with S Power exiting from this lineup,
आता left
but
back
it
ची
seems
squad आहे
like
त्याची.
that has been
एकच
fueling
आहे ना
them.
म्हणाव.
You know, the lack of a frontline assaulter and people underestimating them, that has been fueling them to look forward for a better game. They've got all 4 men standing with 7 finishes, and they've got their eyes set on a single shot.
बघा असं लपायचं हे बघ आपण लपायचं हे भाई लपलाय समजणार पण नाही कोणाला
Right ahead of them.
आईला क्रेज
They have blitz that they have to
तर
wipe. No,
रिच वाला
Dazzler
बंदा
is being a
असेल
thorn for them.
रिचवर त्याला यो दिस
4M Reaper.
हे दिसला
Right in
दिसला
between two teams,
वटावला
but he's
वटावला
spot
वटावला
out.
अरे त्याच्या
Seth
बाजूलाच होता तरी
clears that
समजला
bushes off, and that is the end for Miracle. But the circle again a
Wind
small
delay
shift,
असेल जरा.
and it is not favoring any team.
Wind
However,
delay.
Autobots,
आतमध्ये.
Arka, they've played the smartest so far. No inclination towards any fight, and they've been surviving at the edge. Finally, it is the
Red
Red
Bull
Bull
guy
standoff, and with an opening, that Blitz are now again under trouble. They're being under heavy fire from Versatile, and Versatile this time are not stopping, and Autobots is also in the mix. Again, Nade parade happening towards their end, and Blitz, it's down to the last player, Rambo.
Oh, look at what Equinox tried to do. A valiant effort. He's got to be punished for it. He gets taken down, and Troy will be clever enough to put an end for it. But Toxic on the other side now, knocked off. They need to be careful as well. Aerobots are divided attention. They're
And
prioritizing the
location
circle
must
and
have
also
covered
making sure they keep VXT at bay. But can they do it? As Sensei's location has got to be compromised. A beautiful grenade is got to be tossed in. And IGL versus IGL in the map of Miramar. Let's see who stands tall.
There is the opening. That is Toxic's confirmation. He was already knocked. Sensei, he wanted to make his way inside the circle, Arka. He tried to make a quick and early push on there, and he is comfortable. But for now, that is the position which Somraj has already spotted. So Sensei, he has to expect cover fire coming in from Saif and Anuj. But before that could happen, Somraj's nade, which did not stop, finds that opening. Now they're going to be comfortable over the ridge. Now, as you can see, they're making a push for the ridge, taking control over it, making sure nobody else does. But Anuj also moves in. Toy spots now. This is a 1v1 fight with Somraj trying to cover the back, and it is Toy who puts Anuj down as well. It's all down to the last man standing, Saif. Autobots in the mix, who wants to take an advantage. Did spot Toy over there. Good blow, and Arib confirms on that finish. Versatile down to their 2 players. Autobots with 3. And WYLD, the last man, Saif.
Saif going in for a heel battle now. ABC versus VXT, and it seems like Autobots, they're playing it perfect. They're telling that we are ready to take the fight head on, as Somraj from outside of the circle. And he's trying to give a bit of an opportunity for his teammates, Raiden. As Ralph, he's going to continue the barrage of grenades. Raiden's location is going to be compromised, and now the precision comes into play. They need to put this grenade inside of that building, and which is going to be hard, but I don't think so. It makes it hard for Ralph as he gets in closer. Somraj on the other side, his location is also compromised. He also gets taken down.
Oh, bhai sahab,
ABCs are reigning supreme in this map of Miramar. Nobody can snatch away this chicken dinner from their hands.
It's a done deal at this point, Arka. Saif, unfortunate that he lost Anuj and Sensei at the same spot where they wanted to take control of the circle, and Autobots, they did not pick a fight at all. They were at the eastern edges of the circle at all times, and none of the teams cleared that edge at any time during the circle shift, and that became a big advantage here for Autobots. They are at the final zone. They are at the final circle. Saif, his position, I think, was just spotted. A little bit damage on Lobster he tried to do, and now Saif's position is compromised. This is done. He's going to be trying to survive as much as he can. A molly being tossed towards his end. The zone is closing. He will try to push as further as much as he can. He did even find a knock on Lobster, but that is the winner chicken dinner for Autobots. What a smart and
fight चालू होती ना तेव्हा नॉक द्यायला पाहिजे
from there.
तेव्हा त्यांनी पोझिशन होल्ड करून थांबला
from the fights at the start. They ended up in the fight for the last and won this winner chicken dinner at map 2 itself, Arka.
winner chicken dinner
At the center from the side of Autobots. Now my interest has been intrigued. And I would love to see who is the new youngster who's been playing under the name of
ते पण जाऊन येतात आता जावाला घेतला जाऊन
because these are the 2 names I've not seen in a long time now. So let's see. The confirmations might be coming in soon from our production, but as of now, Sam, it's been a phenomenal game if you ask me, because all the teams in the bottom of the table were able to make a slight comeback, and I do believe when we look at the overall standing for this one day of raking points for yourself, might look pretty interesting.
Let's see if that works out, but quickly taking a look at this Red Bull replay of the final winner chicken dinner here in Miramar. As you can see, Versatile did have an opportunity. They did find the opening on Sensei, but this move towards the shack itself caused the problem. because of which Autobots, their movement as a linear force covering all fronts, did not give enough space for Versatile to make their own chance of this last fight. And Saif tried his best, eventually went down to the play zone itself. This is the winner chicken dinner that was now picked off from Autobots. A very smart move what they did here, as we spoke about it, their play style, the way they went and ended up in the final fight. As you can see, they had 5 finishes, I think, at total, or 4 finishes. That's all they got from of this matchup, because they played smart. They played for the position. They got enough finishes. They stayed at the top, and the chicken dinner is going to work out. At the end of the day, objective right now, Arka, is not to get as much as points, be full aggressive. It's being as smart as you can to get to the top and get that sky search point. And I think Autobots are strategizing it that way.
Absolutely.
Erangel,
All good comes to
Erangel अजून 2 match
kind of sentence which Autobots had in their head.
Erangel 2
They waited for the right moment. They did not engage, as you correctly pointed out. They were not interested in picking those finishes. They were like, you know what, we have got a perfect spot in the circle. Let the others fight it out. When given a chance, let's try to third party and pick up more than 5 points of more than 5 frags. That is going to be more than enough for us to put at least 15 on the table.
अभी एक Erangel झाली, एक Miramar झाली ना, आता एक Sanhok,
because
Erangel, Miramar, Erangel.
Because Saif finished, I don't think so.
2 Erangel आहे,
Yeah, it was placed.
एक Sanhok आणि एक Miramar आहे. आता Sanhok
What a
लागेल.
game it's turning out, Arka.
Sanhok
First one,
running.
Legend started out in that way, but still IQOO 8-bit closed here. Autobots play such a smart game, and this is something that I've discussed. And I think this play style, which we are seeing from Autobots, is something that learned from past did in the upper bracket quite often.
True.
Now this is interesting. You always have to pick the best out of the other teams and make it your best or replicate it in another form, and I think that's what Autobot just showed us in this map too.
Sanhok आहे
Now
आता
Sky
Sanhok.
Search, this format, you know, it's a
लागले
different
काहीतरी
ball
खायला
game
घेऊन
altogether.
येते.
Everybody knows that today they can either go into experiment and see what the strategy of other teams are, or they can just rely on their best fighting stance and make sure that they pick up points so that they have a slight advantage starting the grand finals tomorrow. But with this, ladies and gentlemen, it's time for us to take a short break. On the other side, we're going to be breaking down more on what happened in the map of Miramar, and the prediction of Sanhok is going to follow up as well. See you guys on the other side.
crazy. I gotta brag on myself, I amaze me. I know I'm got something that I can phase me. I'm too dope like I'm back in the 80s. Okay, whoa. Got a lot of wins on my dinner plate. Ain't coming down, gotta levitate. I know my next win is the best one, so I tell them that I'm on to the on-play.
On to the next one. On to the next one. On to the next one.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. You guys are watching Skyesports Championship 2025, and the two quick games of the Sky Surge is already over. With this, it's good for us to say, with just 4 maps left out, the team who stands on top of the overall standing is going to walk away with a 10-point advantage starting off the grand finals. But yes, Necros, what do you feel is going to happen? Do you feel that those 10 points is going to be a great advantage, or do you feel that the 10 points is just another, cakewalk for teams who know to play it a bit aggressive in the grand finals?
I feel like 10 points is like a one match.
Yeah, आवाज बदलला
to have. I mean, it's like getting a small head start for yourself just before the grand finals, because we know the points table are going to get reset, the bonus points, the surge points, what you're going to get, it's the only starting thing that you will have for the day number 2, which will be starting tomorrow, and the entire contest will be there for the smash rule. But we'll keep it in that way. But talking about what happened in the match of in the previous match of Miramar, the way VXT played, and as you pointed out this, if the team will go aggressive or not, I feel like yes, definitely that can be a little bit of advancement for the team are more solely focusing on the finishes.
Absolutely. Now we also have to speak about the devil in the house with S Power moving away to Godlike, which is an open secret. We are able to see that VXT, it seems like nothing has changed for them. Somewhere when I felt that they might shy away from taking fights because they're going to be a new set of groups who will be looking forward to take some decent amount of points, it seems like Somraj is like, you know what, I'm going to step it up. I'm going to pick up frags for you guys. Just make sure that you follow my footsteps. And the leader leading like that, I do believe, is a great advantage for a team like VXT.
Exactly, and that helped Toy even stepped up, being a substitute player. He was benched for such a long time, and finally he has got an opportunity, and the energetic performance that he's put up is completely justifying that, that man definitely had a can of Red Bull for himself just before coming into the map of Miramar. But for you guys also watching us live, you can also have your own Red Bull for yourself, because there are still so many matches left throughout the day, and we want you guys to stay really energetic.
Absolutely. The upcoming game is going to be an interesting one because, ladies and gentlemen, it's going to be a pretty interesting affair looking at the stats on our screens right now, because stars of the match is going to be coming in from the side of VXT as well as NRI. VXT, we've got Toy. You were speaking about this Troy, who got 6 finishes, was clever enough to pick up frags, was clever enough to support his team with minimal damage of a 541. That shows that his precision was his strength.
Exactly, there's no doubt about it. He was waiting for an opportunity like this to pounce on, and eventually when he has got a chance, he did not disappoint his IGL, his team. But right now he's kind of standing in the second position of in the MVP rank of the Grand Finals, which is a really good start for the likes of VXT, if you ask me. He's got a finish contribution of 46.15, and Toy, this is his chance. All the matches that he's going to get in the entire Grand Finals has to count and has to be the, I would say, the enlightenment of his journey throughout this entire Grand Finals.
Absolutely, VXT will still be on the tippity top with 13 finishes and 5 possession points, a total of a big, massive 18 points. Even though it felt like they were not capable of reaching such a big number at one given point of time, but it all thanks to the firepower showcased by them. They've got the top spot. ABZ on the other side, the AUTOBOTZ, they've got a chicken dinner, a decent 14-pointer. Closely catching up is going to be FANGS. Again, a team which went a bit aggro, did get rewarded with 14 points in total, all thanks to the 8 finish points.
Exactly, and followed by that, BLITZ Esports, they will have 11 to work out with. Learn from past and RIVALRYXNR. Both of these teams, they have had their own consequences in the first match, but it seems like Miramar has been a blessing for them, having 7 points each for their side. But in the overall rankings, what are going to be the changes? So we do see FANGS sitting on top with a total of 20 points on board, with 13 finishes already that they have conceded, followed by Team Versatile in the second position with 20 points. 19 will be there for Team IQOO 8-bit, while BLITZ and AUTOBOTZ there behind with 18 and 16 points respectively, followed by we have IQOOSOUL with 16 points as well.
Look at this change of tides. All of a sudden we are able to see that 10 possession points is what VXT has changed to reach it into the top 2. And that's how well a team can perform if they think that they have got nothing to lose. True Rippers, another disappointing performance if you ask me, because the first one it seems like everything was falling in their favor, but the second half of the table is where the true disappointments occur. With God's Reign walking away with 0 points in 2 matches being played, can they make a comeback? Are they taking this Sky Search seriously, or are they just trying to experiment things and try to read the opponents? Because ultimately, it's all about you counter strategizing on the true powers of the opponents.
You know, I had a conversation with Destro, and he mentioned that day 1 of Grand Finals or day 1 of any stage hasn't been grateful for us, but whenever it comes down to the day 2, day 3, day 4, we have outshined and we have performed well enough to be on the top, and it seems like he's again on point that the day 1 is not going good so far. But again, this is going to be the map of Sanhok, and the map of comebacks is going to come in, so we can just say, or we can expect a lot of bottom teams trying to chime up, because it's not late, right? Only 2 matches have gone away, so you have this map of Sanhok. If you get a 15 or 20 pointer game for yourself, you will be there sitting in the top 2 or maybe in the first position after the end of this game as well, so it is really necessary.
Absolutely. Now, ladies and gentlemen, those who are watching at home, you guys have a chance to win 5 lakh rupees. If you want to know how, all you have to do is make sure that you go to Google and search IQOO Neo 10. Now, it's as simple as that. All you have to do is just head on to Google right now and search for IQOO Neo 10, and then you have a chance to win 5 lakh rupees, which can be a game changer. If you don't believe in magic, if you believe in hard work, then you've got the perfect device for you to pick up so that you can start your grind. It's in the name of IQOO Neo 10. The reasons are pretty simple. You can play the game with 144 FPS. It's got a really strong processor, which is going to keep things very, very, quick in the game. And let's not forget, when you're grinding, you need to have long battery hours, and you've got 7000 mAh, which is just going to help you in maintaining that full battery life every time you're ready to pick up a fight.
Exactly, and IQOO, with these incredible gaming devices that they come up with every now and then, I feel like almost all the gamers at this moment, those who are playing or wanting to be one of those esports players, you have your own choices set right. You need to grab these devices and you can level up your gaming performance. But again, coming back into the discussion of what is going to happen next, it's going to be the map of Sanhok. And in Sanhok, we witnessed so many early drop clashes, so many early casualties. I feel like this, I don't think will be any different from any other matches that we have witnessed earlier.
I mean, I still have to say that a map of comeback is what was needed for teams in the bottom of the table. But are they taking it seriously? Because as of now, we're able to see that teams like True Rippers, teams like God's Reign, teams like VASISTA Esports, they're kind of struggling to convert those 4v4s. Nevertheless, the map of Sanhok brings them much more closer to one another, creating another scenario where they'll be forced to go in for that close range battles. And I do believe that's going to be the test for all these teams in the bottom. In case they're able to crack this code, I do believe by the end of today we can expect them to be in the top 5, because that is where most of the points are lying. And just a small reminder, the team which is going to end up on the top of the table today is going to walk away with 10 points tomorrow with the grand finals. And let me tell you, it's going to be a great advantage for any team to have 10 points from the get-go.
We'll have to see whether that 10 points will make a difference, because we will be jumping into the map of Sanhok for now, just willing to see what awaits us in this tropical island. The first Sanhok of the day, and it is going to be really interesting to see how things are going to turn around. IQOOSOUL, they had a brilliant match of Erangel, then dropped down in the map of Miramar. Can Sanhok be that one game-changing map for themselves? Because so far, if you ask me, IQOOSOUL, they have had a tremendous performance in this map of Sanhok itself.
The map of Sanhok, speak about tremendous performance. I speak about tremendous possibilities for the teams in the bottom. As of now, we were able to see that IQOOSOUL heading towards the Camp Alpha region have no neighbor whatsoever. Even though LEFP is trying to head into the same direction, I do believe they're heading towards that garage so that all 4 players can pick up a vehicle and then rush away. Very close to them flying is going to be Ronnie, and I do believe that is going to be the first point of contact, just in case Ronnie sticks to go towards them. But yes, all of a sudden we're able to see that Yash has got a vehicle, he's already falling back. So Ronnie is going to live another day to tell a different tale.
No chance of
normal
boot
boot
camp. Which is a really good thing. Boot camp plus 5. Some early approaches, but it seems like IQOO, but they have some different intentions. While FANGS, they've always faced these kind of consequences. Sensei, he was way too late in picking up a gun, and this time the opportunity was pounced on by players of IQOO. Got a beautiful chicken in the very first game with not a lot more finishes, but good enough to earn them the points. But right now, they have got another big job to do. Complete this fight as quickly as possible, because you don't want some uninvited guests around your surroundings.
Look at that split coming in from the side of Wild FANGS. I mean, from the side of
एकदम छोटा map up,
because
Zapkan.
I never expected somebody to glide down to the center of boot camp and not having a man advantage, because that is where Wild FANGS capitalize at this point of time. But yes, given a chance, LEFP or Rivalry NRI, both of these teams are going to be intrigued to come in and do a third party. And the closest team to witness right now is going to be LEFP. Whereas I was wondering where is Puka heading his team to, because his other drop location was somewhere towards the Kampong region. With VXT making that their home, they've gone to somewhere on the northern side of the map, and I don't see them getting into any kind of a kerfuffle.
Patience and patience is what we are witnessing. But in the meantime, also Alibaba Raiders have taken an exit. It's a drastic change in the course for Alibaba Raiders, because it was all about Rising Inferno Esports, who wiped them off completely. But also for you guys also watching us live, as we have mentioned earlier, make sure you go to Google, search IQOO Neo 10, spin the wheel, and stand a chance to win 5 lakhs. And as soon as you get a chance, make sure you don't waste it. But for now, the chances seem pretty high for the likes of IQOO to have a really good control over the area of boot camp.
I really thought that Pukar would take his teammates to the northern side of the map, but it seems like he's way too close to comfort. He's between 2 teams right now at the Same region, between 4 Miracles and BLITZ. And that shows that this man with the new team is not showing any signs of backing away from a fight. They're ready for a head-on one, and let's see if that's going to be rewarding them or that's going to be affecting the gameplay from here on. With the circle forming up, it's a very default circle with the boot camp being the epicenter. All these teams will look forward to, first loot up to their fullest potential and then come in closer. Speaking about getting in closer, it's going to be the side of 8-bit who won this fight so badly against the side of
भाई
WYLD.
डिबेट वाली
The
काय
knocks were there, but the confirmations are still not.
टाक काढताना काय अख्खा
While FANGS Sensei has been revived, he's got a good cover fire. He had his teammates to back him up. But right now, when you just talk about IQOO 8-bit, the roster seems complete. But every time they want to go for a rush, they want to go for a push. They are very
आने भाई केवढा होल्ड
selective in decision making. They take their time. They analyze the situation and accordingly they act. And right now, Mr. Pineapple, he has been the key player for the likes of Wild Fangs so far. He's been performing tremendously well.
काय
But when
कॉल
it
देत
comes down
असतील भाई
in the
नेट
overall
नको करू
rankings,
हे
IQOO
ते
8-bit,
कॉल काय
they
देत
were in
असतील
the third position, and from that one, they would definitely love to climb up to the first spot itself.
आपला
But
कॉल
Wild Fangs,
देण्याच्या अगोदरच नेट
no
बीट
such
टाकून
movements. Everybody intact in their position,
काय कॉल देत
completely trying to cut off the
Oh.
sounds. But the nade, it should do the damage. But Sensei was just too clever.
डॅमेज झाला ब्रो
In the beginning of the fight, it felt like
Yeah,
both
knock.
these teams would undergo one casualty at
Knock.
least. Speaking about casualty, Thunders, grenade is going to strike.
दोन
But can they bring in the rain? And it seems like they can, as Stray Squad also gets taken down. Saif and Anush Topi have a big responsibility up their shoulder. They're
Hey,
trying to
एवढा
do their
fast
best.
free
They're
झाला
changing
तो.
positions, but still they're not able to find any kind of success. Anush
आई
Topi,
शपथ काय
way too
फास्ट
low
फ्री
on
झाला
HP.
तो
He's going to be the next big target for the side of Team 8-bit. And they're getting in closer. Sensei gets confirmed. It's going to be hard for them as Saif is going to retaliate. He's going to try to do his best as Anush gets taken down. It's going to be Saif going in for a confirmation. Whereas on the other side, Saif will be in the beacon of hope for his team, trying to jiggle around. But
Scored
Mafia,
dead.
he says otherwise. He puts him down. And there goes Wild Fangs back into the lobby.
IQ
But still,
8 बीट
Mr.
वाले
Pineapple
भाई
going down,
कैम
it's gonna
और
be a little bit
मैं
problematic for the side of
कैसा
IQOO 8-bit.
भाई
Because Pineapple,
आप
he's
ही है
been
भाई
one of
के
the
आगे
most crucial
Cam
players
के
for the
इधर.
entire lineup, finding the frags,
Hey,
playing it
bro.
slow and steady, surviving for the team. He's done everything that he could to earn points for his team, and him being picked off earlier in the game, that in the first contention itself can be really problematic, or I would say that can also decrease the motivation of taking some early fights or maybe going for some bold approaches when you don't have your strongest assaulter on your side. But we'll have to see how things are going to turn around, because we have got, for now, ONEPLUS God's Reign on our screen with Delta PG, Destro, Apple and Justin in the mix.
Letting go of Paradise Resort, it seems like GDR is trying to expand their wings and so higher, getting in closer to take those fights. Chandan is being again clever enough to strike the side of GDR. One player gets taken down, the other player's location gets compromised. As Grapple gets in closer, Morty is clever enough to track those audio clues, and then he's trying to toss up grenades left, right and center. Keeping enemies at bay is going to be the priority
भाई
for the
आता
side
एवढे
of
भारी
Morty.
भारी ग्राफिक आले तर याच्यामध्ये कोण पण दिसता भाई
Just look how
Fan of it.
confined it seems ONEPLUS God's Reign are right now. He's getting the revival. He's just backing off. Too much damage to deal with for Justin. He will be getting a quick revival. There's no doubt about it. But Morty doesn't want to reveal his position. But Destro is way too close. He's way too close in the backup arrives from
Oh,
the right
bhai.
moment. And Destro is being put down completely. The backup is there. But right as of now,
Katana.
it seems like Morty, everything under his control. He's taking down one of the crucial players in Delta PG, one of the strongest players of God's Reign. He wants to chime in, and it proves every time why he is one of the
bhai
best as he gets the
बग्गेमधून
second
उतरवला.
one for himself. Delta PG aren't stopping, but from behind comes up ALIBABA raid, AUTOBOTZ, my bad. But this is going to be problematic for God's Reign. They've lost
ONEPLUS
Destro.
वाले भाई
They're out in the open. But the
Crazy.
one plus point they have is they have the vehicles to quickly back off from this spot.
A blessing in
Ay,
disguise for
ay,
sure
ay.
in the name of RIVALRYXNR is just going to let them breathe for a brief period of time. Whereas on the other side,
Ek
one player
padla.
again makes a
Oh,
big
bhai,
mistake
bhai,
of
bhai,
traveling
bhai.
in the open. It's going to be Chandan putting down one player. Even though the retaliation comes through, he's going to be affected so badly that the finish is just going to walk into his pockets. Whereas on the other side, it's going to be AUTOBOTZ. They want to chime in. They want to take advantage. As of now, They've not reaped any benefits out of this.
ही कोणती गाडी आहे भाई अर्धा कलर
On the other end, you do see this fight happening. Money makers, left, right, and center. Players being knocked and confirmed. 3 players down and out. That leaves Clutch God.
नाइस ब्रो
A solo player, used to wipe. He was out in the open. Clutch God had an opportunity, but he didn't want to reveal his position.
14 टीम
He
पेंडिंग
knows that one money makers need a hefty amount of points to be among the top 5 or top 4 teams. But he's to wipe. He's way too in the open. Clutch God, this is a lifetime opportunity for you. But he's still controlling his trigger. He's still coming up with those trigger disciplines. But just imagine, East to Wipe comes up close and personal, and then Clutch God gives him a big surprise. That is going to be a big heart attack for the likes of BLITZ.
Damaging the opponents is going to be the top priority for the side of Clutch God. And I just love the way he's speaking and sticking to that stone, not giving away his location. Because he's got a very dazzling outfit, which could be visible from a distance with a dark background of green. Yet again, Clutch God survives, and from here on, we can expect him to go in for a position points rather than being a bit aggressive.
There's no other option. If you talk about the circle, it's down southwest, and once again, you need to earn points for money makers. They were sitting in 9th spot with only of 12 points in total of the first 2 games that they've played. Not bad, but if you want to be on top, you need to get more points in every match that you play. But talking about the scenario, BLITZ Esports, 3 finishes intact, not a single player lost. East to Vibe, Bronzer, Tokyo, Rambo, all the 4 players intact in a compound, and they are also close to the smack center of the circle.
Look at the rotations coming in from each and every team. Prioritizing the circle shows that they're pretty serious in getting more points than what we are expecting them to. IQOOSOUL, they're checking the shorelines right next to the ruins region. They did extend their wings towards the thumb bunk to make sure nobody is ready to backstab them. Now going back to the bridge region, so make sure that
Sanhok,
nobody is going to come in from the
Erangel
camp
hai
alpha
bhai,
region as well. And this is what I would love to, see in teams. Trying to be more mature in the game. Try to understand that, it's all about you sticking to your textbook basics. Don't make any hasty decisions. And try to take the fight as it comes. Necros, VASISTA Esports, not performing in the first 2 games. What's your take on that?
I believe they're taking a tad bit more time, trying to figure out how things can work out for them. They have been a really good lineup in the upper brackets. The way they've qualified, the way they have made their mark in this entire tournament has been something we can just literally appreciate. But right now it feels like Fury and the company, they needed 1 or 2 matches to gel up and warm up their hands, because they had a small break while we were conducting the LCQ players, and right now it seems like the shots being fired, the fight has already started. One of the players of VASISTA, they were in the close by. When you talk about some individual plays, when you talk about some power pack performance, how can we forget what Legend did today earlier?
He was beast ultra pro max, if you ask me. I mean, every single corner he was turning around, he had a plan in mind, and everything was falling in place as well. As I explained, it's easier for you to dodge a shotgun in mid-range and then retaliate with something you have a better control of while you're moving in a vehicle. And that's the strategy many teams would now want to inculcate if they have to find success with the last man standing in the final circles. But as of now, CK towards the ruins region, where we thought that the circle might shift somewhere to the southern side of the map, a sudden twist in the tail as it heads right to the epicenter of it all, with Painan and Bootcamp having major chunk of this circle.
Interesting to see how this entire circle is gonna help or will be creating problems for a lot of teams. Talk about ONEPLUS Cincinnati kids. They have been silent for such a long time. This is not the entire ONEPLUS Cincinnati case that we witnessed in the upper bracket. But Two Rivers, they've got some storyline to tell. BLITZ Esports, those who had their own compounds to play along with, it seems like they have been found out. Two of the players knocked and confirmed. Sorry, my bad. There's going to be only
भाई
one player
जो
who
भी आ रहा है
was
ना
there,
लाइक करो,
got
लाइक और
completely knocked
सब्सक्राइब
and
करो,
confirmed by the players of
सब्सक्राइब और
True
लाइक
Rippers, as they
करना
have a
है,
sudden end
सब्सक्राइब
to
और लाइक.
themselves. But as soon as they will enter the circle,
42
they
बंदे हैं
might be
भाई,
just
42
completely
में
pounced
और
on by the
13
players of
टीम है,
Blitz. But
13
while we
टीम है,
talk about it,
42 बंदे,
Vasista
मतलब
Esports,
पेलना तो
through the
अभी
compounds, they are
क्लोज
gathering
फाइट क्या
as many
होगी.
information as possible for their side.
You know, you did mention about True Rippers and Blitz coming in close proximity.
क्या होगी.
Let's not forget that 4 vehicles are not far away from that place as well. They look forward for a third party.
BEX.
And let's see whether that's going to be a scenario which is going to be created. Sam gives another opening against the side of
Nade.
Blitz, and now
Oh, bhai.
True Rippers will have to push in because it's going to be a 2v4 which they can capitalize on. Same goes for the side of VXT as they pushed in. Troy getting in closer.
अबे
8-bit,
वाह भाई.
They're getting shot at
Only
from
side
two
on.
different directions. This divided direction might backfire,
Fuck.
but Mafia is making everything happen as the Molotov is going to be landing perfectly to keep both of them at
Oh,
bay.
जळाला,
And
दोघं,
now a
दोघं,
good
दोघं.
grenade coming into this corner will be bringing him 2 knocks, and with the blink of an eye, I
भाई
do believe
दोघं
that's the
गेले
end
एका
of a
volley
team
मध्ये.
as they get burned in that Molotov.
Oh my god, that was a really good one. But talking about this,
अरे माफिया भाई ऐकत ना
finishes in
भेडी.
their back. But talking about that, 4 miracles, Dragon OP will be getting some confirmation on True Rippers as well.
माफिया भाई
This
का
is a fight
ऐकत
that
ना.
we knew was brewing
भाई
up for
दोन्ही
such a
मारले
long time.
मौलीने.
But talking about IQOO 8-bit, look at them. 8 finishes already backed up, out of which Mafia has 5 for himself. Even this match turns out to be a good one for the likes of IQOO 8-bit.
I like the aggression approach. I like that, you know, going
माफिया
in
ने भाई 8
to
बीट
take
मधला
the fight
माफिया ने
every
5
single time
किल
given
झाले.
an opportunity.
5
Because
किल.
8-bit, they've read the lobby right. They knew that today everybody would try to make it to the center. Everybody would want to put points on the table in one way or the other. But their
8-bit
intention is
माफियाचे
we
5
just
किल
gonna
झाले.
go aggro. 10 points
यो
in every
कोणला
game,
ऐकणार
let
आहे
it be
का?
position or finish is what they're eyeing at. And they have been rewarded all thanks to their bravery.
8 बीट वाली
Thunder,
कोणला ऐकणार
A
आहेत का यार.
perfect support coming in is making sure that Mafia
भाई
can go all
माफिया
out. Pineapple out of the
एकटाच
picture.
घुसतो भाई, दोघांना मॉलिशी मारला आदर
Have
की
to wait
आता
and
बघू
watch
काय
what's going to
होणार.
happen next. But let me remind you, Necros,
बघ
Ash is not playing this. That means OA is
12
leading
टीम
the team.
पेंडिंग आहेत आणि 35
A
जण
big
आहेत पेंडिंग आहे
responsibility
बोलते.
once
12
again.
जण 12
IQOO
टीम
8-bit,
आहेत,
they're
35
completely
जण आहेत.
performing
भेंडी
well, but
क्लोज रेंज फाईट
right
का
against them
होणार
is
आहे
going to
आता.
be VXT.
आणि
A
झोन
team who
बघा
has performed
भेंडी
tremendously well in the
level पण
previous
कमी
match. So many finishes they had in their pocket. Toy being one of the key players. Samrat stepping up. But the question is, we always question whenever there's a shift. We even question that as Power not being a part of this lineup, will it affect the gun game? And
रीच
VXT,
पकडायचा
they
भाई, घर
answered
पकडून
with
मतलब ना.
performance that no, it
ओ
doesn't
भाई
matter.
काय नेड
We still
होता.
can perform, but right now ONEPLUS CINCINNATI case, they're facing the Wrath. Zeref has been knocked and confirmed, and Goblin,
काय होतं
he will be
सीनेचा?
pouncing on the
अरे
remaining
काय नेड
players
होता
as
तर
Juicy.
नेडचा
He will be
इफेक्ट
knocked, but
बघितला
the
भाई.
confirmation,
पैसा
yeah, it stays
वसूल.
with Goblin as well, but eventually when you
ज्वालामुखी आलेली, ज्वालामुखी.
open, trying to figure out and find that one finish, but even he gets taken down. And that's going to be problematic for VASISTA Esports because that's the green signal for ONEPLUS CINCINNATI case to pounce on them.
Mighty needs to be careful because he's going to be shot at
Oh.
from 2 different players right now. Hector, in the close proximity, he needs to hear those grenades properly or else he might get taken down. Even though a push is going to be coming in, it's going to be restricted in the path due to that grenade lopsing in.
गाडीन बसल्यावर काय हे
I
होत.
wonder where the player
ओ
is.
भाई
Hector is just going to stand flat behind the door, gets taken down and confirmed. Mighty, it seems like 8-bit. They've got some really different firepower surging through their veins.
आज ही गोष्ट
Fury
आहे का
falling
भेंडी
back to
आपल्याला
make sure
स्मोक
that he
थोडा
gets a
कमी
revival
दिसतो.
to his teammate.
Very important one, if you ask me. Revival is being completed, or they're just taking some more time. Scary Jord, he's just waiting for patiently to be revived, and again fighting against the odds. But right now, IQOO 8-bit, there's been so many artillery exchange from both these sides. VXT, they have the ridge advantage, while IQOO 8-bit, they want to go up against the hill and take down the players on top. And if that fight brews up, IQOOSOUL, they're in close bounds as well. They will be looking forward to pounce in with the third-party approaches.
Can that be the case? Because the circle
Right.
just shifted away from this fight, and prioritizing the circle is going to be the primary objective for all these teams. As the uphill battle all of a sudden seems to be going in the favor of 8-bit. VXT, they need to watch their backs and
bhai,
look at the
bhai,
minimap
bhai,
coming
bhai.
in time.
एक दो
IQOOSOUL is
तीन.
coming in
ओ
closer.
भाई,
A,
ये
B,
क्या
C's are coming in
दोन
from
लावा
another side.
कुठे?
It's no more a patty in the sandwich. It's like a sausage between the two buns.
Oh, exactly. And right now we just talk about it.
Fight
Knuckle
chalu.
finds one on Somraj. He's being knocked and confirmed. That's a big surprise coming up from the side of IQOOSOUL. The shot's being fired from a different angle as well. IQOOSOUL, they're playing on a very big
Oh,
split. But
bhai,
right
damage,
now,
damage,
IQOO will be
damage,
under the
damage,
radars as
damage,
well.
bhai,
Equinox
damage.
has been taken down. IQOOSOUL, all the nades coming into that same direction. Can be really a
Aye.
close call for IQOO 8-bit. And with that nade, that's gonna be the end of IQOO 8-bit. As IQOOSOUL 4 finishes registered.
Aye.
Goblin with those beautiful nades.
Sanhok
have
gazavla
made
bhai,
some
Sanhok
perfect
gazavla.
connections.
8-bit ne
That's going to be
Sanhok
the end.
gazavla.
But for now, we have to look for the bigger picture. And right now, we have got a lot more teams in the lobby, lot more teams in the surroundings. The circle is really tricky. And the teams in the southern end, they are fighting against
9
each
टीम आहेत
other.
तरी 20 जण आहेत म्हणजे सोलो प्लेयर
IQOOSOUL
जास्त आहे.
making a statement out here, ladies and gentlemen.
MM
As they're trying to
Clutch
do their
squad.
best to come in and pounce and make sure that they pick
Last-
away frags. The third party kings do know when to strike.
last man
As Clutch
काय
Squad
होतं?
trying to make it inside the circle, he needs to be careful. He needs to be as silent
Oh,
as
bhai,
possible.
banda.
But Toxic on the other side.
Chela.
He's going to be missing shots due to which he's going to be punished. All he had to
Doncha
do
bahar
was become
khelta
one
hai.
with the nature and try to heal himself. But ultimately, that was not the wise choice for him. A lesson learned the hard way. But coming back, Goblin
बाकी आहे
he's
त्यांचा.
already
त्याला
got 4
दिसला नाही
frags
बंदा.
and he's
अरे
hungry
ओपनला
for
झोपला
more.
नाही झाड आहे
As legit, he showcased that he's capable of some, and now Goblin steps up in the map of Sanhok.
Look at the split that they're playing. Goblin, he's been given the
Dad.
responsibility to be the one to check their 6 and watch out for any kind of backstabbers. And he's doing that perfectly well, there's no doubt about it. The question is, how is ONEPLUS, God's Reign, and how are they planning to enter the circle? But because for now, VASISTA Esports Fury is being spotted by the players of IQOOSOUL as well. This is a golden opportunity for IQOOSOUL to get a lot more finishes in their favor.
Can it be that way? Can it be that way? Because I'm slowly able to see that GDR is trying to cover the backlines in the mini-map. We can see a dark red or a maroon color team slowly coming up. LAFP
Damage
in
dila,
the
damage.
open makes a big mistake and IQOOSOUL can capitalize on it. But still somehow they retaliate. As IQOOSOUL Knuckle gets taken down, the Batman needs to be revived. But let me tell you, the Superman on the other side is busy picking up frags.
Look at the split. Look at the kind of positioning IQOOSOUL they are playing along with. But Fury will be confirmed by Sam. True Rippers, they're coming into the mix.
IQ वाल्यांनी बघा सोल
This
वाल्यांनी
time also
जागा
Mani is
कशी
not
घेतली
playing without an
बघा.
IGL. IQOOSOUL, they're
Oh,
functioning
bhai,
well, but that
damage.
nade could have been really dicey as Goblin wants to go up close and push.
Oh,
Missile
bhai.
coming in, but he
Shotgun.
gets completely
Shotgun or what?
decimated. Goblin is in a godland form and he knows about all the other players have learned from past. Arman is in a big white split. He's creating those off angles and creating problems, but eventually
team
when you
hai,
talk
pass
about
team
Ron
hai.
has been
Holding
taking
la
down
pass team hai.
Arman, he's becoming that one nuisance for the side of IQOOSOUL.
Can this grenade connect? Because Goblin is taking a big risk of trying to come out in the open. From a distance, Arman's agenda was to explode that vehicle and inflict damage against the side of Goblin, which
No,
did
no,
not
no, no,
happen.
no.
Goblin, he did not watch his backline, so there were players
अरे
coming
यार,
in from the
image
other side with
बघायची
the
होती.
divided attention,
काय
ladies and
spray होता.
gentlemen. It's going to be the people from Learn
Yeah.
from Past picking out winner, chicken dinner. A perfect execution coming in from their side. The split, when we thought was going to fail, all of a sudden started to show up.
मतलब कसं दिसत.
Oh, exactly. That split worked out brilliantly. But
Winner,
the way
winner,
Apple came
chicken
into the
dinner.
picture, nobody expected.
winner,
Nobody
winner,
expected
chicken
Apple in that position while the revival was already going on. Legit and Ronnie, they were settled in their own position. And then
Sorry.
out of blue, that one player came in, spoiled the entire game and even diverted Goblin from his position, made him completely focus on the back, and then
Yeah.
it was all about learn from past, chiming in and proving their worth in that particular position.
Absolutely. Couldn't have said that better. But you know what? I was pretty impressed with IQOOSOUL, even though the players got taken down because of that lack of cover as they were trying to peek over those, hard compounds or hard covers to pick up frags. There was an opportunity, to be frank, because LAFP, both the players inside that small shack were kind of visible at one point of time. A proper spray could have taken them down and then built a kind of a pressure over Arman. But still, they were clever enough how to dodge it, because it was all about being a bit offensive. Hey, I've been telling this, man, if you're good at offense, that is also a way of a defense as well.
Exactly. And
Guys,
just
abhi
imagine
Erangel hai,
Arman being
Erangel.
on his plate, constantly drawing the attention of all the IQOOSOUL players, getting those knockouts, putting a lot more pressure on them, not making it easy for them. The basic thing that comes in my mind is that of IQOOSOUL, they were in a good momentum. Goblin have 5 finishes in his name, and he was literally looking so good after taking down Silopi as well. But Arman, the way he pressurized and conned them was really something that we need to appreciate, because that man also has 1 finish only, but the kind of efforts he put in was tremendous. But quickly jumping onto the Red Bull replay, we can have a recap of what happened in the final circle.
It was a fight to the finish for sure. IQOOSOUL trying to make sure that they could have their backlines clear. Did not expect a player to be over here as Sahil. He gets, contested in a close range. He went in for a melee, if I'm not wrong, against the side of Goblin, but was punished ruthlessly. And this was the moment where Goblin got kind of, distracted, and he gets taken down. I do understand that that was the best thing for Goblin to do. Turn around and pick up a frag rather than getting decimated by both the sides. So IQOOSOUL, they're going to be pretty happy with this performance, because according to me, they've got more than 5 frags and a second position. A decent 10-point average coming their way.
Exactly, almost like they had 7 finishes in total, and as they finish, they will be getting those placement points as well. So yeah, it's a win-win game for the side of IQOOSOUL as well. They are playing it consistently, which matters the most, will help them to be on the top. And yes, if you are on the hashtag one spot at the end of the Sky Search Day, you get 10 points in total. Those 10 search points, which gives you a head start for the day number 2, from where the Sky Champ rule is going to come into the play. And that
Erangel, Miramar,
you don't want to
Erangel.
miss on the opportunity. You reach 125 points and you take a chicken dinner, you win the tournament.
Let's see. Now, it sounds pretty simple, Necros, when you say that, but it doesn't feel like when you're in a lobby full of such big names. But yes, ladies and gentlemen, we'll be speaking more about all the fights which is occurring. And let me tell you that we are going to be heading towards a short break, and we'll be seeing you guys on the other side.
Tang 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 tarat. IQOO. Tan tara tan. Tara tan.
Yeah, look, all of my wins going crazy. I gotta brag on myself, I amaze me. I know I'm got something that can phase me. I'm too dope like I'm back in the 80s. Okay, whoa. Got a lot of wins on my dinner plate. Ain't coming down, gotta levitate. I know my next win is the best one, so I tell them that I'm on to the
On to the next one. On to the next one. On to the next one.
After a short break, we are back with IQOO Neo 10 presents Skyesports Championship 2025. Alongside me, it's going to be Arka. And what a fantastic map of Sanhok we witnessed right away. It was all about climaxes coming into the picture. At one point, we kind of thought that it was the game of IQOOSOUL. Then came in Apple as a surprise package from behind. And then in the end, it was all about learning from their past mistakes and rectifying it at the very right time.
Since you already bought in the point of Apple, I really like the way GDR have turned the tides. You know, once they understood they're not able to convert those 4v4s on the mid-range battles, Destro immediately resorting on a defensive approach in the map of Sanhok. What did he do? He made sure that, you know, two of his teammates go in for a heal battle after a bit of a casualty in the beginning phase of the game, try to rake up some position points, and then try to make sure that they take the fight in the final circles. Probably with a better approach, we can expect God's Train to be bouncing back in the map of Erangel, which is going to be coming up next. But as of now, we'll be looking at the MVP of the previous game, because we have been seeing new stars coming up. For those MVPs, I have to tell you one more thing. For those MVPs, Red Bull has been, you know, a really good friend, because they need those energy stepping into intense games like these.
Exactly, and you do need for yourself, because there's 3 more matches left in today's entire Sky Surge day, and you won't want to miss any of the matches if you're like feeling a little bit low in energy. So you can go quickly grab a can of Red Bull from your nearest store and enjoy the other 3 remaining matches of the day, because I feel like you will not only require a Red Bull but also some snacks together to kind of make it a full entertainment.
I mean, Red Bull itself is a complete meal according to me, because the kind of energy it gives you, it feels like you've just got some wings. But yes, ladies and gentlemen, we'll be looking into the star of the match to see which among these players did shine out bright. And according to the statistics, it's going to be the side of 8-bit, where we got Mafia with a beautiful grenades tossed in to roast off his opponents. We've got 5 finishes. The best companion is going to go to Fury. He's got 3 rescues, even though he had a decent amount of survival
damage.
Oh yeah. If you kind of ask me, Fury, he was trying so much to survive and gain points for his team, followed by a lot of consequences that he was placed in. I feel like somehow, I'm not sure, Arka, I would love to know your opinion. Do you think that Fury's aggression has been dipped down a little bit? But before that, we will be jumping on to the topic of this MVP of this match. It has to be Goblin from IQOOSOUL.
Absolutely. Goblin going bonkers, getting that Goblin mode on. He was able to pick up frags. And he's going to be placing himself at the first spot of the MVP rank for this part of the tournament. Because yes, the first game also he had a decent run. The second one followed up with no points as such, but the third one he somehow caught up. LEFT learning from the past, living up to their name. They did learn from their past of Erangel and Miramar. Backed up a chicken dinner with 5 finishes, getting a total of 15 points. Following up closely is going to be IQOOSOUL. They've got a total of 13 points, 7 finishes and 6 position points.
IQOOSOUL will be pretty happy with the performance that they've put up, followed by BLITZ Esports. I mean, they have been dark horses over and over in every other round. 11 points backed up. ONEPLUS God's Reign, they've got 10, alongside IQOO 8-bit with having 10 points for themselves. So far we can just get an idea, right? The top teams, those whose comeback we wanted to see in this map of Sanhok, we witnessed it. God's Reign coming back in the picture. BLITZ getting points. 4 Miracle having 7 for themselves. True Rippers, AUTOBOTZ having 5 all for their side. Even VASISTA have 5 points. But followed down the ladder, MAKERZ did not have a great run, followed by ALIBABA Raiders as well. So we look onto the bigger picture in the overall standings. Topmost team, it's going to be IQOO 8-bit, followed by IQOOSOUL in the second spot with 29 total points each for their side. But then coming down in the third spot, it's going to be BLITZ as well, chiming close to the top 3 spot. They have the similar points, but the difference lies in the placement points.
IQ beat
AUTOBOTZ making it into the top 5 is going to be a point of concern for all the other teams, because this team, once they tend to get that position within the top 5, they really know how to maintain it. Hand in hand goes the side of MAKERZ. Yes, they also have the same kind of a mindset, but once they are in loss, they tend to fall down drastically. That's why we see them at the 9th spot. ALIBABA Raiders on the other side are trying to do their best. It's going to be RIVALRYXNR, not botching a place, because it's been a decent performance coming in from their side as well. But Cincinnati kids, they're going to be pushed down, because God's Train have picked up the pace. just itsy bitsy bit.
Exactly, and right now, again, this is going to be a classic map of Erangel coming up next. It's going to be interesting to see how things are going to turn around, because the first Erangel did give us a lot of goosebumps. From all those
first
iconic
Erangel is
moments of
our game.
Legend to those beautiful circle rotations up north,
Erangel
True
bhari
Rippers being there and then being completely wiped off in a blink of an eye. Everything went in peace, and even IQOO 8-bit, whether wants to take away that chicken dinner. Will they get another chicken dinner and remain in the top spot, or is it going to be IQOOSOUL this time to snatch their first chicken dinner of the day?
You've been putting a lot of hopes in my brain, my friend, and also a lot of hopes in the fans of IQOOSOUL, because this is what they're expecting from their team. They're waiting to see that combination of Legend and Goblin work out perfectly yet again, so that they can end up with a banger of a game. They want to end this Sky Search with 10 points in their pocket, and with teams like IQOOSOUL, VXT, or even probably the side of VASISTA, if they get a 10-point head start, we all know how aggressive they can get from the get-go. That gives them a bit of an edge to not only take fights, even if they fail in the first game, trying to bring up a strategy, they don't have to worry about getting a reset, because they're still going to have points on the table, and that's going to give them another opportunity in game number 2. But yes, after which we're going to be heading into the next map. It's going to be the map of Erangel, another default map. For the fans who are watching out there, make sure to let us know which team do you think might walk away with the winner chicken dinner. With you guys put under pressure, I'm going to put my co-caster also under pressure yet again to find out. Necros, what do you think? Which team is going to get the chicken dinner this time?
I feel like it is time for IQOOSOUL to do something better, because they have had two games for themselves. But ladies and gentlemen, this map of Erangel will be unfolded in some couple of seconds as we dive into the directly head on to the flight path of this particular match, as we have got our captain has learned from past. Honey, it has been a big run for Learn from Past. The map of Sanhok was definitely something that they wanted for such a long time, and coming down from the map of Sanhok to the map of Erangel, I hope they have the momentum set right.
I feel this flight path can be a little bit favoring the side of God's Reign. I have a strong feeling. Yes, very closer to military base in case the circle goes down south. They look forward for a big game as well. And God's Reign, all they need is one good game to pull back their sleeves and go all wild. Whereas the eastern side of the map seems to have a small cluster, as RIE heading towards the Milta power region. We have seen that FANGS is making Milta their home. BLITZ heading towards the Novo Deploy region. Have got some company with them. And it seems like both these teams are not shying away from being the first point of contact. That is going to be the side of Novo Deploy.
So big splits. And right now, this contention has to be something that nobody would have expected. True Rippers chiming in Novo Deploy alongside BLITZ. And then we had an early contention, the very first angle, where we did witness AUTOBOTZ. Alongside, there was Alibaba Raiders in the mix. There was Learn from Past. So many teams around the corner. And this time, I don't feel like that's going to happen next. Again, in the Yasnaya compounds, because Alibaba Raiders, for now, they have the Lipovka drop location all to themselves. AUTOBOTZ, they will be rolling out towards the direction of Yasnaya, collecting some vehicles for their side. But the query contention is where my entire focus lies, because for Miracle Esports Poco, he will be literally cutting down Clutch God in bits and pieces, but he's got another one to deal with, but the shots will be coming up. 3 players knocked out. Reaper needs a gun. He's helpless. He's searching for it left, right, and center, but he's not getting one. Finally finds a DBS and a pistol. But Pukar, he has a PP Bison to work out with. Will that be enough for Reaper to deal with?
I do believe that if he can play it right, if he knows how to take it slow, he might be given an advantage. But Reaper's location is going to be compromised, because Afu or Aditya is coming in from the backlines. He knows that he's got a bit of an advantage. Puka running out in the open. The revolver needs to, put out bullets right now. But Reaper is going to rely on the DBS, where the opponents do not know that he's got a shotgun in the close range. They're still going to try to push in against him. They're going to be rewarded for that valiant effort. But Clutch God, he gets sliced down with a knife, and that's going to prick this team for a brief period of time.
What do we expected will start in Novoripnoi, started in the areas of Query, where Clutch God has been taken down. Now Pukar, the new IGL, has stepped up and finally 2 finishes in his bag. Total of 4 as 4 Miracle. Definitely not the ideal start. The games are not going in their favor. And the way they have performed so far in the previous stages of this tournament, it's not something which we are accustomed to see from their end. But right now, the map of Erangel is done and dusted. They will be looking forward to a better picture in the next 2 matches. But for now, all the 4 finishes will be cherished, and hopefully the entire quarry split will be under the names of Moneymakers for a bit longer period of time.
Moneymakers are chilling in that car and they're just enjoying music because they understood the only way to put on pressure over their shoulder is just to enjoy the game. And that's what they're up to. Aditya is going on to heal himself, and check out what True Rippers are doing right now. They're just chilling around the vicinity of Novoripnoi. They've got some decent loot as well. So that shows that their gatekeeping might find some benefits, as the side of Blitz, probably Blitz do know, and that's why they're trying to stay away from this team and make the shorelines their home ground for now.
Good approach. They want to be steady. They don't want to commit to any early fights. They have had their fair shares of consequences in the past. They do understand that we are standing in a stage where drop clashes are a very mere thing to kind of focus on. The much greater picture is to fight for the championship. For that, we need to utilize this Sky Surge day to its fullest. And again, Blitz, they're sitting in the top 3. So they're really very close to end up in the first spot. The top contenders against them are going to be IQOOSOUL, who are literally on our screens right now alongside IQOO 8-bit. But right now, we do see a fight bringing up Blitz East to wipe. He's got some company to deal with. The nades will be fired. The nade is going to give him damage, and East to wipe. He gets down and dusted. The second one, East to wipe. He has been one of the pure for a number of teams, and once again, he's becoming one for the likes of True Rippers. His HP has been depleted, but the 2 big damages that he has done against True Rippers will haunt them for a long time.
Absolutely easy to wipe when he's been sweeping the floor dry, because as of now he's done such a big damage against the side of True Rippers, and it seems like they were unprepared for the assault coming in from the side of Blitz, where we were busy speaking about the otherwise. Easy to wipe gets taken down. Now Sam says, you know what, I've also got some tricks up my sleeves. Getting in closer with that shotgun, knows that there's no player close by, and that gives him a space to go in for a confirmation. Is he going to use that knock player as a bait and they try to take down players? No, he's going to find another angle, put a player down. Rambo gets in closer, still relying to put in some throwables. Dronzer and Rambo, they're going to be left out with nothing but mere damage against the side of Sam.
Look at this situation, Sam, against the odds, trying to find the revenge of his teammates, those who have been taken down by Blitz East to wipe.
No.
The revenge has been taken, but the nade was almost on point. Oh my god, Jelly. He barely survived that one. Sam is just waiting for one position to be in, but constantly those nades, those barrages, those artillery strikes, refraining True Rippers to advance and relocate. So far intact in one position. Dronzer, Rambo versus Sam and Jelly. A proper 2v2 fight.
Now this is where Rambo could be in trouble. Jelly tossing up a perfect grenade has landed right next to him. But Dronzer, he knows that he's got a shotgun and he can go in for a close range battle. But is he prepared for what's going to happen next? A perfect execution coming in from behind the wall. Can he put the last player down? It seems like Rambo can do it. And with that, ladies and gentlemen, True Rippers, they're going to be heading back into the lobby. But Blitz, yet again blowing our minds with the perfect synergy coming between these two, and easy to wipe. What an entry fragger is turning out to be as well.
Oh my god, this has been a roller coaster ride for Blitz Esports. They might have lost 2 of their really crucial players, Tokyo and East to wipe, but the commotion that they have made will be heard by the gods. They have heard everything, and Delta PG, he's just waiting. He's heard it, he's seen the players, the information has been relayed to the teammates. And with this intel that they have got, God's Rain won't just leave those 2 players in peace. I'm not sure. I mean, definitely, when the circle is in your favor, God's Reign, they will wait. They will wait patiently. The fielding will be set for them. And they will just wait for the moment. As soon as Blitz, they try to rotate out of the compounds of Nova Ripnoi, God's Reign might just pounce on them. But the wide split that God's Reign has for themselves is something that can completely kind of pinpoint the players of Blitz Esports.
You know, it's pretty interesting for us
अरे
to see
IQ
how
admit this.
Blitz actually converted that game. As I said, true rippers, it seems like they had an idea of where the Blitz players are, yet they were unable to strike. And all thanks to that moment which they had throughout the game. And we have been speaking about the game mechanics, right? If you be stagnant for a brief period of time and there's a player who's been launching, leaping, moving around, his thumbs are going to have a much more better reflex than yours. And he might end up having, you know, a greater hand. Yes, you can negate my point by just telling that a practice before the game can put both of them in, you know, equal terms. But I tend to differ, man. I just feel that at that given point of time, who's been having that perfect, you know, moment, the perfect mechanics in their favor, that is the team to outshine. GDR, Apple does the right thing, goes into a high ground to give information to his teammates, and Justin, once given an opportunity, doesn't miss as he strikes down one player.
Rambo is trying to flee away from the compounds. He never expected a hellfire raining down on them, and even if he's a solo survivor, I don't think that
Guys,
Rambo
अजून
has
2
nothing
मॅच
more
आहेत.
that he could do
एक आता
or he
मिरामार
can
होईल
do right
आणि
now,
परत इरेंगल होईल.
because he's just intact, waiting for
हा मिरामारच आहे.
the BGMI gods to be in his favor a
मग
little
परत
bit more, a
Erangel.
little bit longer, so that
Last
God's Reign,
match
they just
Erangel
tend
आहे.
to rotate out. But God's Reign, they do have an
They
idea.
won,
They
Abhi.
have a complete information that there were 2 players in this urban compound. And out of 2, we have taken down 1, so there has to be another one. Rambo, waiting patiently, waiting for the right moment to strike in. He can literally end the run of at
इन करून
least
ठेवला
one
अरे
player
यार.
if his timing
Hold
and positioning
कर.
is right. That can be problematic for ONEPLUS God's Reign.
Blitz. Rambo would have to replicate what Easy to Wipe did.
हा,
At least take
आता
a player of
position
2.
दिली.
He gets up, his location is going to be compromised, even though he
Shotgun
can't put a
वर
player
पर्यंत.
down. He's going to be falling under pressure. Now Rambo again will have to fall back from this position.
Oi.
Throw builds is going to be expected. But guess
There
what?
location.
The crossfire
Ah,
seems to be
nah,
working
nah,
out for
nah,
them. Yes,
nah,
Rambo is
nah,
going to be
nah.
caught in fire. He jumps out, and what he's going to do is now land in front of Destro, who's going to be making sure he puts up a
Hold
grenade.
पाहिजे
But
होता.
Delta
Hold
on the
करायचा
other
होता
side,
भाई.
he lands that final nail in the coffin. A valiant effort goes down. Ladies and gentlemen, that's going to be Blitz
Hold
for you
करायचा
guys.
होता. Hold करायचा होता.
Ending up with just 4 finishes and out of the lobby.
The drop fight was really nice, but out of that, ONEPLUS God's Reign came out of syllabus, and that's where Blitz Esports crumbled down. The circuit is also shifted towards the northern side, so even for the likes of ONEPLUS God's Reign, they even have to rotate towards the northern side as well. So, talking about that, even on the other perspective, Alibaba Raiders, a team who has been really well in the lower like LCQ playoffs, who've been performing drastically well in the past. For them to kind of face a start like this in the Sky Surge Day is something that we don't expect, but
काय
eventually
गाड्या
we can say that
रचल्या
they haven't been performing
4 गाड्या
that well
कन्फर्म
in
आहेत
today's
म्हणजे
matches.
आहेतच. भाई सप्रेसर.
Seems like 2 big bulls are planning to lock horns. IQOOSOUL and BXT. Let's not forget that VASISTA Esports is not far away, as Hector is trying to traverse through this region, and he needs to be careful. And that's why I said he needs to be careful. VXT, they're going to try to pepper him down, but somehow Hector at this moment survives to fall back. Aquanox with no view on VASISTA Esports right now.
कोणता
Hector
लोकेशन
is
वर
just
आहे
gonna
तो
survive.
भाई?
Somehow reach his teammates.
It's important that you reunite with your teammates in these kind of situations. While all these shots will be relying a lot of information to the teams in the surroundings.
काय करतोय
IQOOSOUL,
नक्की?
RIVALRYXNR will have a just about where is a team hiding or maybe holding nearby, which is really important for you to know or understand. But when you talk about the bigger picture, team versatile, they are sitting tight in the position, having reality all
अरे हा
over the world.
एरेंगल मध्ये पण
Such
क्यूबी
a wide
येऊन आहे
split
ना वाट लावली. क्यूबी नव्हती
just
पाहिजे होती.
beside the potato hill. They have a big bridge to play along. While you talk about the players trying to settle down in their own locations, Alibaba Raiders, they're around the shelter bunkers. Murnox has found a good spot. Or you talk about the other players like
अलीबाबा अलीबाबा
I'm going to witness Rising Inferno Esports
एरेक्स.
just rotating side by side, trying to figure out where to get on. That's really important. You need to settle down in these kind of
पण भाई
stages
काय
so that you
गाडी
can reap benefits
Top
in the later part.
It seems like shelter is going to be the center of attraction for all the teams. Look at how RIE is trying to close this vicinity. Yes, AUTOBOTZ, or rather I would say Alibaba Raiders, even though they've got one small opening of this shelter for themselves, they need to be careful. They need to regroup, and I believe that's what they're trying to do. Pro OP on the other side is trying to evade from this fight. Owen is trying to push his luck, being persistent, trying to take some shots, but won't be landing even a bullet. Due to which, Pro OP on the other side, he's going to be intrigued to turn around and see who's actually shooting at him.
We are in that one phase, Arka, where you are seeing so many rotations happening, shots being fired against each other, but there is no full-fledged fight happening, and because of which everybody seems settled down. But oh, Murnox, just look at his position. He's intact. He's not going to even move an inch. He knows that if he moves, the footstep will be given away. The position will be compromised. And Rising Inferno Esports, the way they are playing, if they have an information there's just one player just in their foothills, they will look forward to pounce on him and finish him off. And that's not what Alibaba Raiders want for themselves. And Murnox, he's been one of the key players for their side, and they would really want him to survive a tad bit longer.
Shelter has not been a good spot for any team to hold, you know. Let it be a single shack, let it be two different openings. It's always good for you to head on to the nearest hard compound, make that your home, or rather a high ground. And I do believe that Rising Inferno Esports is actually looking forward for something similar. Murnox on the other side takes advantage of them showing their backlines, is now going in for shots, but Goten says, you know what? There's a player out there, why don't we head in and push our luck? Goten comes in closer, doesn't realize where the player is, gets taken down. It's going to be Mr. IGL who's got that responsibility. A shotgun versus shotgun might take place. But Murnox, playing it a little safe, is trying to cook up a grenade as the IGL gets shot in from a different angle. It's going to be Pro OP coming to the rescue of his teammate.
Oh, that's a big blunder by Rising Inferno Esports.
location
They never knew. They did not have that information, and Alibaba Raiders, the setup, the fielding worked out brilliantly. Murnox bought some time for his teammates, and right now the entire split of Alibaba Raiders, it is working like a trap for Rising Inferno Esports, while Jatin is the only and the sole survivor who could just make it out of that big chuck review. And right now, he has to be the flag bearer for Rising Inferno Esports to gain some more points. But in between all these, what have we witnessed? RIVALRYXNR, right? They have been wiped off by IQOOSOUL. Or maybe something different because they do have only 2 finishes.
Oh, bhai saab, ye log glitch karta hai.
Potato Hill seems completely dominated by them.
IQOOSOUL, they need to be careful. Because from here on, in case they get pushed at, the man disadvantage might prove to be fatal.
And now without skip,
as on the other side, we're able to see that shelter region is still a place where some contention is going to take place. As FANGS is trying to make their way into the circle, they're going to be shot at from the side of VXT, but it's going to be the other way round, as it's going to be Alibaba Raiders. I'm sorry, it was not FANGS. Alibaba Raiders have got that right opening, and now a push is going to be inevitable from their side as well.
Oh, exactly. This has to be the moment. And right as of now, you do see even Somraj carrying his teammate. Raiden was knocked out. He needs a quick revival, and for that VXT needs to fall back. Not a single finish being registered. Raiden has been brought back in the close vicinities.
Knockout
Sanhok
वाल्याला
was
गाडीमध्येच
looking
revive
versatile, and
केला.
they're
काय
almost sitting in
डोका
the eastern
लावलाय.
side of the circuit, so they have a lot of playing
See,
area. They have a breathing area, and the kind of split that they were having a bit longer. I told you that it can be concerning because they will be relying a lot of information to the teams nearby, and which might just cause one of their players being picked off guard. But right now it seems like JD Gaming has been knocked out. ALIBABA Raiders, they were having a really good time out there, having 3 finishes, but right now it seems like they have some intruders. They have got some company to deal with in the name of AUTOBOTZ Esports.
Eggy, in case he
Oh,
changes the
dance
position, you
hota
need
re.
to understand that there's a knock incoming. He's got to be shot at from different directions, but immediately chooses to go the other
Hi.
side. But eventually, that is
Goes
when the
in.
opponents are going to strike. But from a distance, Pro OP yet again comes in as a bit of a backup. Puts down a player. JD Gaming down on his knees as well, and now they'll have to fall back. They're going to be questioned. They're going to be pestered upon because ALIBABA Raiders somehow survived this assault. Somehow made sure that they bring back JD back on his feet.
And look at this revenge coming in. Jatin off guard, in an off guard position, found out Pro OP.
काय
ALIBABA
position
Raiders,
वर
who
आले.
were the one who laid a trap for Rising Inferno Esports and got 3
36
finishes
जण
out
आहेत,
of it,
11 टीम आहेत भाई.
are being doomed right now by AUTOBOTZ Esports,
See.
as well as Rising Inferno Esports. One last remaining player, that was Jatin. And for now, if you just talk about it,
Damn.
it's gonna
Necros, do
be
you
really
see
important.
that the can is there no more and it's just a bottle now?
Yeah,
I mean,
exactly. I was about to say that.
I mean, it's looking so different. And what are we going to call it? Energy bottles?
Let's just go with energy boosters.
I guess that's a wise decision. But as of now, JD trying to do his best. Trying to make sure that he brings the opponents down. A grenade is going to be landed perfectly to give the damage. An opening is also going to be coming in. JD is trying to get that confirmation, but the opponents are not letting
काय रे
him do so.
अलीबाबा आणि यार
As Murnox coming in from the other side needs to be careful because Lobster and Rafael, both of them working together. Lobster gets taken down.
Same
The grenade
team
is
hai na?
also going to be missing it out. Now JD coming in closer. Murnox get down on his knees and JD trying to put a
ALIBABA
throw. Will
Rider
just
आणि
get success out of
कोणती
it.
team
The
आहे?
last man standing, ladies and gentlemen. It's going to be a 1v1 as VXT from a distance is trying to take away all those finishes.
यार
JD and Murnox. JD and Rafael, I'm so sorry, coming
oh.
in closer. JD gets
Oh,
a lot of shots,
bhai.
still falls back, but Rafael says otherwise, puts down that player, survives for a bit more longer. All thanks to VXT from a distance. Oh my goodness, what a fight it is turning out to be.
Ralphie was exactly on point and precise. He will
पण
still
fight तर झाली
lead
वेळ.
Autobots, win some more frags, win some more battles throughout this map of Erangel. 6 finishes registered. It's going to be a tough journey, but VXT, they do have an information. There is one player surviving in that compound, and there will be at least one player who will be left behind from the side of Somraj. That, okay, just make sure that this player doesn't come inside the circle. But right now, this is going to be 2 ONEPLUS teams fighting against each other. ONEPLUS God's Reign take on ONEPLUS Cincinnati Kids. Cincinnati Kids, they did not have a great outing throughout the day so far. While God's Reign, they have slowly and gradually made the comeback. Even in this match, they have got 3 finishes to work out with. But when you compare it to ONEPLUS Cincinnati Kids, they have got 4.
गाड्या बघ
The
कशा
main
ठेवल्या.
question is that they have also lost one of their players. It's a 4v3 situation, and ONEPLUS Cincinnati Kids, they will be looking for an opportunity that any other team tries to pounce on to the side of God's Reign, and they can utilize that situation as a third-party situation for themselves.
टाइम
If that
वाला है?
happens, it's fine and well. Otherwise, it seems like God's Reign, they won't be wasting a single moment, and they want to find the first opening
Quad range
against
भाई
CK.
1+1
God's Reign. Playing it a bit clever. Now, here
भाई
comes a
ये
position
पिक
where we
होल्ड
need to
करून
decide
कसं राहता
which is the
थांबतात
best
कसं हे
among the two
लोक
statements. Fortune favors the brave, or all good things come to those who wait. Because the circle shifting away is just going to make things much more interesting as a new storyline is going to be built up. IQOOSOUL, the persistency of holding that potato hill seems to be paying off for them, as Goblin, Legit, as well as Ronnie. All 3 of the assaulters are
भाई त्या
trying to hold
हिलला
that rich
पटेटो
region
हिल
for
बोलतात
themselves.
वा भाई
We'll have
मला
to wait
नवीन
and
नवीन
watch
शब्द ऐकायला
whether
येतात
they'll be able to pick up more frags. Yes, the high ground advantage is there, but with no hard covers, will they be pestered upon? Will they be taken down? As many teams outside the circle is still looking forward for the heel battle.
They are. But look at the split. IQOOSOUL's Goblin, who has been looking really nice, alongside Legit. These are the two players who have those individual frags. Goblin has an idea about VXT's positioning. So one good thing about IQOOSOUL is that they have the topographic advantage all to themselves. They have the height advantage. They can use it really precisely. But for you guys, those who are watching us live, make sure that you search IQOO Neo 10. Go to Google, search it, spin the wheel, and stand a chance to win rewards up to 5 lakhs. So yep, don't waste this opportunity. Go quickly after the match ends. But right now, diving again back inside the match, we've got IQOOSOUL right in front of our face, right in front of our screen, as they're trying to get some more finishes, while VXT, they will be engaging themselves in a fight against VASISTA.
IQOOSOUL, they're being very, very clever. They're not interested to peek over the horizon. What they're doing is they're making sure that they step outside in the blue and check for any backstabbers. And once they get an idea that nobody's going to come to backstab them, that is when they start off their assault. VASISTA Esports, it's good to see all 4 of them with no casualty and with the circle almost in their grabs. They'll have to be careful because we have not seen a performance of VASISTA like how they've done in the upper bracket so far.
That is really concerning, isn't it, Sarka?
गाडी बघ.
We've had our expectations, but maybe it can also happen. I mean, as every coin has 2 sides, there's a possibility that VASISTA Esports, they are keeping their trump cards for tomorrow. Maybe we can ask, but Hector, he just fell down and he got taken down, knocked and confirmed by Somers. That's a free finish given away to VXT, but right now VASISTA, they will be taken down one after another like small pieces of card. While FANGS, they got an opportunity and they pounced on it. Anustuopi finds 3 for himself.
While FANGS trying to do the best, but it's going to be a grenade coming in from the side of Puka, which is dealing a hefty amount of damage, and a push is going to be inevitable. And who's going to be reaping benefits amongst them all? It seems like Puka's another grenade is just going to get a confirmation. But guess what? ONEPLUS CK, they need to be careful because more grenades are going to be grenade. It's going to be Aditya and Puka. They're going to lay haywalk against the side of ONEPLUS CK. And it seems like they've been reaping a lot of benefits out of it.
Oh, just look at this position. Look at this circle. They have been waiting for such a long time, but Flock, he's a lucky man. How far they have been surviving with IQOOSOUL. They've got problems to deal with, but that one good nade of Justin took down his own teammate alongside Ronnie. He will be confirmed by Justin. One good nade. Delta PG gets taken down. Legend is again making the play. But does the breathing time gives the favor to the likes of ONEPLUS? God's range, Justin position has been completely compromised. One good nade can give a hefty amount of damage. That's a confirmation of Destro coming in. Legend, he's got 2 more nades in his bag. He has got a dream. He has been one of the key players of IQOOSOUL. He has made history in the last match. And even now, Justin, he's trying to fight against the odds, but Justin will be taken down. Apple comes into the picture. Legend, he's still surviving, but eventually, Gary clutching up. That's a big question, and Legend does it again. 5 finishes in his name as he still keeps the hopes alive for IQOOSOUL.
This man is turning out to be a monster, Necros. 5 frags is what he's got for himself. And what a way to go in and tackle that situation. Sticking closely, hugging that rock, making sure that the shotguns do not connect to this player, where the rest of the lobby is looking forward to master the shotgun. This man is learning how to dodge it, and he's doing it to perfection. He's got another finish right in front of him, but this time around, Justin says enough is enough. He puts down Legit. That's going to be the end of his story today. 2 times Legit has made sure that he gives us a jaw-dropping performance.
He has been the menace, he has been the monster, but right now it's time for Team Versatile to show their versatility and get the chicken dinner
crazy,
in their favor.
crazy.
This is a chance, this is his point where Somraj would love to come up with a statement. Toy and everybody, they have stepped up. Versatile, they have been doing this heavy lifting for such a long time. They've got only one remaining problem or one remaining stone to throw away. That's gonna be the likes of MAKERZ. They are outside of the circle. The advantage is in the favor of VXT. Joker has been confirmed, but in the mix survives Rising Inferno ESPORTS Jatin, who has been surviving for such a long time. I wonder whether he can pull this game off.
It seems like he can't. It all comes down to the 3 teams where Puka's rotation, it does need a lot of praise. He comes in out of nowhere to the center part of the circle, whereas VXT,
एवढा लांब
they're going
नेड
to be in a bit of a trouble because Jatin's crosshair is still waiting to strike. This Wolf is still hungry to pick up some frags. As it's going to be Troy, who's right in front of him. Whereas Somraj on the other side is getting peppered down by Aditya as well as Joker. Aquanox, sticking way too close to that tree, is waiting for an opportunity as well. Once the smoke dissipates, I do believe that Aditya and Puka's position is going to be the next target for the side of Jatin.
He has to move out this time. Aquanox
Oh,
is the first one,
no,
but
no, no,
eventually
no.
Somraj had an idea.
Location,
Location
try
and Rising Inferno Esports, but Pukar
Last
is
fight,
from
last
in
fight.
the open.
Oh,
Before
bhai.
that, Aditya gets picked off, but the nade coming in from the side of Pukar has kept the hopes alive for Money Makers as he's trying to advance. He's got a DBS
Left
and a
banda.
dream in his hand. Aquanox
Ah,
stepping
yeah.
in front, but Aquanox, the
Khatam.
octopus, is just too good as this is going to be VXT
Winner,
to walk away
chicken
with the
dinner.
winner chicken dinner.
And
आता Miramar आहे बाकी आणि हाय
it is turning out to be
परत
VXT.
Erangel.
When it seems like they are losing the game, they come up with this
भाई
kind of a
सोल
mastermind
वाल्यानी
gameplay coming in all
IQ
from the side
सोल
of
वाल्याने
Somraj. Yes,
भेंडी
the intention was clear. They wanted
स्पॉट
Aquanox
केले
to
भाई.
survive until the final moments because he's the next big star player for this team after the exit of S-Power. And we did see what
भाई
he's
IQ
capable
सोल
of.
चीज
Taking down Jatin, then making sure that they take down the two other players who are staying outside of the circle in the name of Aditya and Joker, made it easy for a 1v1. Puka, somewhere I felt in that final moment, he did not predict the opponent. He just waited. I believe that Aquanox might be towards that hard compound, started to rush in with no information whatsoever. That became an advantage for Aquanox to put him down and under.
Yeah, definitely, there was no doubt about it. But the way VXT were the first team to kind of have a huge split just beside the Potato Hill, they kept their focus on
Bhindi
their
1v4.
positioning, but the way, my god,
Bhindi काय
this Red
clutch
Bull
केलेला.
replay gives a gist about what just happened. Knocks after knocks. This player, just imagine.
Oh,
we're talking
bhai,
about Gokul
1v4.
for such a long time. As soon as the announcement came in that yeah, this is going to be legit joining IQOOSOUL, it feels like he's got a big boost. He's like, yeah, finally, I'm revealed. I can just open fire anybody and everybody that comes in my way. But the
Everybody.
last, but not least,
Everybody.
Aquanox finishing the game for the side of Team Versatile was this one good name.
Miramar
trying to
है,
just
Miramar
connect
है,
first for the
चनंतर.
DBS shot, making a beautiful damage on the side of Pukar, leaving no choice for Pukar to just kind of submit that, yeah, this game is all done.
I mean, I can see a change in the tides. I can see that all of a sudden we are able to see VXT making a comeback. GDR as well. They tried to do their best, but somehow they lost it in between at the 4th or the 5th circle. But ONEPLUS Cincinnati kids, this is one of the other teams who are looking in the aggressive front. Yes, they did have around 5 frags and I was expecting them to survive for a long time. But the throwables coming in from the side of Money Makers, it was so strong and so good that they not only eliminated the side of CK, but also the third party scenario which was created over there helped them retain that spot as well. Ladies and gentlemen, we'll be breaking down more of such fights and more of the map of Erangel right across the break. So make sure that you share it among your friends. See you guys on the other side.
IQOO.
crazy. I gotta brag on myself, I amaze me. I know I'm got something that can phase me. I'm too dope like I'm back in the 80s. Okay, whoa. Got a lot of wins on my dinner plate. Ain't coming down, gotta levitate. I know my next win is the best one, so I tell them that I'm on to the
On to the next one. On to the next one. On to the next one. On to the next one.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. You guys are watching IQOO Neo 10 presents Sky Championship 2025. With me on the desk is going to be my friend Sam yet again. Now, Sam, I have a question. As IQOOSOUL found the talent of the century or the talent of 2025, because the way he's playing those fights, the first time ever I'm able to see a player taking advantage of the topography and things around him in a fight. Because in a close range battle against a shotgun, we have been seeing that people tend to challenge each other's crosshair, that who's going to be the better one to place it, who's going to be the better one to press the trigger. But this man, he has learned the art of somehow avoiding those shotgun fires in the close range by using the hard covers, by making sure he moves faster than the crosshair and then retaliate so perfectly. Now, that's why I asked you this question. Is he the find of 2025?
I think he should be. He is performing to such a level that his energy, I think, is fully pumped by the Red Bull wings that he gets, and he is just, I think, a menace at this time in the lobby. Now, again, an opportunity for IQOOSOUL where I felt this was another chicken dinner in the brews, in the works for them.
Yeah.
Yes, it's okay. Still, they had the circle. Eventually, down the line, things started shifting. But Legit is that player. Like when we look into the superhero movies, right? They try to hide the identity of the superhero. Now, Gokul was that undercover name that he had, but his name once revealed feels like he is now not worried about his actual identity being revealed. He is now performing to his highest levels of BGMI that we did not expect. Now, we did see his clutches. We saw a really good bond between him and Goblin also at certain times. Now, this is going to be interesting of how things are brewing, because IQOOSOUL, of all performance that they've been doing so far, they're at the top of the overall leaderboard. So is on the chase with Versatile getting a chicken dinner for themselves to get on top.
You know, yesterday there was a news that ESPORTS got into Godlike, right? And that was the talk of the town. But today, Legit, the way he's performing, it seems like he's grabbing all that limelight over him. He's not letting any of those news disturb the IGC, because this star player is for sure going to be visible on our screens in the moments to come. Ladies and gentlemen, looking at the star of the match, we have got Legit going as an all-out player. And he's been doing really well. Companion, yes, obviously goes to IGL. Puka coming in from the side of Moneymakers, as we're going to have VXT coming in from the side of Aquanox, because he was the final finish taker.
Yeah, this is a really good game coming in from Aquanox, and again a situation where Pukar had an opportunity to turn the tides. We did see some brilliant nades being thrown. It could have worked out well for Moneymakers, but I think the numbers on their end towards the final few fights and the ridge, that there was a disadvantage that they had to climb up, became a little bit of a problem eventually down the line, and the numbers. And I think still a good game, especially for Moneymakers, who initially we did kind of see them dropping out, missing out on an opportunity. Now they've been picking up their pace. Coming back to the MVP, we saw him going all out, 5 finishes again. Now his hashtag is at 8. I'm surprised that even after doing so much at the very start as well as now, that he did not manage to grab finishes from the get-go in the first map. If he did that by now, I think his hashtag would have been
उमेश चौड़ सॉरी मारी भाई झोपलो होतो आता उठलो
finishes,
व्हाट्सएपला डिस्कॉर्ड आहे
blocking other teams from entering the circle, whether it be from their
डिस्कॉर्ड
own
जॉइन
edges
कर
or from the opposite
लास्ट दोन
ends.
मॅच
They've been spraying them down.
भाई लास्ट दोन मॅच
Phenomenal gameplay coming in from their side. Moneymakers on the other side did show us some glimpse of brilliance.
आता मिरामार लागल, याच्यानंतर लास्ट इरेंगल लागल, काम होऊन जाईल.
the side of Moneymakers, whereas on the other side IQOOSOUL,
डिस्कॉर्डला ये डिस्कॉर्डला व्हाट्सएपला डिस्कॉर्डची लिंक पाठवले बघ.
So crucial that they have ended up being in the top 3 as well. Now at the bottom of the table we've got VASISTA Esports, another disappointing performance. And now I'm starting to wonder, the 3 underdogs and an IGL who's looking forward to make a statement.
Yeah, Discord la ye. Nahi, sorry mere.
Seems to be under immense pressure with another 0-pointer.
Yeah, I think on the contrary, when we look at it towards ONEPLUS God's Reign, I think after the second game, they've been picking up really well, grabbing points, making it towards the top 8. Now, again, teams who make it to the top 8 have an opportunity to grab the Sky Surge points. That's what it is all about. I'm also kind of seeing the change in performance here from IQOO 8-bit. We were commending their lineup.
VTX बोलते हैं, yes bro.
This map.
कसं काय ओके आहे ना, परफेक्ट आहे ना सगळं.
This was Erangel, right? After seeing the first game of how they played, how
सगळं परफेक्ट आहे ना.
This should have been a similar replication, but them going out with 0 might affect the overall performance, because there's just the last 2 games, Miramar and Erangel. That is the gist of the story. To figure out, do they manage to secure the top spot and get 10 Sky Surge points?
Now that's a very big question. I would rather call it $1 million question, Sam, because we have got just 2 maps left out, and with the 2 maps getting over, we'll be getting the first team to walk into the grand finals for the first time with a format like this, with 10 points into the grand finals. Now, an added advantage. Is it a big advantage or is it just an advantage? Is something we're going to be answered by the end of the grand final.
आता माझं इच्छा चालले 2 मॅचात ना,
yes, it's a very good big advantage because you have a risk-taking capability for more than 1 map. Or the first 2 maps. The other might say that 10 points is just 1 chicken dinner away from the grabs.
Yeah, I think I
really
thought that teams have an opportunity. This is their spotlight to take, and this is also a spotlight for IQOO Neo 10. because this is the segment's fastest smartphone that you see, and it has Snapdragon 8S Gen 4 processor. I think it's always about the upgrade, and with the upgrade it has also 144 FPS and a big whooping battery of 7000 mAh. It's going to be launching on the 26th May 2025, but before that you can still stand a chance to win up to 5 lakhs. All you have to do, search IQOO Neo 10 in Google and spin the wheel. But with this, we have our Miramar underway. It is getting set, Arka. As we were speaking about it, teams are closer than ever for that 10 points. Is that an added on bonus which is going to give them a push to get to 125 early, or is that a buffer for them to figure out the start on day two? What is your take on this?
I still feel that it's a proper push. It's the right kind of push you're going to get, because 125 minus 10 makes it 115. Just across the 100 pointer, you'll have to step up. And we have been seeing teams like VASISTA who tend to reach the 100 points faster. You have the side of GDR or probably VXT or IQOOSOUL themselves. These are the teams who tend to get 100 finishes. They're not even bothered about the position points. So it seems like they already have 10 points as a placement points in the baggage. That gives them a little bit of a scope to spread their wings and pick up some
भाई
facts.
लगेच
So,
हा ये
considering
तुला
all
लिंक
these pointers,
पाठवलेले
I
आहे
still
याला
feel that this
Like
is a
it's
great
kind
advantage.
of-
Now the reason why I pester upon saying that it's a big advantage, we have seen many teams get eliminated from this tournament with just 1 or 2 points.
दोनच मॅच रेले ना आता
I would
एक
also bring in the
मिरामार
fact
रेले
that it
ना
was a
यो आता
difference
एक
of
इरेंगल
11
रेले
points, and if that 10 points were somewhere found in the mix, those teams would have actually made it through the LCQ.
Yeah.
So
Nahi,
this
यांची
is going
बक्षुदी
to be an
जाम आहे.
interesting offset,
Part
but
two.
I'm still wondering of how day 2 is going to start with that 10 points in one of the team's belt, and they are going to be using that as an advantage. Is that a big
Guys,
one? If they
show
do
भी
it,
देख रहा
Arka,
फटाफट
right
like
from the
करो.
get-go, we were speaking
Last
about a
2
buffer,
match
right?
pending
These
है
guys
guys.
search
Last
10
2
points
match
that they're gonna be
pending है.
getting might after the
एक
first game
मिरामार
itself
है अभी ये
look at a
मिरामार
total
होएगा
of
उसके
40
बाद
if they
लास्ट
play it out
इरेंगल
right.
मैच
And
है
it could be looking at the aggression,
पेलम पाली
especially for
देखने के लिए
example in
मजा आएगा
IQOOSOUL
मस्त.
itself, legit of what he's doing, finally found 5
चलो,
finishes.
मिरामार
In the
start हो
first
गया
game
है.
he could have found 5 as well. That is 10 finishes. And it could
मिरामार.
go even bigger, and teams as such are also stepping up as we jump into Miramar.
Second
This
last
is
match है,
the last
second last.
second map, the penultimate of
Second
Sky
last
Search
match है.
Day, to figure out who gets the additional bonus points, starting with
इसमें
Puerto
bonus
Paraiso
point
as the start
ज़्यादा
off of this
मिलेगा.
flight path.
क्योंकि
The other end
survival
of the
point
fight
count
path is going to be La
Survival
Crobreria,
point
and with
भाई.
this, it's good for us to say the teams going to the southern western side of the map will have a long journey up ahead in front of them. But
अभी
yes,
तो पूरा location
understanding
में
that
आके.
our teams tend to stick to the flight path
Middle
and see
line
whether
है.
they can, somehow acquire compounds around the circle or at the epicenter of the circle. But in case a team chooses to go in for a fight, because the teams in the bottom, they've got nothing to lose. They'll have to take fights. They'll have to make a big game. They might end up in close vicinity with one another.
So far, don't have the overall standings, and therefore teams now have to make sure that their calculators are up and they've figured out how much of a difference is there. Now,
Loss
Versatile
ला
on
सगळी
one
जण
end, to
उतरले.
talk about them, this was a map on the
Loss
start
ला
of the
दोन-
day
तीन
where they
squad
were
आहेत loss
close
ला.
to the chicken dinner. They try their best, but Autobots played a smart game. When we speak about Autobots, it always reminds me even about Learn from Past. So far, I'm waiting for them also to find a cascading chicken dinner. They did do it in Sanhok. That's a comeback
Lost
map,
last
as we all say. Now, if they do it on Miramar, it should be brilliant for them to even have a chance to get on top. But also a performance that we've been
Second last
waiting
match,
for,
guys.
Arka, especially with Miramar right now, is going to be for Miracle.
For Miracle, but look at what's happening at that side of Destro. They're landing somewhere to the eastern side of Los Leones, somewhere close to Puerto Paraiso, and I do believe the first point of contact might come in over here. Yes, it's gonna be BLITZ eSports trying to rake up as many guns as possible. The farming seems to be going in their favor, but ONEPLUS GDR, they were not
मिरामार मध्ये भेंडी पहिला सर्वायवल पॉइंट जमा
closer
कर.
as quickly as possible.
And
But
मग नंतर
VXC on the
last
other side
fight.
uses
Oh!
a Win 94, put a player down, and then Equinox is going to be using a knife to put down another player. I feel that VXC are looking to finish this game on a very, very big note.
Early drop here. They've already found a couple, but they've also had a player to fall on his knees, but pushing in Raiden right at the edge of the compound. But the player is
Oh,
making
bhai.
a run for it, and still Raiden pumps it through,
We
finds the
takes
finish
का
as well.
ऐकत ना भाई,
But
we
they know
takes
it's
का
not going to be
ऐकत ना
easy.
भाई.
Toy is down. They need to revive him. Make sure that the bleeding stops. Aquinox confirms one more. That's Soham. That's for the
Sky
drop
Katna.
clash that they did. They want to put a stop to it. There are still 2 more players from RIVALRYXNR. But do they manage to answer back? Because of this early loot, they have nothing working for them. And I'm pretty sure that's the same here for Versatile. As you can see, they've not even picked up a helmet or a vest to push them ahead in the fight. Rivalry, they're recomposing themselves, trying to figure out the loot, but it seems like they will still go for a fight with a bow. Chandan, not the likeliest of weapons.
अरे धनुष्य
It's
बाणाशी
a
केला
blow that
लागला.
explodes, my friend. And that's the best part. I wish I could see something like that in action, but
Hey,
it
ha
has on the
konta
other side the
location hai
GDR. This battle which we were speaking about seems like it's going in the favor of GDR. All
Oh
thanks
bhai.
to Delta.
Aisha
Trying to do his
गावात
best
काय
to shut the
camping
deadly
करायला
UAV
जागा
and
आहे?
the Vector going in and out, but still BLITZ were able to retaliate. and
Camping
look
ला
at what
जागा
they do.
बघितली काय
As
भारी
soon
होती.
as they strike, they get the confirmation as well as Justin
Ah,
also gets
yeah.
taken down. Easy to wipe. It's going to
Header
be
what?
answered with a beautiful grenade coming in from the side of Apple. Now Dronza has got a lot of responsibility up his shoulder. He'll have to not only save his teammates,
आजच्या
but
मिरामार
also
पेक्षा
will
या
have to put 2
मिरामार मध्ये
players
फाईट
down who are
खतरनाक
rushing
झाली.
in with all guns blazing.
There's one more. That's Dronza down. They've lost Delta, yes. But Destro's doing the heavy lifting. He gets the finish as well. Rambo making a rampage but missed his opportunity. Did not fire as he moved up.
Oh,
How easy to
bhai,
wipe.
bhai, bhai.
He was trying to patch himself for a better fight, but he will be patched out. That is a big opening coming in and a whooping coming in from ONEPLUS. God's Reign. This has always been the case. Blitz dropping. Previously as well, this is the fight. It was Blitz who managed to finish off True Ripis, and then they were holding the compounds towards Novo, and it was God's Reign who pushed up, cleared them off. This time Blitz managed to decide a drop towards Impala, but God's Reign still stand the test of this fight. They do have a casualty, but they have 4 finishes at the end of it.
Wild Fangs.
Huh.
Another team. I'm very, very impressed with this lineup, but yet I feel that, after this tournament, they might end up not being together. Now, all of these are just rumors, my friend. I know that I shouldn't be speaking about them, but just in case they do, I'm just waiting to see how well they can perform. Just keep in mind that an added pressure sometimes turns out to be an added advantage because players play like they have nothing to lose.
And I think that's the best case scenario, Arka. Play like you have nothing to lose, and that becomes like a victory run for everybody. You push in everything. You fight for it all. You get all the finishes that you can. And I think the main whole situation, even though we see Wild Fangs doing really well, but all their assaulters coming up together. Trace got Anuj 2 OP as well as Safe, and it could be a brilliant game for them.
Absolutely, GDR. The recovery of GDR has been phenomenal in this game, and I do believe that the team which can recover the fastest is going to be the team which might stand a chance to be on the top of the table, or at least in the top 3, because we have been seeing that in a 4v4 fights, many teams tend to be handicapped with more than one player, and due to which that's going to hinder their performance in the longer run. But GDR, this time, they were able to somehow survive with 3 players. And I believe that's more than enough looking at the firepower they have in their pockets.
On the other end, firepower put to a stall on Moneymakers and Alibaba Raiders. In close quarters at Power Grid, spotted 2 of the players, Clutchcore and Picard.
Alibaba Raid भेंडी
Joker and Aditya.
other
Team which tried to get closer to Chicken Dinner right now already face a casualty. This is what happened even in the first map today. And with only 1 day of this stage 1, I would also call it, for the Skyesports Day, you cannot have any off maps. All the 6 maps are crucial. And with Moneymakers having a map like this, back and forth, it would not give them the best of the spots in the overall standings, but still I think decent enough to grab from 7 to 5 points.
VXT. I mean, are you feeling a difference in VXT's gameplay after S-Power has left this team? Because I'm not seeing any difference, to be frank.
Nope.
Somewhere I feel that Aquinox is somehow able to fill in the shoes of S-Power, even though it feels like a big responsibility. And all thanks to Troy, who's slowly stepping up to be a perfect fit for Aquanox spot of being the second assaulter, whereas Somraj, he himself as an IGL, I believe it's a teamwork which is coming in to fill in the space and the gap which was being questioned to them when it comes to the assaulting power after the exit of Espower.
Vasisتا Esports on the other end, I feel like their performance has taken a little bit of a toll compared to what they did in the upper brackets. Yes, they did that from day 2, but still, this is the grand finals here. There are 2 different stages that they have to perform on. Stage 1 to get really good points as a bonus to start, and stage 2 to get to 125.
IQOOSOUL on the other side is also going to be one of the other teams who are looking pretty promising in this tournament. Things would have been much more fun in case we had seen Godlike play this tournament, for sure. Because the 2 big bulls, they'll be trying to, you know, move the lawn at 2 different directions, and ultimately in the final circle, they tend to come head on with each other to see which among these teams are going to take the top spot. And I do believe that's going to be the story in further tournaments to come. And with some good news coming from the side of Skyesports very soon, I believe these storylines are something for us to look out for.
Learn from past, looking forward to another good news if they are able to close out on a chicken dinner. It's not out of the ordinary for them to do it. They have done a couple of chicken dinners in a given day, and it should be
second
something
last
that they
match
should
है
be able to
इसके बाद
do it.
Erangel है last.
However, not the best of the performances they have had. I think
अलग
Sahil
रहा है,
also a
VTX.
little bit of a step up needed. Honey did step up in the start.
All
That's the stage 1 coming to a close, with the stage 2 circle making a shift. And you could see IQOOSOUL's
अलग रहा है.
rotation as they've made
IQ
their way closer
लगेगा,
to San Martin
VTX
should be a
से
good move. AUTOBOTZ again
और
on top of all of this.
ALIBABA
They
rights
managed to get
काहीतरी,
towards the
ALIBABA
circle.
rights.
This is what they did in the previous
क्या लगता
Miramar
है?
as well.
Absolutely. Now,
Miramar
the question
तो
arises
survival
as to
point
where
निकालने के लिए
4 miracles are.
Erangel
And to
आएगा
answer that
उस
question, they're
stand
still
में.
outside in the blue towards the Campo Militar region and the Torre Bronca. And they'll have to make it inside the circle as quickly as possible, because it seems like GDR, let it be RIE, these are the teams who are trying to take that eastern long route into
भाई
the
जो भी
circle.
यार like
And let me
करो.
tell you this, previously also,
Fast,
there was no
fast,
team trying
fast.
to enter the circle from the side of Cross de Valle or La
Second
Crobreria
last
or
match
Torre
है guys,
Amara,
second
due to
last
which
Miramar.
there were a
उसके
lot
बाद last
of things
Erangel
at
रहेगा ये
stake
लोग का.
for the teams who came in from the other side.
VTX और ALIBABA और इस
Vasisتا Esports,
है भाई.
not the best of the day, not the best of the fights that they've been
Top
able
चालू है
to play.
competition.
And I think of all the other
Rank.
teams, Vasisتا Esports
देखो
have a little bit of a
ALIBABA
duo
rights,
synergy going on.
VTX RAM तो
2 players supporting each other in splits,
IQ
and
को 8
then
bit भी
they
है.
just wreak havoc.
IQ 8 bit में
Day
kills
one's not
भी है
been the
ज़्यादा.
start for them. They're not looking great even on the overall
IQ
standing
full
to
में
get
भी है.
the Sky Surge points. But on the other end, if you kind of contend the question of a team looking good, it's been IQOO 8-bit. Unfortunate of the previous game, but it's something that they've been able to do. And even the last game that they played, the reason they secured their way into the grand finals was they stood the test of time.
Couldn't have said that better, Sam. And this time again, we're going to be seeing some really new challenges up ahead for the teams who are not being able to perform. Because I still believe the teams who are taking this part of the tournament lightly might end up carrying forward the same kind of a consistency. Let it be a positive or a negative one. Because ultimately, those teams who are doing well will have much more confidence coming into the first day of grand finals. And we might end them doing much better than the teams on the other side. Until and unless we have somebody who's trying to not showcase their complete, tricks, they're hiding some down their sleeves and making sure they collect all the information of the opponents, and they might come up with something special on the first day of the grand finals.
I think that's kind of the right move as well. Like we spoke about this, day one, it depends on how teams take the Sky Surge points. It could be a big jump, or it could be them disregarding it and then thinking day 2 is where we start things off. We want the Sky Champ rule rather than anything additional. RIVALRYXNR, we just saw them. They are playing with a casualty, and around them is ALIBABA Raiders. ALIBABA Raiders are a team we are expecting them to pick up Pro, a man who's done a 1v4 clutch in the LCQ
Bye. Maga
should be
shallow
something that
bane.
we expect a lot more from coming up on the MVP leaderboard as well. And this is the grand finals. This is the best stage for him to step up.
Speaking about stepping up, now this is the team which needs to step up. VASISTA Esports. I see a bit of a switcheroo over here. Hector is bought in Zen. When I would rather say that, you know, Viper would have been a better placement in a pressured situation like this because he's got some kind of an experience which can help up the team. But no, there were many questions raised against the side of VASISTA when Hector came up with 3 new players or 3 underdogs in his team. And in the latter stages of this tournament, or probably in the earlier stages
काय
of this
करताय यो
tournament, we
भेंडी
saw them
गाडी
prove
फिरवतोय मध्ये
everybody wrong.
थांबवले.
But this time they might be questioned. But as of now, we're going to be looking
Right.
at MAKERZ versus the side of 8-bit, and it seems like MAKERZ are
Oh,
on
bhai.
the back foot because 2 players already taken down, and Aditya is very low on XP.
Oh.
He's going to get taken
Oh,
down.
bhai.
Pineapple comes in
दोघं
closer,
कापले.
and he's going to make sure he puts an end for the complete squad
गलत
and
होता,
get
गलत
some more
था.
points. 8-bit, they're going to walk away with 2 valuable points, and all thanks to MAKERZ for just
गलत
walking
मारला रे,
into the
गलत
jaws of death.
मारला.
And IQOO 8-bit will even be happy that they were in fewer numbers because you could see Joker
8-bit
try to
परत
come to
वरती
knock
आले.
over there.
8-bit
And
मला
all
वाटतं
thanks to
8-bit यांना
Alibaba
टॉप
Raiders,
देणार
while
आहे.
they were spotted out in the open, they picked off those
PTX,
finishes and got
8-bit
themselves the wings and also gave an
आणि
advantage
Alibaba
here with the
Rights,
energy that
3
IQOO
जण
8-bit
वरती
wanted to
आहेत.
start things off. And you can also with the Red Bull.
8-bit souls
Well,
काय
IQOO
आहे
8-bit,
बघ.
after their previous map deficit, this is the pickup that they want. ONEPLUS Cincinnati kids, they were the ones who defeated them on Erangel, put IQOO 8-bit down right at farm. Very pure. This time they have a casualty. They would want to pick up a lot more because in the previous game, after finding that first fight, Urka, they did go down as a team, but they had only 4 finishes. They did not pick up anything else in their favor.
And that has hindered their performance. That has hindered them from climbing up the ladder in the overall standing. And since it's just 2 maps left right now, every single team will look forward to get this game in their favor. Get a lot
Guys,
of points by the
second
end of
last
this
match
game.
is second last.
Yes,
Indeed,
there's been a
second
bit
last
of a calm
match
before the
point-
storm, but the next circle forming up
point का
might bring
game
in a
में.
little bit of a twist in the tail.
पॉइंट के ऊपर
GDR, they
गेम है
got
अभी.
early for frags with one
Second last
casualty,
match है भाई.
which we did witness. It seems like they will also look forward for an aggressive stance because the circle is now betrayed 60% of the
OnePlus.
lobby,
Oh, भाई.
making sure that it evades
ये
towards
पढ़ ला.
the side of El Pozo region.
God's rain. This could be a bad rotation for them.
बंदे अलग अलग
Initially
खिलवा
beat
रहे
with
हैं
bullets from
वेंडी.
WYLD Sensei, and
भाई
now there's
पता नहीं
another
चल
score
रहा है.
right
पहले
close
मैच
by.
में कितना
I
गाड़ी
don't have
चमका
that
रहे.
clue. But Justin, he is this MVP that the team would want to look up to.
High
He has
reach
one
advantage
finish.
भाई.
Apple's
High
also
reach
stepped
advantage.
up. WYLD FANGS have been spotted now. But along with WYLD FANGS, there's been a chase. That is a brilliant cover. Does that going to work? Sensei is making a quick run for it. And it seems like Justin spotted 2 vehicles and instantly they call that fight off.
Clever decision. Whereas on the other side, Morty, he's going to make
Oh,
sure
भाई,
that he makes the
HP वो.
opponents pay whoever is trying to get in closer. RIE somehow gets into a ridge to avoid this fight.
घर के अंदर
But
split
rivalry
fight.
and RI, I like this approach. Even though they're just 2 men standing, they still resort
Ah,
on being a bit
yeah.
aggressive. Due to which Chandan gets taken down, but still the confidence soaring high.
0 finishes here. Morty, the last man surviving. Alibaba Raiders, they have finishes early on. We spoke about
भाई
it. and
M4
this is
और
an opportunity for them to
और
push and clear
S12
off the
का
building.
कॉम्बो जो रख रहे हैं ना
They're
भाई.
still holding for it. Morty
Ah,
crossing
भाई
over,
साहब.
spotted. He should have thought about it, and it's trouble
अपन
right
आता
now.
फिनिश होता.
Morty, the last man standing. Troubles brewing further as Alibaba Raiders now know that he should be the last man, and he was trying to make a
Alibaba
move. And JD Gaming with a full-on hit. He's ready for it. He's opened the door to see some pre-fires if there is any, and now making a jump across. He knows he's close by. He's waiting for Morty to make a mistake.
काय पोजीशन. ओ भाई.
There it is, there it is. JD Gaming on the other receiving end of things. JD did not expect the player to come out of nowhere and put him down. This is going to be a
भाई
bit of a cushion.
साहब.
This is going to give a bit of a
खतरा,
cushion
खतरा.
to Morty to not only go in for a revival, but also get a confirmation because there was a Molotov tossed in just
अरे
to make
याला
sure
मॉली
that
लागली.
nobody's going to get in closer to
खतरनाक.
revive JD. Morty comes back with a Molotov. He knows the location of another player. Even though he's going to be shot at, he's going to be somehow trying to survive for the longest time possible. The gas can is trying to be exploded. Whereas from there far away, it's going to be Sahil OP who's going to make things much more harder for the side of Alibaba Raiders.
This is
Alibaba,
what Miramar brings. You
Alibaba
cannot delay the fights and learn from past. They're here to say hello and greet both Alibaba Raiders in rivalry. This is trouble. Morty and Chandan right now picking up any finishes that they can, and so far even JD's finish under their name and belt. That is 2 from 0. They have 2 finishes under their belt. Now Alibaba Raiders, they're wondering, what is this mistake and why did we delay this further?
All the questions are going to be answered, but look at this effort coming in from the side of Rivalry NRI. They've been doing decent, if you ask me. As I said, since they were kind of brave to still take those fights, seems like they're going to be rewarded for it as well. On the other side, we are seeing that IQOOSOUL and True Rippers are getting into a kerfuffle, whereas it's going to be True Rippers trying to reap benefits out of it. Puts down a player. All the crosshairs were busy picking up that finish, and Jelly is going to be rewarded 1 finish as well.
TR Jelly, bhai. TR Jelly.
Close quarters. True Rippers, I don't think they have an idea because they saw those vehicles moving back. Now they have another opponent to deal with on a higher ridge. That's going to be versatile. Alibaba Raiders on the other end. That fight is still brewing. Monox after such
Alibaba
a long
Raid
time has found out on
clear
Chandan.
zale na.
But there was another
Bhai,
fight
gaadi
which
gaadi
started
parking
off while
dekho,
True
guys.
Rippers is still trying to make sense of this. God's Reign. We spoke about them disassociating from Wild Fangs fight, but it actually happened. The fight broke out and Wild Fangs wiped God's Reign of Miramar.
God's Reign, not another good end. Not another good ending. As of now, we see the circle betraying each and every team. And True Rippers especially are prioritizing to make it into the circle. Can IQOOSOUL make them taste their own medicine? It seems like the distance is going to go in favor of the side of True Rippers. Now making inside the circle, True Rippers is going to have a clever rotation.
High reach
Because they're trying to head into the high grounds of Mount Nevebu. And once they have that in their control, I do believe that there's not going to be any team which is going to be trying to pester them or put them in troubles.
You can clearly see that's why Versatile here deny. They're trying their best to stop
high reach
True
ekach
Rippers
hai
on
and
their
high reach
rotation.
pakadla.
They're trying to shoot as much as bullets they can, but True Rippers have already gotten their end of the compound. They're going to hold and toy the information relate. It's not going to be enough to put even a single player down. On the map, as you can see, Rising Inferno, ESPORTS, and a learn from past. This is the battle that is happening towards the eastern edge of the circle.
VXT high reach pakadala challe.
8-bit. Another finish was red. As True Rippers, I feel have made a small mistake trying to get into this hard compounds. They could have rather, prioritized the ridge, try to hold the high ground so that it becomes easier for them to have a bird's eye view, just like that of VXT. Courtesy to our map feed, we're able to see that VXT have got a split, and 2 of these players holding the other side of the ridge will have a greater advantage. Troy trying to pull off something over here, might end up getting punished for it, and that's going to be Jelly. The tap shots immediately going in for a confirmation. True Rippers, it's good for us to say this team is looking forward to pick up as many finishes as possible. And look at how fast they're converting those knocks to finishes.
Correct, bhai.
True Rippers, as you rightfully said, they could have an opportunity. They could have taken another road, which is there on the map, and got into a higher angle. But hey, I think it's about how comfortable they are. And I think this is a path which is closer to the circle, which will force the players of VXT on a shift if it happens.
Wild
Fangs.
High reach.
They have made an entry, and right close to them is going to be VASISTA ahead of them. ONEPLUS CK. It could be an all-out triangle brawl between these 3.
Sorry.
Oh, somewhere I feel that, CK will have a greater advantage. All thanks to the hard compounds they've got. And look at the split. All 4 crosshairs are going to be watching this hills closely. Scary Jord is also getting shot at from a different direction. And the next circle, that is going to just disturb the mindset of all these teams. Because yes, the circle is just going to be shrinking in. ONEPLUS are also not going to be the epicenter of this circle. and due to which they'll also look forward to not only engage and try to be a third party kings, but also they would want to make it inside the circle. Whereas Wild Fangs, they're not at all bothered. 4 Miracles versus VASISTA Esports, and I do believe reading the finish feed, now Wild Fangs would want to take a risk and evade this fight and somehow make it into the circle.
Hector, he's the solo man who's pushed here. While he heard all the commotion, he's like, this is an opportunity to strike for finishes. He tried his best throwing nades, but the fight between IQOO 8-Bit and 4 Miracle, they are the ones who are taking the finish in between themselves. And right as of now, it is looking IQOO 8-Bit better. But always going down. Dragon, he goes big there. He clears them off. I thought IQOO 8-Bit would have had an opportunity. Their numbers were up, but Dragon, within the blink of an eye, just cleared them off. And IQOO 8-Bit done in a snap.
No, when you were saying that statement, I really thought that 4 Miracles might end up in a very early elimination, and that could have been a shocker for me. Because in the map of Miramar, we have been seeing this team time in and again. They make sure that either they survive to be in the top 3 with a man disadvantage, or they end up getting a chicken dinner with all 4 men standing with minimum finishes. And them being still alive shows that 4 Miracle will be looking forward to end or seal the deal with at least having 5 position points. But as of now, ladies and gentlemen, we are looking at RIE and IQOOSOUL. They need to be careful because True Rippers are now pushing in towards that ridge. And I believe that they're going to be proving me wrong. Jelly, now pushing towards the side of VXT, will have a greater advantage because the circle is not going to be their top priority.
Soul, bhai, yaar,
This is what maybe Jelly was planning for, but right now, IQOOSOUL, their plan is about taking down Rising Inferno Esports. They have a big compound at the edge of the circle. VXT, on the other end, they have been distracted by Wild Fangs. IQOOSOUL, rather than moving towards Rising Inferno Esports, they're taking a route where rivalry with the smokes are hiding. Could be devastating for them. But so much commotion, even learned from past, stuck with Wild Fangs making a push next to his shack.
Oh, a grenade in its face, and that's the end of the story for the side of learn from past. Yet IQOOSOUL, I like the support coming in from their side. Slowly and steadily, they're acquiring the topography, not coming into the process of anybody. Raiden and Equinox ultimately had to take it on because of that blue zone. And look at what happens when you have a high ground and no topography in the control. With Somraj trying to make it inside the circle, I'm sure he's going to be shot at from the side of VASISTA Esports. Yes, the confirmation also comes
high reach एवढा benefit आहे ना.
His position is also going to be compromised. And
Busy benefit आहे फक्त यांनी उचलला पाहिजे. व गेला आपण गेला.
Out in the open, spots the players. Goblin is down, Legit is low. They've bought themselves some time here, but Jatin is still going to make a move with Goten. And now they should be able to find what they needed. Knuckle on the other end is on a different fight with True Rippers. He did find a knock, but that's not going to be enough. PMWIGL, he clears off the 2 players they caught, Goblin and Legit. That is 2 finishes in the name of Rising Inferno Esports. This is the compound that we spoke about that IQOOSOUL had to clear, but did not manage to.
IQOOSOUL not watching their backlines, not sticking to the textbook basics, is now being eliminated from this lobby. And that is not what they wanted. With 0 finishes and no position points, will they be hindered in the overall standing? But as of now, Wild Fangs trying to do the best. Juicy.
PE.
And they don't look forward for a fight because Anuj Topi knows that now compromising his location might end up not having the same amount of points his teammates are trying to make him acquire. But yes, Equinox has got a better angle. Can he strike from the top? It seems like he's going to be taking those shots. None of it is connecting at this point of time. He's going to be left out with 21 bullets, and that means he's going in for a heal battle.
True Rippers at the same time, all the 4 are entering the circle while others are fighting amongst themselves. VASISTA Esports, they also spot the players of Rising Inferno Esports, take one down. In the meantime, True Rippers, they've made their way inside the circle. Equinox, the last few first hits that he has, will try to survive up on the hill, but it's not going to be enough. Hector, as we spoke about it, they've managed to find on the players of Rising Inferno Esports, but ONEPLUS Cincinnati kids, Mighty came up so close. Flock with now a Mole. Zin, his position is not known. This could be an opportunity. Zin in trouble. He gets knocked.
And this is an opportunity for the opponents to strike, but still, for some way or the other, VASISTA Esports, they are finding the rhythm. All thanks to CK.
काय reach cover line ना, reach काय cover line, reach काय cover line.
Enemies, my friend, ladies and gentlemen, and that's what we're witnessing right now. More grenades are going to be tossed in. Scary Jord, he finds that opening, and ONEPLUS Cincinnati kids are right now in shambles, Sam.
Sa squad है इसका, sa squad है sa.
To strike, and look at what Kenny does with all of this. He gets to the center of the circle, but eventually gets taken down, and all thanks to that one last survivor coming in from the side of RIE. It's going to be Justin taking advantage of everybody else.
अबे जरा सा
Zaref, this is an opportunity that he's also picking up. ONEPLUS Cincinnati kids, they've disregarded the fight on VASISTA Esports, spotted the players, True Rippers, who were trying to make their way inside the circle, and a big mistake. It's all down to Kiolamau. On the other end, Mighty did get knocked. Dragon will get finished off in the play zone. Scary Jord trying his best as the Grenadier.
Nade bro, nade.
But again, rising Inferno Esports Jatin. This solo man has been a menace right from the start. Finally knocked down, put down to his knees, and now VASISTA Esports have an opportunity with Zaref. He puts down Hector, gets the confirmation as well. Kiolamau on the other end, playing a heal battle.
Now this is an opportunity for Flocky to do the biggest damage against the side of VASISTA. Scary Jord on the other side turns out to be the phenomenal one. He puts down a player. Fury comes forward in the open, and that is it, ladies and gentlemen. VASISTA Esports again going to be answering the question: are they the team to watch out for? And the answer is going to be yes, because they've converted a map. They're not the strongest in. This is going to be the map of Miramar. They're going to be thanking their stars.
Last match bending है guys. Last match
was right.
Erangel है, last match Erangel है. अबे Erangel है, इसके बाद Erangel है.
I was afraid the way VASISTA Esports was stuck in that sandwich on one end was ONEPLUS Cincinnati.
5 minutes के बाद Erangel चालू होगा guys.
Imagine Arka, that could have been an advantage for either one of these two teams in the extremities. But I think the advantage that worked for VASISTA Esports is True Rippers making a move into the circle. So ONEPLUS Cincinnati kids were caught off into that
बाद
fight.
guys
And
Erangel है.
VASISTA Esports and VASISTA
Last
Esports
match है
had an
Erangel.
opportunity. Fury
और
managed to
उसमें
knock
बहुत
Jatin
सारे
from
points
Rising
है.
Inferno Esports, bought enough space, and then when ONEPLUS Cincinnati kids had finished off on the fight of True Rippers and the zone started closing in, it was full control for VASISTA Esports.
Fight
and
बहुत हो
Fury,
गई
such a big game coming in from his end, and this is the duo game that I was speaking about, Hector and Zin, Scary Jord and Fury, and it worked out in a map that they needed to start picking up, and we spoke about it. This is the time for them to show up, and what a way they've done it. Let's jump into the Red Bull replay, and that's what you're going to see again.
Red Bull
Absolutely. Now
replay.
this is where 8-bit's position was such a crucial one. IQOOSOUL before getting down,
भाई त्याला काय जागा होती भाई मारायला.
Weak in the side, and Owen on the other side, he was also busy
Crazy
picking
guys,
up frags as
last
Dragon was
match
trying
है,
to
last
get inside
match.
the circle.
इसके
Hector
बाद
was
last
clever
match
enough
है
to
ये.
watch the
Erangel
back,
है,
or else
Erangel.
he would have been another menace. And
और
this
last
is where
match मालूम है ना
Fury
कैसा
started to
होएगा.
pop off. And then when they understood that now is the opportunity for us to strike, that is when they did so. But there was a point where 8-bit Molotov did connect to two players of VASISTA Esports.
Guys जो भी नया आ रहे like and subscribe करना guys.
Might
और
get an
last match
opportunity
है.
to take down Scary Jord as well as Fury.
Hello.
But for some reason he was kind of, you know, in a dual
त्याच्यानंतर last match आहे
situation.
उम्या.
He was either thinking of taking down VASISTA, or the other end he was looking at the side of RIE.
Scary Jord बघितलं का तुम्ही?
Yeah, I think once ONEPLUS Cincinnati
भाई,
kids here kind of
tough-
got caught
tough
off
वाले player
to
हैं.
two different fights, and they had to take the best one. I think
Yeah.
taking down the ridge on
अरे
VASISTA
ते
could have been a
मगाशी
tough one, whereas
first
the
match
side
ला
ridge had an
Erangel
advantage
मध्ये
to them, and that's where
एकानेच
they took that fight. And
Soul
VASISTA Esports, I think, held
IQOO
them from coming or
Soul
getting
वाल्यांनी
closer. Same they did for
नाही
Rising
सॉरी
Inferno
IQOO
Esports,
8-bit
and it
मधला
worked out
प्लेयर आहे
brilliantly in
त्यांनी
their favor. Now, is that a bump? Is
काय
that
केलं
enough for
माहितीये
them
का?
to get towards the
बग्गीवर
top end and
मागे
get a
बसून नुसता
Sky
तुडवत
search
होता
point? We'll
सगळ्यांना.
take a look after this short break.
डेंजर.
त्यांचा व्हॉइस कमी कर. बग्गीवर तुडवत होता तुडवत.
त्यांची क्वालिटी वाढव ना राजा. त्यांची क्वालिटी कमी येते.
कसली क्वालिटी
चांगली आहे.
नाही क्वालिटी एकदम क्लिअर येते. मोबाईल मधून दिसते मला.
नाही मी मोबाईलवर बघितलं ना. आपल्या टीव्ही वर लावलेलं टीव्ही वर दिसत होतं.
क्वालिटी किती करू 1060 HD.
हा ते करते.
ऑटोवर डिपेंडेंट आहे ना. ऑटोवर ठेवली तर अजून भारी. हा मग आता सध्या नको. मॅच चालू केल्यावर करू. टान 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 टान. तुला काय करतो माहित आहे का? तुला डिस्कॉर्ड वर स्क्रीन
हा
लेट दिसेल.
चालेल. पहिला कोणीच नाही उठवलं, मग तुम्ही तुटलो बरं.
हा मला वाटलेलं तू लास्ट मॅच पर्यंत पोहोच.
त्यावेळी जाऊन आलो तो. किती व्ह्यू आलं टोटल?
200 झाले.
200.
हा तिथे रोज 100 राहतात नाही का, 100 30 20 तिथे 200 झाले. झाले. अरे अजून झाले असते राजा. स्टार्टिंगला असतो ना जर आपण ते जेव्हा चालू करतात बघ, तेव्हा रनिंग करायला पाहिजे होते. का माहितीये का, तेव्हा रनिंग केलं असतं ना तर 1 पॉइंट भेटला असता आपल्याला. सर्च करणारे लोक डायरेक्ट इकडे पण पलटे मारले असते. ओके समजला. वर्षे मॉर्टल पण करताय ना?
मॉर्टल?
हा मॉर्टलची पण आहे सेम.
करत असेल.
हा माहितीये मला. त्याची टीम आहे ना राजा.
हा सोल. 1 मिनिट थांबा.
आता डायरेक्ट 21 तारखेला ते पण ना. आता मी ना सेटिंग करून ठेवतो ना, उद्या बोलतो तारखेला. तू येऊन असं कर फक्त. फक्त ठेवल. काय नाही सगळं सेटअप तसं लावून ठेवलंय मी आता.
असं.
आता काय नाही करायचं ते. तर येऊन फक्त लाईव्ह स्ट्रीमचा थंबनेल पण तो चिपकवणार.
अरे येणार आता
काय?
बरं व्ह्यू येतात तर चांगलं आहे बरं आता.
हा व्ह्यू येतच राह. अरे अजून पेज थोडा हे नाही ना आपला. रिच पडली ना ती. ती रिच असती ना ये तर मस्त अजून पेज होमला असता. समजला? ट्रिपल 2 झाले ट्रिपल 2. अडीचशे होतील 250. अजून 5 जर
दिला शॉटगनची.
हा मग अरे ये आपल्याला वाटतं ये नाही आहे पण ये स्मोक मध्ये आहे. आपल्याला वाटतं काही नाही येत आहे आपण त्या स्मोक आहे.
याला बी कसा पाडला बघितलं का जेलीने.
हा तो बघितला ना.
यो यो जेली नाही का जेली.
हा हा
यो आपला गॉडलेगचा आयजेल होता पहिला.
पण निघाला का?
त्याला काढला ना.
There's been too much happening around in the
काम झाला हात
performances that
धुतला
teams
काय?
have been able to put up here in our day one of the Sky Surge points rule. I'm not too sure who's on the top, who's going to get 10 points, but welcome back to IQOO Neo 10 presents Skyesports Championship 2025 powered by AMD Associate Partners, Gigabyte and WD Black.
बरं
Energy Drink
कॉपीराइटचा
partner led by
सीन
my
नाही
name
ना
is
यार.
Vaisper. With me on desk now is going to be
नाही
Necros,
यार.
and Necros, what a game that we witnessed. It was fights all
गाणी
across
बनी
the map.
मधीन
At
प्ले
all
जायला
times,
म्हणून
you couldn't put yourselves down
ऍड
for
बीड
just one fight being
No.
concluded.
Exactly, and the way
जायला
all the
तर
fights
जायला.
were happening, it was like every player was
असा मिनी म्हणून ते बघ
energetic.
एक
Everybody
साइडला
had their own
थंबने
win.
आपला
Everybody
याचा आणि
was
माझा
having
फोटो लावलाय.
of Red Bull
एक
for
साइडला
ourselves
आपला
and also
वेबकॅम आहे ना.
Red for yourself
अरे
because they still won one
सबस्क्रायबरचा
match,
या
but
झाला.
just stay energetic, stay hydrated because I feel like
काय?
you will need much more energy for the upcoming days as well. This is just the trailer. We just talk about it. This is the day one,
नंबर गेला.
Sky Surge Day, giving you the trailer of
तो
what
guys
is gonna
last match
happen
है
as we will be
एरेंगल.
diving into the next days because the
झापूक
Sky
झोपूक
Champ
झापूक
rule
झोपूक.
will be applied from
जल्दी से जो भी
tomorrow.
देख रहा है उन
Just remember,
जिसको
each
जिसको सपोर्ट कर
125
रहे हो आप
points,
जल्दी से
take a
चैट में
ticket,
लिख
you
दीजिए
win the
आपको कौन
tournament.
सी
But
टीम.
even the
लास्ट
players,
मैच है
when
एरेंगल.
we're having some conversations,
गाइस
even they have
फटाफट.
told
रहेगी
me,
टेबल टॉप
even
की टीम.
even I feel like
देखेंगे.
they have told you as well, Lucifer, that we will be
Yeah.
playing aggressive, and it is completely justified by the game that they're showcasing us.
आवाज वाढत.
Yeah, I think at this point I
Money-
was kind
money
of
maker,
worrying about even Wild
uh,
Fangs,
Dutch God
but
है.
you could see on Miramar the way they converted it, finished off one. You could see on Miramar the way they converted it, finished off OnePlus God's Reign. Unfortunate for OnePlus God's
जो भी
Reign, they had
जिसको
an early
टीम को सपोर्ट
casualty.
करता है
We
चैट
thought
में लिख
after
दीजिए
them
अपना
spotting
टीम का.
the players
चलो.
regrouping from Wild Fangs, they would have decided something else in the fight, but eventually it ended up happening that they took up that fight. It was Wild Fangs to win it. However, Wild Fangs still made it up towards, I think, the southern edges of the circle. They tried to make their way in, but it was only Anuj
Same
Stu
quality
who made
है
an
तो.
entrance. He put down one player, but couldn't get much in terms of return of the points. But nonetheless, that is points that they've grabbed as we
गाइस
jump to the start of the
फटाफट
match. It has
फटाफट
to be
लाइक
Fury
करो
going
सब्सक्राइब
all
करो.
out.
लास्ट
Finds
मैच है
4
लास्ट
finishes,
मैच.
final elimination
Ready
as
है
well
बघ.
coming in from Fury.
We-
And the best companion here goes to Apple from God's Reign. That's the reason we have been talking about that. God's Reign tried their best, but it did not work out.
Last
well.
match है
Vasista
Erangel.
Esports. This was the best game. Maybe
Pelam
the
Pali,
game
Pelam
that helps
Pali.
them to jump, because before this, when we saw them on the overall standings, Necros,
लास्ट
especially
मैच
for
में
the
मेरे को
Sky
लग
Surge
रहा
day,
राडा
they were
होएगा
the bottom.
राडा.
Exactly. And overall, when we just talk
पहिल्या
about
मॅचला
this,
जो
I
राडा
feel
झाला
like,
ना
okay, now
बघायला
slowly
मजा
and
आला. आणि
gradually
आता
things
लास्ट
are
मॅच
getting heated
इरेंगल
up,
आहे.
and we are seeing
3
almost every other
इरेंगल
team
होती,
coming
2
into the fray.
मिरामार, 1 सॅनॉक.
Fury, he might be lagging behind in terms of MVP ranking, but hey, does it matter right now?
आता
It doesn't
इरेंगलची मॅच
matter.
काय
For
माहिती काय
Fury,
होणार आहे.
it all matters if his team wins this tournament or not. 4 finishes with a finish contribution of 66.67. He's been trying to uplift his team
XTZ
for such a long time, and
Esports.
finally they have got
Hashtag
a little
ALIBABA
ray of hope that okay, from here on we can
Maro.
pull off some good games and be consistent in what we are planning to do in the
भाई
upcoming stages of the
अलीबाबा
grand finals.
esports तो मचा रहे भाई
Yeah, I
पूरे
think
लाइव
Vasista
में
Esports, they're trying to do whatever they can. Even
Alibaba
Aka
Esports.
and me were discussing that it could be an experimental
देख रहे हो?
phase here on day one because
अनाउंसमेंट
everything
सबसे ज्यादा
they
लाइव पे
occupy,
उनका ही हो रहा
everything
है.
that they secure on day one is going to be reset. It's only the Sky Search points that they carry forward. Let's quickly talk about the map standings after Miramar. Vasista Esports at 16 total points after the chicken dinner. Rising Inferno Esports, they played smart. They had 14. They were not backing off after fight. Jatin going down, they revive back him. Owen push up, PMW IGL, everybody's
Papa.
there. For Miracle, very
Alibaba
early on,
40.
faced a little bit of a trouble, fought with
Sports
IQOO 8
bhai.
Dragon, revived them, brought them closer, got them enough placement points as well to put them in the double digit mark at 10. ONEPLUS Cincinnati kids, ever so consistent at 9. True
Exceeded
represent
by
7.
आपका
Rivalry,
team नहीं है.
Versatile and Wild FANGS 6, 6 and 5. And then everybody starts dropping down. IQOO 8-bit, where we thought they had a good start, the fight with 4 Miracle, that turned complete 360 and they were wiped.
Even for IQOOSOUL, it is going to be a setback match. And why do I feel like the matches that they are
Erangel
winning
झाला,
after that
Miramar
instantly
झाला,
a performance
Sanhok
drop is
झाला.
happening? Talk about the first Erangel, the Miramar went down again. Sanhok was decent. They
देखो
finished in
पहला
second
बोलो
spot,
ना
then
का
again
IQ
Erangel come into the picture.
IQ
And all the
है,
matches
IQ.
that somehow I
भाई
have casted,
तोड़वला
IQOOSOUL
है
played
next time. Yes bro.
Okay.
But
That was a
Next time
weird one to
super
kind
bhai.
of represent, but I thought you were another fan.
time मुझे जाना ही
Nonetheless, when we go there, we will talk about it. But for now, it is going to be the final game here,
एक
Necros,
पण
to
अशी नाही की
see
दोनदा
which is
झाल्या
going to be
का?
the top team. Right from Erangel, we have not
प्रत्येकाने
seen the
एक-एक
overall
मारला आहे
scoreboard. We don't know which team
त्यांना
is on top
चान्स
and how
होता
far they are from their
IQ
counterparts
वाल्यांना
to get to
चान्स
that
होता
first
मिरामार
position
मध्ये
to
आणि
get
सॅनॉक
Sky Search
मिरामार
10
मध्ये
points for the overall leaderboard topper.
पेंडी राहिला
But do they get 10 points? Is that going to be a boost? Is
squad
that going to
वर
be a buffer or not?
potato
But
झाला
the
अख्खा.
spotlight right now
लागून.
goes towards IQOO Neo 10.
कोणी
IQOO
comeback
Neo
होईल,
10 is going to be
comeback होईल,
released
कभी होईल.
on
आता
May
समजून
26,
जा
2025. But
आप
before
बोल
that,
रहे
you have a
एक्सटीजीड
chance
भाई
to get
क्या अलीबाबा भी आएगा
cash up
पर
to 5
मेरे अंदाज
lakhs.
से
All you have to do
चार
is
टीम
Google
है
search IQOO Neo 10 and spin the wheel, because this is the
तो भाई
segment's
फोन पे रहेगा
fastest
तो
smartphone,
कमेंट
Necros.
में जल्दी से
Exactly.
tag
Look
करो
at the
live chat.
processor that it has.
आज
Snapdragon
top पे रहेगा,
8S
A1
Gen
grand
4
final.
processor.
A1 में आज
Alongside,
टॉप
you
पे
have a
कौन रहेगा
sports level,
क्या अंदाज
level
लग रहा
gaming
है
with
फटाफट
144
फटाफट
FPS, 7000 mAh battery. What more do you need in a phone when you're a hardcore
और जिसको
gamer?
भी iQOO न्यू 10 मोबाइल आ रहा है
I
तो
think
भाई
this covers
100
all
the
FPS के साथ अपने
corners, all the
7000
check
mAh
boxes
के
when
साथ
you want to be the
140
best
FPS
from
bro
the rest. Let's see, it's
140
something
FPS.
that you're going to be able to do if you want to get your hands
26
on it.
तारीख
It's
को
going to
launch
be
होने वाला
launching
है
on May
26 मई
26th.
को
Do check
तो
it
भाई
out. Right
देखो
now, all you
अपना
can do is Google
और
search
इस
and
पे
get
जाओ
to know
गूगल
more
पे
about the
टैप करो
device and
iQOO
also,
न्यू
as you
10
said, 5
और
lakhs.
5
But
लाख
for
का
now,
gift
the
पाओ
main question, Necros, is who
Winning.
is getting the advantage at the end of Sky
5
Search
लाखचा
Day.
gift
Let's jump
नसतं,
into the game.
त्याच्यावर
Let's see
काहीतरी
who it is going to be the
extraordinary.
last and final
चला,
game
लागली
of
match,
day
लागली.
one of the grand final, the
लागली,
Sky
bro,
Search Day.
Erangel.
After this, everything is reset
Tapu
other than the
Tapu.
Sky Search points. Who gets this
Let's
bonus? Who
go.
gets this additional? As Hector start things
Oh,
off
भाई,
as a
काय
pilot
plane path
and the
लागलाय.
flight
मगाशी
path
यासना
from
होता.
military base.
Interesting
to
flight
Yasna.
path, and once again,
Play
completely
interesting.
diagonal one, starting from the military base, ending around the corners of Kameshki. Completely
Guys,
a
last match है,
southeastern-oriented
फटाफट
flight
like
path is what we
करो सब
witnessed.
लोग.
A
और
lot of teams will be looking forward to
आज
drop,
के दिन
and
पे
this
कौन
time I
top
really
पे
hope
रहेगा?
that
ये
there are
chat
no
पे
early
spam
casualties
करो.
happening for any of the teams, because we have seen it happen in the query area for Miracle
भाई
Esports,
मिरामार
against, if I'm not wrong, it was
मजा ना
MAKERZ.
निकल
Then
Erangel,
before
चलो.
that, the first Erangel of the day in
शुरुआत
the
भी Erangel
Yasnaya,
से
we
हुई
have
थी और
seen
end भी Erangel ही हुई.
AUTOBOTZ
चलो.
Esports
Skyesports
versus
top पर आ जा.
learn from past. So many teams coming
Guys,
around the corner,
देखो,
but yeah,
अपने
we have
ऊपर
to
नहीं
look
है.
for the
अभी
bigger
इसके
picture,
ऊपर है,
and I
देखो.
really believe for all the teams, those who still have a shot for the first spot, they will be looking forward to end the day on a good note without
8
having
bit
any
भी आ
problems.
सकती है guys.
And I
8
feel
bit
like
ने ना
if there has
directly
been some drop
down
clashes,
से
things
ऊपर आया
or
था
teams will
first
be
में.
looking forward to kind of avoid it in this very final match.
First and
देखो
second
इसके अंदर
choice.
स्कैरी जॉड है
One
भाई
final
हमारे भाई
game.
इसके अंदर देखो स्कैरी जॉड है
OnePlus Cincinnati kids and IQOO 8-bit again a drop towards
ना full
Philippia.
screen दिसता है ना राजा.
Oh, Miracle going a little ahead towards Quarry.
हाँ दिख रहा है मेरे को
This time there is no blitz who are going to be troubling the likes
भाई
of True
काय
Reapers at
प्लेन
Novo.
पाते हैं भाई काय
Dodge
उतरलेत
Ray, I
भाई.
think we will see them in action later down
Easy
the
भाई.
line.
मॅप बघ अख्खा पसरलाय.
This is an interesting flight path. Seems like none of the teams are
Full
going in for a
interesting
battle.
bro.
अबे
AUTOBOTZ splitting up around
IQOOSOUL का
Yasnaya. Learn from
अपना
past,
अपार्टमेंट
moving
है
even further. But IQOO 8-bit and OnePlus Cincinnati kids. We spoke about this very peer again.
Fight चालू झालेले, fight चालू झालेले.
Did not have a weapon, but what a way for him to dodge around the players of Cincinnati kids. Now Mafia trying to cover, but they've crossed two of them and they've spotted Thunder. Unfortunate, that's the opening. That should be even a finish, but Mafia, he's covering. He's found an opening. That's Zerif being knocked.
A need. This is what I was talking about. ONEPLUS Cincinnati kids, they
Oh,
are aware.
bhai.
They saw that coming way
damage
from
किया.
a distance. And eventually, we just talk about
IQ Mafia ने पिछले मैच में 1v4 किया था. वो
get him a quick revival and then come
Nade
back to
and
the picture.
इसमें से.
Before that, we talk about Mafia's position. It's really bad.
वो match
And
पहले.
right here, we just talk about Juicy. He's gonna give some surprises to win, but
OnePlus का
eventually
वो
gets
एक
traded
knock है.
off.
That was a quick one. That was necessary. They did not expect him to be there. Mr. Pineapple making a quick run, but Flock on the other end pushing on the flank.
Mr. Pineapple. Mr. Pineapple.
And Mafia, the last two survivors, they're
Done.
reviving
Name
always
it.
in the meantime. There's been a knock as well. Juicy's down, but Juicy, as he go in for it. ONEPLUS Cincinnati
bhai,
kids, Zerif, he was the
crazy
first
way.
one to find and also secure the finish for himself. A nade
और द
being put.
पाइनएप्पल 8-bit के
Oh, sorry. It's not a nade.
पाइनएप्पल
knock.
नंबर है.
They're going to completely block the path and vision.
भाई एने बघ कसा घेरलाय बघ.
Spot the player.
बान हाऊस
Flock
होल्ड
is
किया हुआ है.
close.
माफिया तो पूरे ले
Blitz
लेगा.
on
देखो.
the other end in a fight with WYLD as well. This is
और
an
ONEPLUS
early fight
Cincinnati
happening,
का क्या हो
and
रहा
it
है?
seems
और
like WYLD they're taking an advantage of this fight, and this should be working in their favor as they wipe Blitz completely. That's 4 finishes right from the start for WYLD, and this could be interesting on the
Wild
overall
fight देखो
leaderboard.
भाई.
Juicy's waiting for his rival to come in, while Ovace, he's in a close contention with Zerif.
और
He's got a
पाइनएप्पल क्या
beautiful
करते
angle
हुए
alongside
देखेंगे.
Mafia, but there has been so much commotion.
ONEPLUS का knock ही गिरा हुआ है अभी तक.
Coming up from
और
behind.
एक टीम ब्लिट्ज
If this
टीम
fight goes on
eliminate
for
भी हो
a
चुकी है.
bit longer period of
Other
time,
team में अभी
Miracle won't
क्या
even
करेंगे
hesitate.
देखेंगे.
They've got their loots done. They know that two teams, they do take this drop location of Ferry Pair. This is being shared, and eventually Ferry Pair is not a really big urban compound where two teams can fit in. You can see the players fighting with pistols and whatever they have had for themselves, but it seems like IQOO, they decided not to engage further
Sir,
and
Pineapple,
rather focus on their loot, because there is a possibility that
Sararara
there can be a
pere
third
re
party. And look at for Miracle changing their
Guys,
position,
ये जो squad है
finding
ऐसा
some
लग रहा
better
है.
compounds to play along with. This is going to be really
भाई माफिया
concerning
वन
for
साइड खेलते
both
हैं.
these
माफिया
teams
वन
of
साइड खेल रहा है.
Great
माफिया
Britain as
वन
well
साइड
as
खेल रहा है.
ONEPLUS Cincinnati kids, because I believe for
दीपू
Miracle,
की बाजी खा
the
के
team
आया
who has
है.
got and completed their loot so far in the map of Erangel, they can be that one wrecking force who can rip things apart for both these teams.
Sparse is the loot right now.
XCZ भाई
IQOO
क्या लग
pick.
रहा है आपको?
They have to somehow
कैसा लग रहा है?
make the best of this and then figure out how to stall, buy some time, put ONEPLUS Cincinnati kids down, or the other end of 4 Miracle.
ये
Not
देखो
sure
IQ Neo
who's
10.
going to be the first one
ले लो गिफ्ट
ringing the
करो.
bell on this door of this
डोंडो
compound.
लोग को गिफ्ट करो.
Thunder's down, unfortunate of that very early on loss, but they were able to capitalize on
अरे
the other end
तुमने
for one
इंग्लिश
of
का
a
लगाया
trade.
क्या? हिंदी का लगाओ ना.
कसा लावा
Yeah,
था?
my bad. Actually, the trade did not happen. It was just a knock. They
हिंदी का
did
ही
knock 2
इसमें एक
players,
और.
but none of the 2 players were wiped.
नाही भेटला राजा.
All the 4 players are standing. On the
हाँ,
other end,
हिंदी
so
का भी
speaking
इसमें. देखो
about
उनके चैनल
standing,
पे.
Anuj,
आता काय
there's
करू?
no
आता
third
चेंज
seat
करू.
present. He makes the best advantage of however he can
देखो ना
travel
भाई,
along
हिंदी
with his
का
teammates.
अच्छा रहे.
But a good start for WYLD FANGS here.
हिंदीचा नाही
with
भेटला
4
मला.
finishes
कसा
in their
भेट
name.
कसा आहे?
हाँ
You
उनके
know, by
चैनल
seeing
पे जाओ
this
ना.
gives
हिंदी का मतलब
me
हिंदी
gives
में
me
बोल रहे
a
हो.
kind of flashback of how me and my friends
ओके एक मिनट.
travel when we on a bike or a scooty when we don't have extra ones to carry the others. It's like we
I
try
was
to
about
adjust.
to say that's why you get knocked down, but then you say friends on a scooty.
हिंदी कुठं आहे रे?
जाओ उनके चैनल पे जाओ ना.
गेलो. हाँ हिंदी.
हाँ हिंदी. हाँ
अगर इसकी बात करें तो वर्सेटाइल मुझे लगता है कि वो पिछला मुकाबला बेहतर खेल के गए तो शायद वो
याला हिंदी मध्ये 18,000 जण बघतात नाही.
गॉब्लिन के स्टैट्स
कमी.
देखिए 52 मैचेस
अरे
खेले
फिर
64
वही तो बोल रहा
फिनिशेस
है
टोटल
भाई.
निकाले एफडी रेशियो
कितने बार से हिंदी लगा
1.23
तो
का.
हो जाता था अभी तक तो.
ऐसे में ये टीम बहुत स्ट्रांग नजर आ रही है बट अभी के लिए वर्सेटाइल आप सोच के देखिए इस पावर के जाने के बाद भी टीम वर्सेटाइल 5 मैचेस के बाद टॉप ऑफ द टेबल है. अब इससे ज्यादा सोमराज क्या प्रूव करें खुद को?
चलिए मैंने बता दिया था कि 44 पॉइंट्स किसी के पास
Okay,
है.
done.
टॉप ऑफ द टेबल कौन है आपने बता दिया तो अब
डन
हमें
डन
देखना
डन
पड़ेगा कि
डन
बाकी
गाइस
टीम्स
डन.
वो क्या कर आती है। करंटली अगर हम टीम वर्सेटाइल की
तो
बात
भाई
करें,
आपके लिए हिंदी में कर दिया, हिंदी में गाइस, हिंदी
के
में।
पास जो
आप
44
कैसा लग रहा है? अभी ठीक लग रहा है?
फिनिशेस 28
अभी ये लोग का कैसा मजा ले सकता है? आप ठीक लग रहा है गाइस?
16 पोजीशन पॉइंट्स ना सिर्फ वर्सेटाइल के हैं, आईक्यूओसोल के भी टोटल 16 पोजीशन पॉइंट्स है। इनफैक्ट जो थर्ड पोजीशन पे टीम है उनके पास भी 16 टोटल पोजीशन पॉइंट्स है। फिनिशेस में यहाँ पर डिफरेंस जो है वो बता रहा है कि
डिले चालू है
किसका रहेगा, पहला, दूसरा और तीसरा। लेकिन फिलहाल सर्कल के चलते हुए आप देखिए फार्म एरिया जो है कंप्लीटली खाली है। उसके साथ साथ मिलिट्री बेस भी अभी लूट करके ONEPLUS की टीम निकल चुकी है। लेकिन जो फाइट का इनिशिएशन हुआ था एकदम सबसे पहले ONEPLUS CK के अगेंस्ट में IQOO 8-bit, उसका कंक्लूजन हमें अभी तक मिला नहीं है।
और दोनों ही टीम्स को डिले हो रहा है।
गाइस जो भी नया है लाइक एंड सब्सक्राइब भी करना गाइस।
दूसरी तरफ से अगर आप बात करेंगे ONEPLUS गॉड की वो भी आ चुकी है
और
ऐसे में इंपॉर्टेंट रहेगा कि किस प्रकार से अब वहां से निकला जाएगा। वही ट्रू रिपर्स की बात करें तो पहला सर्कल इन पे मेहरबान, और ये अभी के लिए अर्ली रोटेशंस के लिए जा नहीं रहे। हालांकि प्रोबेबिलिटी बहुत ज्यादा है कि सर्कल नदर्न जो आइलैंड है हमारा उधर ही जाता हुआ नजर आएगा, बट फिर
क्वालिटी डिफरेंट है।
और अगर हम क्यू लमाओ की बात करें 33 टोटल फिनिशेस उन्होंने निकाले 30 मुकाबले में, 1.1 का WFD रेशियो उनका चलता हुआ। ऑटोबॉट्स स्पोर्ट्स इनका भी जो मीरामार है वो स्ट्रॉन्ग हमें देखने को मिलता है। अभी के लिए जो बेसिक लूट है वो उनकी कंप्लीट हो चुकी है, यस्नाया पोलियाना के आसपास से आपको देखने को मिल रहे हैं। और जैसा कि हमने चर्चा की भी कि सर्कल वो इनको फेवर करता हुआ नजर ही आए, कुछ खास दिक्कतें अभी के लिए तो नहीं है।
हमने इतना ज्यादा डिफरेंस देख लिया है आज के पहले एरेंगल और आज के आखिरी एरेंगल में। ऑटोबॉट्स के साथ
पहला एरेंगल जो मैच हुआ
पर ये दोनों ही टीम्स आई थी। इनफैक्ट जहां तक मुझे याद है 4 मेडिकल की टीम भी यहां पर आई थी।
आप पहला एरेंगल मैप
जोन देखिए, थोड़ी सी
अलग देखने के लिए फिर से रिटर्न जाना।
लेकिन फिलहाल के लिए अलीबाबा रेडर्स वो अपना लूट कंप्लीट
पहला एरेंगल मैच क्या हुआ गाइस अब देख नहीं सकूं।
सिमिलर डायरेक्शन से एक और टीम आती हुई दिख रही है, मनी मेकर्स की। वाइल्ड फैंग्स, इनके जो अर्ली 4 फिनिशेस है, क्या ये एक इनिशिएशन है कि हाँ इस मैच में वो बेहतरीन गेम प्ले दिखा करके जाए। लेकिन कुछ टीम
ये वॉइस कौन बोलता है? दूसरा है
एक तरफ LEFP का 2-2 स्प्लिट सेवर्नी एंड स्टॉलबर के नॉर्दर्न साइड पे है, वो अभी भी ब्लू में दिख रहे हैं। वो राइवलरीक्सनर वो भी करंटली सिटी में मौजूद रहेंगे। 4 मेडिकल की टीम फिलहाल के लिए फेडिपियर के नॉर्थ से निकल के कोर एरिया में वो भी ब्लू का डैमेज टैंक कर रहे हैं। कोई ऐसी टीम हमें अभी तक तो नहीं दिखी है जो कि एकदम सेंटर सर्कल जाके होल्ड कर पड़े, बट एक टीम है जिन्होंने अपना लूट भी कंप्लीट किया और धीरे धीरे ही सही सेंटर सर्कल की तरफ जा रही है। टीम वर्सेटाइल की वो टीम रहेगी। IQOOSOUL ने भी इस बार डिसीजन लिया कि वो सेंटर सर्कल ही खेलेंगे। कहीं ये डिसीजन LCQ के मैचेस की तरह उनको अर्ली एलिमिनेशन ना दे।
देखिए उनको एलिमिनेशन दिलाएगा या नहीं वो तो देखने वाली बात रहेगी, बट एटलीस्ट वो टीम जो थोड़ा लेट रोटेट करके आ रही है वो जरूर खुश रहेंगे, क्योंकि उनके लिए एजेस अभी भी थोड़ी खाली ही देखने को मिलेगी। राइवलरीएनआर उसमें एक नाम है, 4 मेडिकल उसमें
तो भाई 8-bit भाई
सर्कल का शिफ्ट, और ये एक सदर्न शिफ्ट आया है। ट्रू रिपर्स की बात करें फाइनली वीकल लेकर के वो भी नदर्न आइलैंड की तरफ बढ़ना चाहते हैं, और अब
IQOOSOUL भी टॉप वाले प्लेयर है गाइस।
IQOOSOUL शुरू होने वाला है।
IQOO 8-bit
अभी तक
दोनों भी एकदम तगड़े खेल रहे हैं और लेवल पे
वो प्रीमोस के एरियाज में चले गए हैं। ऐसे में
इसमें VTX भी एक खेल रही है
और अभी सर्कल के अंदर जाना हो सकता है।
एक टीम तो देखो जोन के बाहर है, हॉस्पिटल में से आ रही है अभी।
इन्फर्नो स्पोर्ट्स की बात करें तो वो भी बहुत करीब वाइल्ड फैंग्स के आ चुके हैं, और ये फाइट होना तो लगभग तय है।
जी हां, वाइल्ड फैंग्स
की फाइट तो देखने के लिए मजा ही मजा आएगा।
लेकिन क्या सेंसे को आइडिया है कि उनके सामने ऑलरेडी खिलाड़ी आके इंतजार कर रहे हैं।
ठंडा रहेगा तो ठीक है, नहीं तो ये लोग को फाइट लेगा।
टाइमिंग का खेल है ये, टाइमिंग पे अगर रियलाइज किया तो बैक आउट भी कर पाएंगे। अभी तो पूरी तरीके से पता लग चुका है क्योंकि जो गोलीबारी है वो चालू हो चुकी है। गॉटन के शॉट्स भी कनेक्ट हुए हैं, काफी लो उनको कर दिया गया है। PMW IGL को नॉकआउट भी किया गया है।
IGL नॉकआउट गेम बाजला
कंफर्म करना चाहते हैं, बट मनी मेकर्स
ओ भाई नो
यहां पर आता हुआ दोनों ही टीम्स के लिए मुश्किलें रहेंगी, क्योंकि मनी मेकर्स की टीम जैसे इस पूरे एरिया को घेर चुकी है। आइसोलेट करके खिलाड़ियों को टेक डाउन करना मनी मेकर्स चाहती है।
जी हां, और 2 फिनिशर्स भी आ चुके हैं, और इनके पास ऑलरेडी काफी बढ़िया फॉर्म में चलते हुए नजर आए हैं, और ऐसे में ये एक अच्छा एरिया है जो मनी मेकर्स के खाते में जा चुका है। वही राइजिंग इन्फर्नो स्पोर्ट्स की बात करें
उसमें मनी मेकर्स में भाई
उनका जो मुश्किलें
कौन है तो
नजर आ रही है। क्लच गॉड के पास भी स्पॉट की तलाश में वो देखने को मिल रहा है। भाई दूसरी तरफ टीम वर्सेटाइल के रेडन को डाउन किया गया है। ONEPLUS सिंसिनाटी किड्स का एक लेट रोटेशन आया था, मगर उसके बावजूद वो बेहतर स्पॉट में पहुंचे जरूर है, और ओवन वो बचते हैं एकमात्र खिलाड़ी, और अब सोलो सर्वाइवल वही उनको करना पड़ेगा। देखिए 15 टीम्स बची है, यहाँ पे भी एलिमिनेट होंगे तो प्लेसमेंट का तो कोई अंक नहीं मिलने वाला।
अभी 15 टीम और जोन
सर्वाइव कर पाएंगे, लेकिन इन सब के बीच में देखिए ट्रू रिपर्स जो कि मिड रोटेशन में जोन का पता लगा, और फिलहाल के लिए वो पूरी तरीके से ब्रिज, पेट्रोल पंप और उसके साथ साथ जो 3 स्टोरी बिल्डिंग है उसको होल्ड करते हुए नजर आएंगे।
गाइस 15 टीम 55 बंदे अलाइव है भाई,
बट फिलहाल के लिए तो राइवलरी
अभी तो लग रहा है गाइस अभी कुछ नहीं होएगा गाइस,
जहां पर एक्सचेंज
मैप में दिख रहा है तो अभी
नॉक करके खत्म कर दिया गया है। भले ही पहला जो नॉकआउट है वो मिला था वशिष्ठा ई-स्पोर्ट्स को, लेकिन रिजल्ट्स शायद उनके फेवर में ना जाए। करंटली सारी टीम्स हमें मोस्टली गाड़ियों में ही दिख रही है, अपना रोटेशन वो दे रहे हैं, सेंटर सर्कल हो, एज सर्कल हो, कुछ ना कुछ तो अच्छा कवर वो लेना चाहते हैं। बट क्या IQOOSOUL
भाई डब्ल्यूएफ टीम देखो गाइस
सेंटर सर्कल
5
वो
पे
मौजूद थे, अभी के लिए वो
भाई
निकल
5
सर्कल के
फिनिश
एज तक जा रहे हैं, एकदम वेस्टर्न साइड पे जा चुके हैं। क्या वो वेस्ट पे जाके गेट कीप करना चाहते हैं या फिर ये उन्हीं की स्ट्रेटजी है कि पहले सेंटर जाओ, चेक करो, फिर बाहर आके एज पे खेलो।
सब्सक्राइबर रॉयल पास
आप लोग ये जान लीजिए कि 850 के सब्सक्राइबर्स पे 20 रॉयल पास गिव अवे फिर से होने वाला है। हमने 800 रॉयल पास का किया था, 850 के पे 20 रॉयल पास गिव अवे रहेगा। अगर आपको रॉयल पास चाहिए तो खुद सब्सक्राइब कीजिए, दोस्तों को भी बोलिए जल्दी से जल्दी वो सब्सक्राइब वाला बटन दबा दे,
सब्सक्राइब वाला बटन दबा दे।
अभी के लिए राइवलरी
जल्दी से जाओ और
कर लिया गया, फ्यूरी को कुछ शॉट लेते हुए नजर आ रहे हैं। वैसे ई-स्पोर्ट्स की बात करें तो उनकी मुश्किलें भी बढ़ी हैं, क्योंकि 2 खिलाड़ी भले सतह पे है बट एक खिलाड़ी है मिल जाएंगे। अलीबाबा रेडर्स शुरुआत हुई नहीं है, खाता खोला नहीं अभी तक फिनिशर्स।
अलीबाबा रेडर्स देखो आपका अलीबाबा रेडर्स का खाता खुला नहीं है।
ONEPLUS गॉड्स रेन की बात करें, रोटेशन बढ़िया थी, सही टाइम पे आई, पर अब टाइमिंग और बहुत करनी पड़ेगी, वो फाइट्स थोड़ी देख के लेनी पड़ेगी। बट अलीबाबा रेडर्स
यस अलीबाबा रेडर्स घुस गए
स्लैमिंग करते हुए नजर आएंगे। अब ऐसे में डेस्ट्रो का यहाँ पे बच पाना वो लगभग नामुमकिन ही हमें देखने को मिल रहा है, क्योंकि बाकी के थोड़ा दूर, बट डेस्ट्रो उन्होंने वो एक नॉक निकाला, वो जरूर चाहेंगे उस फिनिश का कंफर्मेशन वो लेके जाए। हालांकि दूसरे खिलाड़ी को भी उन्होंने डैमेज बहुत ज्यादा दिया है। वो व्हीकल आ रही है, कैवलरी आ रही है, और ऐसे में अब अलीबाबा रेडर्स को थोड़ा तो बच के खेलना पड़ेगा।
प्रो का पोजीशन पता लग चुका है और देखिए यहाँ पर दूर से प्रो को नॉकआउट किया गया है। टीआर की वो
कवर
टीम
दिया भाई, क्या कवर दिया
ONEPLUS
भाई को, क्या कवर दिया हुआ है,
मिल चुका है डेस्ट्रो को। कैवलरी की बात आप कर रहे थे एंकी, और कैवलरी यहाँ आगे आ रही है।
ONEPLUS भाई को क्या कवर मिल गया
देखिए उनका फाइट तो अभी भी चल ही रहा है वशिष्ठा ई-स्पोर्ट्स के केस में, लेकिन डेस्ट्रो यहाँ पे एगी को भी डाउन किया गया,
अलीबाबा
को भी डाउन किया जाता है। एगी का कंफर्मेशन,
खत्म
का कंफर्मेशन सब मिल चुका है। एक आखिरी खिलाड़ी यहाँ पर बचे हुए मर्नॉक्स को, लेकिन क्या शट डाउन किया जा सकता है? ये मर्नॉक्स नाम का खिलाड़ी कहीं पूरी टीम को धराशायी ना कर दे।
अलीबाबा का एक ही प्लेयर बाकी है,
the IGL ऑफ द टीम। उन्होंने ना सिर्फ अपना जीवनदान खुद को गिफ्ट किया, लेकिन उसके साथ साथ 3 खिलाड़ियों का कंफर्मेशन भी लाए, और ये आखिरी खिलाड़ी मर्नॉक्स को भी दूर से जस्टिन कंफर्म करते हुए नजर आएंगे। क्या बेहतरीन एक डिफेंडिंग फॉर्मेशन हमें देखने का मौका मिला। टीम वर्क मेक्स द ड्रीम वर्क, और यही हमें यहाँ पे देखने का मौका मिला।
और ये फाइट जीतना किसी ड्रीमी रन से कम था नहीं, क्योंकि आप पोजीशन भी देखिए, डेस्ट्रो अकेले थे, सामने से 3 प्लेयर्स ने पोजीशन किया। वो जो पहला नॉक निकाला ना, वहीं पे पूरा मनोबल जो है वो धराशायी हो गया अलीबाबा रेडर्स का, और उसके बाद फिर हमने देखा कि
अलीबाबा इनिवेट हो गई गाइस,
वो तो खैर
ONEPLUS
में आ गए, और उन्होंने भी वहां पे एक नॉक निकाला। और फिर उसके बाद अब देखिए 4 फिनिशेस आ चुके हैं, और चारों खिलाड़ी शेष भी आपको देखने को मिलेंगे। और ONEPLUS
आता भोग, आता केवढापन आवाज येईल माहिती आहे का,
तो ये एक बेहतर स्ट्रेटजी है। बट क्यों
गाइस देखो
दूर दराज के इलाके से सब कुछ देख रहे हैं, और आप
भाई अलीबाबा स्क्वाड डेड हो गई।
साइड पे क्यों जा रहे हैं? क्योंकि सर्कल अगला वही गया, पर जहां वो गए वहां पे ONEPLUS गॉड्स
आवाज बराबर, आवाज जास्त आहे की बरोबर है।
5 फिनिशेस टोटल लिख चुके हैं ONEPLUS गॉड्स रेन अपने नाम,
डायरेक्ट 150 के लगे।
एप्पल और
जो वशिष्ठा ई-स्पोर्ट्स
एप्पल और डिस्को आपको पता है, डिस्ट्रो
वो कहीं ना कहीं से पूरा का पूरा
ये भी अच्छा टीम में मारी
थे, लेकिन वो भी वापस मुड़ के अभी पानी से ही
ONEPLUS भाई
कवर में सेंट्रल एरिया में देखना चाहते हैं।
ONEPLUS भाई क्रेजी कवर भाई,
और क्या कर पाएंगे? एप्पल गोलियां बरसा रहे करंटली।
देखो अभी तक 5 फिनिश कर दिए,
यहाँ पर
0 कोई
फंसा लिया जा सकता है। चलिए बहुत ज्यादा ओपन से यहाँ पर ट्रैवल करते हुए दिखेंगे, बट चलिए सेफली वो आगे बढ़ पाएंगे। लेकिन IQOOSOUL ये टीम क्या करेगी? एक अर्ली ऑन जो उनका कैजुअलिटी हुआ है उसके साथ वो कैसे खेल पाएगी? बहुत ज्यादा एक डिफिकल्ट सिचुएशन बन जाएगा। बट फिलहाल के लिए तो सारी टीम्स अपने पोजीशंस को सॉलिडिफाई करना चाहती है।
भाई पोजीशंस होल्ड कर रहे हैं,
बहुत ज्यादा क्लोज है।
गाइस जल्दी से आ जाओ, लास्ट में
की कोशिश जरूर चल रही है,
और 14 टीम बाकी,
लेकिन उनको कवर फायर नहीं मिलेगा। उनको डाउन किया गया है टीम वर्सटाइल के द्वारा, लेकिन वो फिनिश पॉइंट जो है वो LEFP की टीम
और रोनी
वर्सेटाइल उनका भी कैजुअलिटी है रेडन के नाम से।
अलीबाबा स्क्वाड
कंटिन्यू करना है।
खत्म गाइस।
और देखिए अभी हम टॉप 2 टीम
लास्ट मैच है गाइस, लास्ट मैच।
ये 10 अंकों के लिए लड़ाई है।
लास्ट मैच है, होल्ड करके रहो, होल्ड करके रहो।
टीम IQOOSOUL वो मुश्किलों में टीम वर्सेटाइल की बात करें,
14 टीम्स 48 बंदे अलाइव
कि वो आगे कैसे बढ़ेंगे। हालांकि टीम वर्सेटाइल के साथ अच्छी बात है कि वो सर्कल के अंदर मौजूद हैं।
धोखा तो लगा है, मतलब एज पावर उनको
अगर
VTX भाई
तो इस बार उनका भी रोटेशन
VTX
शानदार हमें देखने को मिला। बिल्कुल सेंट्रल एरियाज वो एक्वायर करके बैठे
मारी
हुए
भाई,
हैं।
मैं क्या बोल रहा हूं?
बात करें तो वो सदर्न शोर लाइन और उसके आसपास के कंपाउंड्स एक्वायर करके बैठे हुए हैं।
इनका
तो
टीम
एक बार फिर से लगभग सारी टीम से कंफर्टेबल स्पॉट में आ चुकी है।
हीरोइक गॉड लेग में चला गया इस पावर।
आई थिंक इन्फर्नो ई-स्पोर्ट्स का वो आखिरी खिलाड़ी ओवन वो अभी तक सरवाइव करते हुए देखना इंपॉर्टेंट रहेगा।
पर VX
आगे तक वो
टीम बोल रहे हैं कि अभी
टॉप
टॉप 5 में तो है, फिलहाल तो टॉप 5 में है, लास्ट मैच के ऊपर डिपेंड है।
तभी स्प्रे करें जब आप उनको नॉकआउट कर सकते हैं, लेकिन अगर नहीं कर पाते आप तो स्प्रे ना करना ही बेहतर होगा।
टॉप 5 में तो है
उनको
अभी, ये लास्ट मैच के ऊपर
काफी
डिपेंड है।
ज्यादा चांसेस बन जाते हैं। चलिए यहाँ पर से IQOOSOUL फिलहाल निकल जाती है, उन्हें शायद से पता लग चुका है कि पूरी टीम आ रही है पीछे। वाइल्ड फैंग्स के पास फिलहाल पोचिंकी के पोटैटो हिल का कंट्रोल रहेगा और यहाँ से कुछ देर बाद ही वो हटेंगे। एक मिनट 17 सेकंड बाद में ये पता लग जाएगा कि अगला जोन कहां पर आने वाला है। स्टेज 4 हमारे सामने
अभी ये पोटैटो जोन
48 अभी भी प्लेयर्स है, 48 खिलाड़ी और 14 टीम्स, इसमें से किसी के नाम भी जा सकता है। ये अभी भी ओवरऑल स्टैंडिंग्स ओपन है।
22 में को गाइस
वो 10 अंकों के लिए ये जंग चल रही है आखिरी मुकाबले में स्काई सर्ज डे पे। वाइल्ड फैंग्स 5 फिनिशेस उनके नाम, 5 फिनिशेस उनके नाम भी है, लेकिन कौन लगाएगा वो छलांग सीधा टेबल टॉप पे। और अगर आपको छलांग लगाना है, जरूरी है टीम वर्सेटाइल का एलिमिनेशन, क्योंकि सबसे ज्यादा ऊपर अभी भी वो मौजूद है, वो भी 5 अंकों के लीड के साथ अगेंस्ट टीम IQOOSOUL।
और सबसे बढ़िया बात जो मेरे को अभी वाइल्ड फैंग्स की लगी, आप वो देखिए, उन्होंने स्पॉट किया था वहां पे एक खिलाड़ी को। उनको बिल्कुल इंटेल नहीं थी कि सामने एक खिलाड़ी है, 4 खिलाड़ी है, 2 खिलाड़ी हैं, बट इंस्टेंट सेंसे का वो कॉल आउट किया कि भैया स्लैम इन करना है, फाइट लेनी है, क्योंकि उनको भी पता है कि आज के दिन की पूरी लड़ाई उस पहले पायदान की है। आज के दिन की पूरी लड़ाई वो 10 पॉइंट्स की है। ऐसे में 30 पॉइंट्स के साथ आपको टीम वाइल्ड फैंग्स इस मुकाबले से पहले देखने को मिल रही थी। आपने बताया ही कि 44 के साथ टीम वर्सेटाइल थी, तो उनको भी पता है कि थोड़ा अग्रेशन ज्यादा दिखाना पड़ेगा। और LFP की जो टीम है वो उनके बहुत नजदीक आ चुकी है। जोन का अगला शिफ्ट सबसे ज्यादा अहम शिफ्ट, और ये जाता हुआ एक हार्ड साउथ ईस्टर्न शिफ्ट, जहाँ पे ट्रू रिपर सर्कल के अंदर ONEPLUS गॉड्स रेन वो आपको सर्कल के अंदर देखने को मिल जाएंगे। वो सेंट्रल एरिया बिल्कुल खाली भी और वहां बहुत रिस्की भी। पता टीम IQOOSOUL को देखिए, वो व्हीकल लेकर के सीधे सेंटर की तरफ बढ़ते हुए सारी ही टीम्स के बीच में थे। ऐसा लग रहा है जैसे इनविजिबल क्लोक पहन रखा उन्होंने। अभी
गैस कैन उठा लीजिए, वो गैस कैन यहाँ पर आपका एलिमिनेशन करवा सकता है। और बिल्कुल सेंटर में जाके एक वुडन शैक के अंदर कवर लेके फिलहाल के लिए IQOOSOUL के 2 खिलाड़ी जो बचे हुए वो रहेंगे, लेकिन बाकी सारी टीम्स को आना है। वाइल्ड फैंग्स की टीम एक लंबा रोटेशन लेना चाहती है
और IQOOSOUल जोन में जाके
की टीम भी हमें दिख रही है। अलीबाबा रेडर्स दिख रहे हैं कि वो क्या कर पाते हैं। खैर फिलहाल के लिए तो मैं जरूर देखना चाहूंगा कि वो ओवरऑल स्टैंडिंग्स में कहां पे रहते हैं। और मेरिकल की टीम की बात करें तो वो भी अभी भी एक 1-1-1 का स्प्लिट मेंटेन कर रहे हैं।
फिलहाल क्या होगा,
आना ही है उन्हें।
42 बंदे
पाइनएप्पल जोन के बाहर, माफिया जोन के बाहर, 8 जोन के बाहर
पड़ेगा अपने IGL को, LEFP को गवाना पड़ेगा, अरमान को,
जोन कवर कर।
इनफैक्ट ओए को भी फिलहाल के लिए नॉक एंड कंफर्म किया गया। एलिमिनेशन आए, जोकर
फिनिश
उतरे ही थे कि नॉक भी किया गया और आधी HP ड्रेन भी करवाई गई है नॉकआउट स्टेज में।
और उन्होंने व्हीकल लगाया कहां, ऐसे आप व्हीकल नहीं लगाते जब आप सेंटर की तरफ जाते हैं। वहां पे जरूर उनकी रणनीति रही होगी कि थोड़ा सेफर एरिया में जाए, बट वो बिल्कुल ओपन में व्हीकल लगा करके उतर के फिर वो गेट खोलने की कोशिश कर रहे हैं। और वही हम बात करते हैं कि जब प्रेशर ज्यादा होता है तो ऐसी छोटी मोटी जो मिस्टेक्स है वो आप करते हुए नजर आते हैं। और जी हाँ, जोकर उनको बचाया भी नहीं जा पाएगा। क्लच गॉड उनका भी समापन हो चुका है और उसी के साथ ओवन जो इतनी देर तक सर्वाइव कर रहे थे, कुछ खास उसका फायदा हुआ नहीं, क्योंकि एनीवेज पोजीशन का तो
टीम वर्सेटाइल का भी एलिमिनेशन यहां पर हमें देखने का मौका मिला है। टीम मनी मेकर्स का भी हमें एलिमिनेशन देखने का मौका मिला है। लेकिन इन सब के बीच में मैं एक पॉइंट लाना चाहूंगा कि टीम IQOO 8-bit कब इनका एंगेजमेंट हमने देखा था
और मनी मेकर्स एलिमिनेट होते हुए,
और वो एंगेजमेंट अभी भी जो रिजल्ट्स लाई है वो कुछ ऐसी है कि ONEPLUS सिंसिनाटी किड्स वो भी जोन के अंदर है एंड IQOO 8-bit वो कब से आके वशिष्ठा के अगेंस्ट फाइट ले रही है, वो सेम जगह पे बनी हुई है। और उसके साथ आप जरूर चेकआउट कर लीजिएगा IQOO Neo 10, ये जो स्पॉटलाइट है, अभी ये डिवाइस उसको जरूर चेकआउट कर लीजिएगा
जी। और साथ ही साथ वाइल्ड फैंग्स उन्होंने
जाओ जल्दी
जो
से और 5
एलईएसपी की
लाख का
लाइनअप थी
इनाम
उनको
जीतो।
बाहर कर दिया, लर्न फ्रॉम पास्ट, और वो भी तो एक रेस में आपको देखने को मिल रहे थे उस पहले पायदान की। और अब वाइल्ड फैंग्स के पास 8 फिनिशेस हो चुके हैं। और आप देखिए वो मिनी मैप पे हम देख सकते हैं कि राउंड द सर्कल क्लॉकवाइज रोटेशन वो डालते हुए नजर आ रहे हैं। अगर यहाँ से वो सच में पहले पायदान तक पहुंचते, अगर वो चिकन डिनर निकालते हैं, ये एक अनबिलीवेबल कमबैक होगा आज के दिन पे।
बट गॉड्सरेन को भी तो देखिए, वो भी तो 8 फिनिशेस के साथ बनी हुई है, तो गॉड्सरेन के पास भी एक चांस रहेगा। ONEPLUS सिंसिन्नाटी किड्स के चेहरे पे एक और फिनिश पॉइंट अपने नाम लेकर के आएंगे। 8 फिनिशेस है दो टीम्स के पास, एक डोमिनेट रन में जरूर जाना चाहती है टीम्स, बट वाइल्ड फैंग्स ना कोई डर ना कोई खौफ, सीधा चार्ज इन करना चाहते हैं ऑटोबॉट्स के ऊपर। लेकिन अनुज दूर से उनको स्पॉट किया गया, दूर से उनको डाउन भी किया गया है। ऑटोबॉट्स की टीम परेशानी में डालते हुए सेंसी का भी कंफर्मेशन आएगा। एक आखिरी उम्मीद बची हुई है वाइल्ड फैंग्स के सैफ, एक ड्रीम रन ये बन सकता था। बिल्कुल चैंपियनशिप 2024 में जो हमने देखा था, 2023 में जो हमने देखा था, वैसा ही कुछ सिनेरियो बना फिर से सेंसे के लिए। वो आखिरी मैच और ढेर सारे पॉइंट्स इकट्ठा करने का कोशिश, एक जंप लगाने की कोशिश पहले मैदान में, लेकिन शायद वो जो ख्वाब है वो ख्वाब ही रह जाएगा एटलीस्ट आज के दिन।
I saw what you did there, but अभी के लिए अगर जेली की बात करें तो उनको भी डाउन किया गया। और लेजेंड वो है जिनका ग्रेनेड कनेक्शन बनाएगा वसिस्ता ई-स्पोर्ट्स के फ्यूरी, वो भी इस मुकाबले को अलविदा कहते हुए नजर आएंगे। बट ऑटोबॉट्स उन्होंने बढ़िया इंटेंट दिखाया है, पोजीशनिंग भी आप देखिए
बराबर है,
वो 3-1 का स्प्लिट, बढ़िया हार्ड कवर्स भी उनके पास मौजूद है। वही ONEPLUS सिंसिन्नाटी
वाला क्लियर है,
तो एक खिलाड़ी लाइव के अंदर है, बाकी 2 प्लेयर्स जो है वो बैक साइड क्लियर करने की कोशिश कर रहे हैं। वही राइवलरी एनआरआई अभी भी सर्कल के बहुत बाहर आपको देखने को मिल रही है। बहुत मुश्किल है कह पाना कि इस मुकाबले में चिकन डिनर आखिर लेकर के जाएगा कौन, बट वो एक खिलाड़ी ट्रू रिपोर्ट्स के जो नॉकआउट थे उनके पास उनके साथी पहुंच चुके हैं, और जो रिवाइवल का सिलसिला है वो शुरू हो चुका है।
और एप्पल भाई
ऑटोबॉट्स के पास अभी भी सिर्फ 3 ही फिनिशेस रहेंगे, लेकिन ONEPLUS गॉड्सरेन उनको देखिए जस्ट वो जो 8 फिनिशेस है, मतलब कुछ ना कुछ करके भी वो मिनिमम 9 अंक तो इस मैच में लेके ही जाएंगे अगर वो अभी भी एलिमिनेट हो जाते हैं तो। बट ऐसा होने नहीं देंगे डेस्ट्रो, क्योंकि उनको वो जो जीवन दान मिला है, जो वरदान मिला है इस मैच में सर्वाइव करने का, मैं जरूर देखना चाहूंगा। बट इसी बीच में ट्रू रिपोर्ट्स की बात करें तो 2 खिलाड़ी कोस्ट लाइन पे आ चुके हैं, और उस कोस्ट लाइन में हैवी कंटेंशन होने वाला है। RIVALRYXNR जस्ट ऑफ एंगल पे मौजूद रहेंगे, लेकिन IQOOSOUL
और अभी
इंस्टेंट फिनिश जो है कंफर्म किया गया है सर्वर के द्वारा, लेकिन रिटेलिएशन में भी ONEPLUS सिंसिन्नाटी किड्स के फ्लॉक ने नॉकआउट किया है उन्हें। एक्सचेंजेस हो रही है, ये कोस्ट लाइन पे रहना खतरे से खाली नहीं। अभी समझ में आ रहा है कि IQOOSOUL का वो रोटेशन जो था, क्यों इतना ज्यादा उन्होंने कॉन्फिडेंस दिखा करके वो एक शैक एंकर किया, सेंटर ऑफ द सर्कल रहने का फायदा उन्हें मिला है। अगले जोन तक तो एटलीस्ट वो होल्ड कर पाएंगे इस एंगल को। स्टेज 6 आने वाला है अगले 15 सेकंड में। जस्ट पोजीशनिंग देखिए, एक तरफ ONEPLUS सिंसिन्नाटी किड्स, एक तरफ आपको RIVALRYXNR दिख रही है, एक तरफ ऑफ कोर्स IQOOSOUL है, बीच पे हमने अभी देखा कि TR की स्क्वाड मौजूद थी, लेकिन ONEPLUS गॉड्सरेन वो तो रुक ही नहीं रहे हैं। अभी अगला शिकार उनका होने वाला है।
ONEPLUS भाई
कंफर्मेशन आ सकता है, लेकिन इन सब के बीच में लेजेंड वो एक नॉकआउट अपने नाम लेके जाएंगे। ग्रेनेड्स का आदान प्रदान भी चल रहा है ONEPLUS सिंसिन्नाटी किड्स के फ्लॉक का, यहाँ पर ग्रेनेड्स का बरसात हो चुका है चालू।
और वो अकेला खिलाड़ी है जो पूरी राइवलरी एनआरआई को रोक करके रखा हुआ है। आप देखिए मल्टीपल ग्रेनेड्स वहां पे स्पैम किए गए, और अब जो रिवाइवल का सिलसिला है वो शुरू हो चुका है। और रॉनी की बात करें, उन्होंने एक और फिनिश निकाला है।
7 टीम बाकी है।
देखिए टीम वर्सेटाइल की अगर हम बात करें तो उनका समापन हो चुका है, और ऐसे में अब टीम IQOOSOUL के पास मौका है, अगर वो यहाँ पे सरवाइव करते रहे, ऐसी फिनिशेस निकालते रहे, वो 10 पॉइंट्स के प्रबल दावेदार बन सकते, बट एट द सेम टाइम गॉड्सरेन they are playing on a different freaking level। 12 फिनिशर ऑलरेडी वो निकाल चुके हैं, और अभी भी 4 खिलाड़ी शेष।
जस्टिन 6 फिनिशेस के साथ साथ कप्तान साहब के पास भी 5 फिनिशेस रहेंगे, लेकिन ये IQOOSOUL लेजेंड का नॉकआउट क्या भारी पड़ेगा, क्या यहाँ पर IQOOSOUL को एलिमिनेट किया जाएगा। पोजीशन के बारे में RIVALRYXNR को क्लियरली ये आइडिया है, देखना चाहेंगे हम जरूर कि क्या यहाँ पर से IQOOSOUL सर्वाइव कर सकते हैं या फिर नहीं। लेजेंड रिवाइवल दिया जा रहा है, रॉनी को पता है कि अगर ये खिलाड़ी बच जाते हैं तो कुछ ना कुछ तो वो करके ही जाएंगे, लेकिन दिक्कत ये है कि ये सारे फाइट जो हो रहे हैं सर्कल के एकदम बाहरी छोर पे हो रहे हैं। फोर मेरिकल कंफर्टेबली जोन के अंदर अभी बैठी हुई है, और उनके साथ नॉर्दर्न साइड में दिख रहे हैं
आता
ONEPLUS गॉड्स रेन, ये एक बहुत बड़ा जंप हो सकता है ONEPLUS गॉड्स रेन का।
जी हाँ, लेकिन उनके जो शुरुआती 5 मैचेस थे वो पांचों ही खराब जाते हुए नजर आए। 2 मैचेस के बाद 0 उनके पॉइंट थे। ऐसे में पहला पायदान पहुंच पाना अभी भी बहुत बड़ा चैलेंज, लेकिन पोडियम पे वो आ जरूर सकते हैं। 7, 6, 5, 4 ये पॉइंट्स की जरूर नजरें गड़ा करके बैठे होंगे।
ONEPLUS भाई 12 किल 12
भी जाना पड़ेगा। राइवलरी को आप देखिए, वो वीके लेके सीधे सर्कल के अंदर गए। वहां पे ट्रू रिपर्स की जो स्क्वाड है वो ऑलरेडी मौजूद है। वो फाइट का इनिशिएशन होगा जहां पे क्यों लमाओ वो आती है, एक नॉक निकालेंगे तो और ये लीजिए पलक झपकते ही राइवलरी आ रहा है, उनका समापन देखने को मिल जाएगा। और 4 टीम बचे पर ट्रू रिपर्स उनके ऊपर भी वार किया जाएगा, प्रहार किया जाएगा। क्यों लमाओ को बचाना थोड़ा मुश्किल जरूर, पर स्मोक्स और ग्रेनेड्स के साथ जो तैयारी है वो जारी है।
जी और वेलकम टू द रेड बुल स्टैंड ऑफ। 4 टीम्स बची हुई है। ONEPLUS गॉड्स रेन एक डोमिनेशन के कगार पे जाना चाहती है। IQOOSOUL जो आखिरी प्लेयर लेजिट बचे हुए हील बैटल करते करते आगे जा रहे हैं। एक आखिरी फर्स्ट एड, एक आखिरी उम्मीद, लेजिट क्या कुछ क्रेजी करके जा पाएंगे? ना बैंडेजेस है ना बूस्टर्स है, हाथ में अगर है थ्रोएबल्स के नाम पे तो वो है बस एक स्टन ग्रेनेड। तो एक स्टन क्या कुछ कर पाएगा? इसी बीच में ONEPLUS गॉड्स रेन एक और टीम, एक और कंफर्मेशन अपने नाम लिख लिया है पूरी तरीके से। एलिमिनेट हो जाती है यहाँ पे 4 मेरिकल स्पोर्ट्स। ये फाइट अभी एक 2-वे फाइट है। क्या यहाँ पर थर्ड पार्टी से IQOOSOUL के लेजिट कुछ कर जा सकते हैं? अगर कोई कर सकते हैं इट इज लेजिट। बट क्लोजिंग किया गया, क्यों लमाओ पहला नॉकआउट उन्हीं को मिला है। गॉड्स रेन एक डोमिनेंस के बाद क्या यहाँ पर उनको शट डाउन किया जाएगा? क्यों लमाओ गोइंग एब्सोल्युटली हैम, उनके साथ सैम रहेंगे मौजूद। एक्सचेंजेस हो रहे हैं, नॉकआउट भी कर रहे हैं, थ्रोएबल्स भी डाले जा रहे हैं एक दूसरे के ऊपर।
और ऐसे में आप लेजिट को देखिए, सर्कल के और ज्यादा क्लोजिंग करते हुए नजर आएंगे ट्रू रिपर्स। वो अभी भी यहाँ पे सरवाइव कर रहे हैं। अगर ये चिकन डिनर ट्रू रिपर्स के खाते में जाते हैं तो वो जेली की मस्त दुनिया होगी, क्योंकि उनके पास वो 10 पॉइंट जा सकते हैं आज के दिन पे। बट वो एक खिलाड़ी सरवाइव करता हुआ ज्यादा देर तक नहीं, उनका भी समापन। ट्रू रिपर्स वो 9 फिनिशेस निकाल चुके हैं, निंजे ऑलरेडी डाउन है और लेजेंड चलिए फाइनली उनको वो फर्स्ट एड मिल चुका है। एक 1v2 की स्थिति है, अपनी टीम को टॉप 2 तक लेके आ चुका है ये खिलाड़ी। आज के दिन पे अविश्वसनीय गेम प्ले दिखाए, बट फाइनली पोजीशन उनकी रिवील्ड है। Maybe not this time because HP उनकी बहुत ज्यादा कम और they will be finishing things off in style। वो व्हीकल चढ़ाया गया, वो व्हीकल रन ओवर और इसी के साथ ट्रू रिपर्स एक मच नीडेड विनर चिकन डिनर अपने खाते में लेके जाएंगे। But at the same time, nice try legit।
वेरी नाइस ट्राई। देखिए ये खिलाड़ी जोन के बाहर से आए, फर्स्ट एक फर्स्ट एड मिला, लगाया उन्होंने और उसके बाद सीधा हमने देखा वो कोशिश कर रहे थे कि वो 1v2 निकाल पाए। चलिए मैंने कहा था 9 आउट ऑफ 10, अभी के लिए वो 9 आउट ऑफ 10 ही रहेगा। मैं देखना चाहता हूँ कल के दिन पे भी ये 9 आउट ऑफ 10 रहे, सारे आने वाले दिनों में 9 आउट ऑफ 10 रहे, बिकॉज ये एक ऐसे खिलाड़ी है ना, मैसिव रिस्पेक्ट टू दिस गाय, जिस तरीके से उन्होंने अपना फॉर्म कंसिस्टेंट रखा है।
जी हाँ, बहुत ज्यादा बेहतर प्रदर्शन उन्होंने आज के पॉइंट और वो 1 या 2 फिनिशेस जो आए हैं क्या उतने काफी रहेंगे? क्योंकि अगर
आज कौन सी टीम टॉप पर रही थी,
उसके आसपास अंक इस मुकाबले से लेकर के गए और ओवरऑल स्टैंडिंग्स में हमने पहले ही बात की थी कि उतना ज्यादा फासला है नहीं। क्या कहती है आपकी गणित?
9 फिनिशेस थे जब कंफर्म नहीं हुए थे, लेजिट आखिरी खिलाड़ी बचे हुए थे, बट गॉड्स रेन के एलिमिनेशन के बाद 9 फिनिशेस थे उनके पास। तो 20 अंक वो डॉट लेकर के गए ट्रू रिपर्स की टीम। अब अगर ट्रू रिपर्स के पास 22 अंक भी रहते हैं तब भी नहीं होगा, लेकिन अगर 26 रहे तब टाई हो सकता है वो टॉप स्पॉट, एंड तब चिकन डिनर, पोजीशन, फिनिशेस सब कुछ मैटर करेगा।
मेसी उमेदी, क्योंकि गणितज्ञ की एक आवश्यकता मुझे जरूर थी यहाँ पे जो स्ट्रेट अप बता पाए कि कौन ऊपर है कौन नहीं। बट मुझे लगता है कि सच में शायद ट्रू रिपर्स जो है वही आपको सबसे ज्यादा ऊपर देखने को मिलेंगे। वर्सेटाइल की बात करें, वो भी कुछ फिनिशेस लेकर के गए थे, हालांकि बहुत सारे नहीं, बट उनका अर्ली ऑन एलिमिनेशन हुआ। अगर लेजिट की बात करें, उन्होंने अंत तक वो जो लो है वो जलाए रखी, बट सेकंड लास्ट मैच में वो जो शून्य आया था ना, मुझे लगता है वो कॉस्ट करके गया टीम IQOOSOUL को।
चलिए देखते हैं कि क्या वो कॉस्ट करेगा या फिर नहीं, क्योंकि मुझे अभी भी लग रहा है कि देयर इज अ वेरी थिन पॉसिबिलिटी, हाँ शायद से सिर्फ 10% पॉसिबिलिटी है वो कि IQOOSOUL अभी भी टॉप ऑफ द टेबल रह पाए, क्योंकि देखिए वहां पर हमने गॉड्स रेन को भी काफी बढ़िया खेलते हुए देखा, उन्होंने भी काफी सारे पॉइंट्स निकाले थे, अराउंड 13 से 14 उन्होंने टोटल फिनिशेस निकाले, सो दैट्स आल्सो देयर। बट फिलहाल के लिए एक बार नजर डालते हैं रेड बुल रिप्लेस के ऊपर। यहाँ पर से देखिए गॉड्स रेन को किस तरीके से रोका गया। ट्रू रिपर्स यस, उन्होंने अपना जी जान लगा दिया एंड फाइनली आके उनको वो चिकन डिनर मिली है। विल फाइंड आउट बहुत ही जल्दी कि ओवरऑल स्टैंडिंग्स किस प्रकार का गया है। बट ये सैम आखिर में आके जिस तरीके से उन्होंने वो शट डाउन किया गॉड्स रेन को एंड उसके बाद थोड़ा सा रीसेट होने का उनको टाइम मिल गया। आई थिंक दैट्स द रीजन कि यहाँ पे लेजेंड अटैक नहीं कर पाए, लेकिन नहीं तो आई एम प्रीटी श्योर कि लेजेंड उस समय ना उस कंपाउंड के तरफ वो और आगे बढ़ जाते और क्लोजिंग कर जाते, अपनी पोजीशन वो रिवील आउट नहीं करते उतनी आसानी से। गाड़ी से भी एक बहुत ही बेहतरीन बेट एंड स्विच किया गया था सैम के द्वारा। सो यस, इट ऑल केम डाउन टू कितना बढ़िया तरीके से आप गेम को जानते हैं, कितना बढ़िया तरीके से आप इस गेम को खेल सकते हैं, ऑफ कोर्स आप कितने अच्छे से अपने ओपोनेंट को भाप सकते हैं।
आई थिंक वो जो आपने बेट एंड स्विच वाली बात बोली वो 100% सही रही, क्योंकि वहां पे उन्होंने अपनी पोजीशन भी रिवील आउट कर दी, क्योंकि उससे पहले बिल्कुल भी आइडिया था नहीं ट्रू रिपर्स को कि वो आखिरी खिलाड़ी कहां पर मौजूद है। वहां पे यही स्ट्रैटेजी कि एक प्लेयर जो व्हीकल लेके घूमेगा ताकि पता चल पाए कि एग्जैक्टली प्लेयर कहां है। अगर वो नॉक आ जाता लेजेंड के द्वारा उसके बाद सिचुएशन जरूर बदल सकती थी, बट अगेन आज के दिन से हमने बहुत कुछ ऐसा देखा जो एक्सपेक्टेड नहीं था। एंड वर्सेटाइल को आप देखिए, 5वें मैच के बाद वो टॉप ऑफ द टेबल आपको टीम देखने को मिल रही थी एस पावर के जाने के बाद भी। और मैंने स्टार्टिंग से ही कहा था कि दिस इज अ स्टेटमेंट जो सोमराज बताना चाहते हैं, दिखाना चाहते हैं टू द नेशन कि मैं अभी भी वही हूँ और मैं अभी भी डोमिनेट करने के लिए तैयार हूँ।
मैं आपको एक लीक देना चाहूंगा,
काम क्रेजी
जो
होता
भी टीम अभी ऊपर है, चाहे वो आईक्यूओसोल हो, चाहे वो ट्रू रिपर्स हो, चाहे वो ब्लिट्स हो, चाहे वो गॉड्स रेन,
सकाळपासूनच तर जाम मजा आली असते।
एक नंबर। अब आप बताइए आपकी गणित क्या कहती है कि कौन ऊपर रहेगा?
ट्रू रिपर्स एंड वर्सेटाइल, मुझे ऐसा लगता है कि शायद
चलो दिखा ओवरलिस्ट
या फिर टीम आईक्यूओसोल दे। आप मेरे साथ इस सब खेले भाई,
चलो आज
मैं
ओवरलिस्ट दाखवून एंड करायची।
एक्सपर्टीज नहीं है।
चलिए फिर सस्पेंस के लिए हम भी रहते हैं थोड़ी देर के लिए मौजूद, आप लोग भी थोड़ा सा
मला बोला एंड का होगा,
ओवरऑल हमारे सामने आएगा जरूर। बट आज के दिन के इन गेम से ना मुझे एक्चुअल में जो एक्शन देखने का मौका मिला वो काफी ज्यादा मजा आया मुझे, बिकॉज़
का एक्शन
ब्रैकेट्स के मैंने टोटल 24 मैचेस देखे हैं, मैंने एलसीक्यू के 24 मैचेस देखे, उससे पहले भी हमने राउंड 4, राउंड 3, राउंड 2 के भी मैचेस देखे हैं। एंड ओवरऑल सारे राउंड्स में आई बिलीव ये जो नया रूल लाया गया है, स्काई स्मैश, जो पूरा नया सिस्टम आया है, ये सिस्टम हम पहली बार इंडिया में देख रहे हैं। लाइक बीजीएमआई में तो ये पहली बार हम देख रहे हैं। एंड उसके चलते हुए भी टीम्स ने जिस तरीके से अडेप्ट किया है अपना ओवरऑल गेम प्ले का जो स्ट्रैटेजी है वो चेंज किया है। जो टीम्स एग्रेसिव कभी नहीं खेली है, दे हैव प्लेड एग्रेसिव। आप सोचिए गॉड्स रेन को, डेस्ट्रो को हमने कब देखा है कि सेंटर सर्कल होल्ड करने के साथ साथ वो फिनिशेस निकालने के लिए निकलते हैं एक जगह से, बट ही डिड इट इन दिस गेम एंड आई थिंक दिस brings in a lot of new flavor to the overall gameplay जो हम देख रहे हैं स्काई स्पोर्ट्स चैंपियनशिप।
जी हाँ, और तारीफ डेस्ट्रो की इंडिविजुअली भी करनी पड़ेगी, क्योंकि जब अलीबाबा रेडर्स का पुश उनके ऊपर आया था, 3 खिलाड़ियों ने जब पुश किया था वहां पे भी वो अकेले खिलाड़ी थे जो उस कंपाउंड के अंदर थे, बाकी 3 प्लेयर्स शोर लाइन वाले कंपाउंड की तरफ थे। और वहां पे उन्होंने वो एक नॉक निकाला, दूसरे प्लेयर की एचपी बहुत ज्यादा कम कर दी और वहां से वो पूरा जो गेम है वो बदल गया। वो 4 फिनिशेस निकाले, उसके बाद अलीबाबा रेडर्स का जो कंपाउंड था वही कंपाउंड उन्होंने अपना लिया और वहां से फिर उन्होंने पूरा प्ले बनाया।
अलीबाबा रेडर्स में पॉइंट खाली पड़े ना, 15-12 किल खेलते थे, 12-13
प्लेयर को पकड़ के एक पेड़ की तरह आगे नहीं आते।
नहीं उनका थोड़ी किया है,
बहुत बढ़िया जा सकता था,
वैसे तो
बट अगेन
पॉइंट उनको मिला है, पॉइंट किल के
पॉइंट मिलता है ना।
12
जल्दी कर दीजिए कैप्टन, मुझे ओवर
12
भाई निकाल दो यार
कंटेनर के आसपास।
देखिए अभी सभी को जानना है कि कौन सी टीम है वो सबसे ऊपर, वो 1 पॉइंट के
और अभी जो OnePlus अभी
कौन सी टीम रहेगी ऊपर, क्या लग रहा है गाइस? हैशटैग डालो, हैशटैग में डालो कौन सी टीम रहेगी।
मैदान के बीच में 2 अंकों का फासला है।
चलो डालो गाइस
मेरे साथ। दोस्तों देखिए ये तो अभी डे 1 ही था, अभी कल से जो और खतरनाक गेम प्ले उसकी शुरुआत होगी। बट चलिए पहले हम इंडिविजुअल मैच के स्टैट्स पे चले जाते हैं, जहाँ पे स्टार ऑफ द मैच बनते हुए नजर आएंगे ONEPLUS गॉड्स रेन के जस्टिन। 8 टोटल फिनिशेस निकाले और आप डैमेज देखिए, इतना तो टीम का डैमेज नहीं होता है, 1599 का डैमेज है,
1599।
ONEPLUS
स्टार ऑफ द मैच
गेम दिखाया है जस्टिन
ने। XTZ भाई
एग्जांपल से कि ये एक ट्रेलर था
ONEPLUS
ग्रैंड फाइनल्स के मैचेस जब कल से
ONEPLUS क्योंकि 12 किल किया है टीम ने, 12 किल किया है टॉप में, मतलब 5 मैच में से ये 12 किल किया हुआ है।
एमवीपी रैंकिंग्स में
नहीं 16 किल किया
हमारे नंबर 1 पे 9 फिनिशेस के साथ
13 किल किया, हाँ वही। और बाकी भी मैचेस हुए तो उसमें भी किल रहेंगे ना, तो पॉइंट सबसे ज्यादा उनके। हाँ
हमारी 60 किल 60 किल 60
दौड़ है
60 60
हाँ
होगी जो
1-1-0 भाई
दौड़ की शुरुआत
अभी ये लास्ट मैच में
7 अंकों के साथ दौड़ की शुरुआत होगी और 8 टीम्स ऐसी होंगी जो शून्य के साथ उस दौड़ में जाएंगे।
16 बोलना 16
के लिए कह सकते हैं कि वो शून्य के साथ गए और टीम वर्सेटाइल वो एक कदम भी आगे नहीं बढ़ पाए, यानी कि
ONEPLUS 70 रिजल्ट, ये देखो रिजल्ट आपको दिखाने के लिए।
आपको बोला कि एंकी आप गेस करते रहिए कौन सी टीम है। pretty sure कि अभी
और
कैलकुलेशंस
मैं
हमारे दर्शक
अभी
भी कर
देखो
रहे
वन
हैं।
प्लस के तो
बट आप
22
देखिए यहाँ पर
पॉइंट
वाइल्ड
मिले
फैंग्स ने भी
वो,
डेफिनेटली एक बहुत ही अच्छी
और
कोशिश
इनको
की।
20।
8 फिनिशेस थे उनके पास, बट एक गलत रोटेशन, एक गलत जगह पे एंकर करने जाना, वो थोड़ा सा उनके लिए इधर उधर हो गया। आईकू सोल
को 6 मिले लग रहा है।
अगर 2 और पॉइंट वो निकाल लेते,
नहीं नहीं
अगर 3 और
7।
पॉइंट वो निकाल लेते तो क्या वो थर्ड आते, सेकंड
IQ सोल
उसके बारे में बातचीत करने की, या
ठीक
फिर
थी।
ऑलरेडी फर्स्ट है। तो चलिए
थोड़ा
चलते हैं overall
घपला
standings
था।
और
की तरफ।
वे
एक पॉइंट के
XT
डिफरेंस
0
के साथ-साथ ट्रू रिपर्स दे आर ऑन द टॉप। जेली का ये मस्त दुनिया है जहां पर आप देख पा रहे हैं कि 47 पॉइंट्स उनके पास है और सीधा
वन प्लस 9 पॉइंट से प्लस है, 9 पॉइंट से प्लस है गाइस।
8 पोजीशंस उन्होंने जंप किया है। 10 पॉइंट्स के हेड स्टार्ट के साथ चालू
ओ
करेगी
ओवर दी
कल का
रैंकिंग
मुकाबला। ट्रू रिपर्स
टॉपर है भाई
जेली
जेली की
के साथ
टीआर
चालू करेंगे। आईकू सोल 6 पॉइंट्स के हेड स्टार्ट के साथ
47 पॉइंट
वर्सेटाइल।
और आईकू सोल सेकंड पे
देखिए कितना क्लोज है, 47 से 46
और टीम
एक पॉइंट का डिफरेंस हुआ है। और हम इसी चीज की चर्चा कर भी रहे थे कि एक पॉइंट कितना अहम होता है।
ONEPLUS
अब 8वें
43
मैदान पे ब्लिट्स स्पोर्ट्स मौजूद है तो उनको एक
XTZ
पॉइंट
स्पोर्ट भाई
मिलने वाला है। पर आज के दिन
ONEPLUS
निराश भी किया है टीम्स ने।
4 पर
सबसे
है।
बड़ा नाम आप 4 मेरी
गाइस
टीम
क्रेजी
एडमिट 6 पर है।
क्रेजी क्रेजी
नजर आए। अलीबाबा रेडर्स वो अग्रेशन शायद थोड़ा ज्यादा
और
दिखा
ग्रैंड
दिया।
फाइनल
और अब
वन
अलीबाबा
डे
रेडर्स को
टॉप
देखिए एक भी प्लेसमेंट का
TR
बॉल नहीं है। 21 के 21 अंक फिनिशेस से ही आए हैं।
टोटल डिफरेंस की बात करें तो सिर्फ
और
28
मनी
अंकों का ही,
मेकर्स
26 अंकों का ही फासला हमें दिख रहा है।
12 पर है।
16th एंड द फर्स्ट पोजीशन। तो
और
अगर
अलीबाबा
ऐसे मुकाबले
16
चलते
पर
रहे,
हो
अगर
भाई।
उथल-पुथल होती
अलीबाबा
चीजें,
पर
अगर हम देखते हैं कि
है
मुकाबले में एक टीम
मैं
second
बोला
level में
अलीबाबा
निकाल रही है,
रहेगा
तो
टॉप
अगले
10 में
मुकाबले
रहेगा।
पहले एलिमिनेट हो जा रही है। तो बहुत सारे
टॉप 10 में
चीजें
नहीं,
फिनिश
टॉप
देखो
10
गाइस,
में
फिनिश
फिलहाल के लिए
देखो।
बात करते हैं टॉप 5 क्रैकर्स जो आज के
फिनिश
दिन
नहीं
के
है,
बाद
डायरेक्ट
इस प्रकार
16
है,
पे
कल से
16
वापस
पे
0-0
13
शुरुआत हुआ।
फिनिश।
ONEPLUS GODZIN की जस्टिन
FPM
13
रेशियो
वाइल्ड
देखो
फैंग्स के अनुज ने आज
2.70
बहुत ही ज्यादा बढ़िया खेला
क्रेजी
है।
यार।
12 फिनिशेस
ONEPLUS 12
6 मैचेस में। उसके बाद बात करते हैं राइजिंग
6 मैचेस में 12 प्लस
वो
निकाले।
लौते खिलाड़ी थे जो उस
आईकू
एरैंगल के
गोबलिन,
मुकाबले में अपने आप को बचा
गोबलिन,
करके रखे, अपने टीम को भी
IQ
बचा
सोल,
करके रखे, and बहुत सारे points को लेके आए थे। प्लेसमेंट्स के 10 फिनिशेस
हैशटैग 5 पर
भाई हैशटैग 5 पे मतलब है
है
आसपास
जी हाँ,
ही है।
काफी बढ़िया वो भी
तो
खेलेंगे।
MVP
गॉब्लिन भी
कौन
आपको
होएगा
देखने को
इसमें?
मिल जाएगा।
क्या लग
देखिए,
रहा है?
यही वो बात है जिसकी मैं चर्चा कर भी रहा था। गेम 2 से
अभी
मेरी
जो
बात हुई थी,
होएगा
तो
वो
कहते
देखा
हैं कि
जाएगा
लेजेंड के ऊपर
ग्रैंड
बहुत ज्यादा
फाइनल को
रिलाय
डायरेक्ट।
टीम है। ऐसा
हाँ,
नहीं है,
हाँ,
लेजेंड वहाँ पर है
तो
और
ग्रैंड
वो,
फाइनल डे 1 है।
जरूर
Day
एक बहुत
one
ही
है
ज्यादा
और
reliable shoulder बनते हैं, but
बहुत सारे
गॉब्लिन
मैच
वहाँ पर
बाकी
मौजूद
है।
हैं। और जब MVP रैंकिंग आई थी तो वहाँ पे हमने देखा था एक टाइम था जब गॉब्लिन आपको सबसे ज्यादा ऊपर देखने को मिल रहे थे। और इससे ज्यादा बेटर न्यूज एक टीम के लिए और क्या ही हो सकती है कि उनके दोनों प्राइम असॉल्टर्स को ही वो आपको टॉप 5 और उसके आसपास देखने को मिल रहे हैं।
भाई
Legends ने वो
ONEPLUS
1v3
भाई
बहुत निकाले बट कन्वर्जन्स नहीं आए।
एग्जैक्टली, बट देखिए सिर्फ लेजिट और यहाँ गॉब्लिन की
जस्टिन
बात
भाई
करें, नकुल भी
खतरनाक
उतना ही
खेला
बढ़िया
भाई।
खेल रहे हैं। नकुल को भी जब भी
13 किल इम्पॉसिबल गाइस, ये सब टफ वाले प्लेयर है। 13 किल मतलब
बट करंटली आप देख सकते
पॉसिबल
हैं
मतलब
सर्च पॉइंट
टफ वाले प्लेयर से खेल रहे हैं आप।
अगर आप टॉप 12 में हैं, आप मिनिमम 1 पॉइंट तो लेकर के ही जाएंगे। यही बस डिफरेंस है सर्च पॉइंट्स एंड करंटली जो पॉइंट सिस्टम हम फॉलो कर रहे हैं उसका। लेकिन ONEPLUS CK वशिष्ठा ई स्पोर्ट्स अपर ब्रैकेट्स की टॉप टीम थी और यहाँ पर वो 14वें पायदान पे दिख रही है। कोई हेड स्टार्ट नहीं उनके लिए, RIVALRYXNR के लिए कोई हेड स्टार्ट नहीं, अलीबाबा रेडर्स के लिए कोई हेड स्टार्ट नहीं। उनके ऊपर जो जितने भी सर्च पॉइंट्स मिल रहे हैं आप देख सकते हैं टीम्स के नाम के बगल में।
जी हाँ, और काफी ज्यादा मजेदार अभी तक का ये पहला दिन देखने को मिला है। हम कहाँ बात कर रहे थे कि शायद 80 पे स्कोर जाएगा, आपने बोला 60 पे जाएंगे तो 50 पार नहीं कर पाया क्योंकि वो कंपटीशन ही इतना ज्यादा खतरनाक देखने को मिला। और हमने ये भी देखा
पहले दिन में क्या मिलेगा
अलग-अलग
गाइस?
टीम्स है जिन्होंने वो चिकन डिनर्स निकाले, यानी कि अब कल
करायचा, डन करायचा।
फाइनल्स की शुरुआत होने वाली है।
चलो चलो
एक्साइटमेंट
उनका
ऑलरेडी बहुत
एक बार
ज्यादा है
आने
हमारे
तो
अंदर
फिर
भी। हम
डन
प्रीटी श्योर की जो जनता है
काय करायचं?
एनर्जेटिक फील कर रही होगी।
कि कल मैंने आपसे पूछा था कि आप टॉप 3
कर दो मारी है।
दीजिए, वो आपने बोला था मुझे।
चलो
मैंने
गाइस
of course दर्शकों को
एंड
बताया था
करते,
कल
कल
Sky
दोबारा
लेकिन
मिलेंगे
अभी आज के 6
और मैं
मैचेस
नहीं
देखने के
रहूंगा,
बाद जब कल सब कुछ
इसी
reset
चालू
होगा,
रहेगा।
सर्च पॉइंट्स होने वाला है।
मैं
अभी आप बताइए
गाड़ी में रहूंगा।
3 टीम्स के नाम जो इस बार ट्रॉफी उठा के जाएगी।
देखिए आप मुझे फंसाइए मत, ठीक है। मैंने ब्लिट्स का नाम वहां पे लिया था।
मारे किया है एंड
हे काय बघ ना तू, दिसेल ना त्याच्यावर दिसेल बघ, त्याच्यावर दिसेल तुला डिस्कॉर्ड वर। हे बघ काय आहे आजचं, दिसतंय का?
एक मिनट। ओ भाई ए
हे बघ
पावर तो है भाई।
हे बघ, ते स्टार्टिंगला केले असते ना, इथे सर्च होऊन तसं आलं असतं आपाप. लास्ट मॅक्स
Result आहे
आले
11.
14 जण आले आणि 233 झालं. नंतर बघ कसं 1 2 4 1 2 4 1 2 टेबल काय सी पिक 14
हो
वेव